Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Paul Ricard in the south of France plays host to the final round here today, 5.77 kilometers in length with 13 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator for the first half. Alongside me, Kevin Galvin, Stewie behind the cameras, and of course the live stewards in the box next to us. Welcome along, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, John. Right here in the south of France, an absolutely gorgeous part of the world. Slightly overcast, though. We're looking for what could be a very spicy qualifying with change conditions for this final round of the RCI Esports Series. I wouldn't have it any different, though. Nothing better than a bit of a challenge to these guys. Try and throw the cat amongst the pigeons before we go into the final round of what's been a really exciting six-round contest.
Yeah, absolutely. So challenging the title and challenging conditions at the moment. Qualifying started off damp, has now gone to a greasy stage of the track. 25 degrees in air temperature, 32 degrees on the track. So forever drying out as the session progresses. So the ideal time you want to be setting your personal best is right at the end of the session when the track is at its most driest and has the most rubber laid down. So it's going to be a right old challenge the guys here today. And like you said, Kevin, it's been a very exciting series so far. Of course, last time out at Barcelona, we had a great performance from Veloce early on, taking the Go Setups pole position award with the 912. Of course, a bonus 100 euros into their prize pool for that. In the first hour, it was the Boothby 992 Veloce Ferrari making moves up to eventually first position before a disconnect with 2.5 hours to go left them out of contention. Striking the 6-hour mark, it was, of course, the Veloce 912 holding on to take the win. John Alesi Esports #1 in second, and the Williams Esports Razor, despite the poor performance of the Audi R8, took third with the Chill Blast sister car coming home in fourth, but will of course take a championship standings look later on. But for now, it seems like a little bit of an Aston dominance, Kevin. They look very, very strong indeed. The Griff Hacks engineering car already up into third, and we've got the 163 already at the top of the board with the fastest time as well.
Yeah, who needs the new releases, new cars? Talk about all the new machinery. The Aston is just like, no, I'm fine. I'll just keep doing my thing. As you see the 69 car coming around here, but yeah, the Aston's one of those cars that really thrives in kind of maybe colder, damper conditions. As we see them cross the line now with a 154.9, just proving that a full second, or well, now 3/10 ahead of Wojciech Fiala in the Williams Esports car.
Absolutely. So solid time there from Carpenter, 154.902. The Ren Velten car coming just a second behind there to take P4 provisionally. Jarzabowski in the 501, the Forza Italia.PLE racing team coming through the last sector with the Gato Chain Balas Esports car hot on their heels as well, ready to set their laps. We've got a little block of Astons in the middle of the field at the moment with Fischer, Jarzabowski and Martin Lawrence setting to improve their times. Of course, you're going to have to keep an eye on the track conditions to see when that does go from greasy to fast, and then dive in and of course take a dry set of Pirelli tyres if you can. Of course, limited tyre sets on the table for qualifying, only 4 sets of dries. So what you don't want to do, Kevin, is of course pick the dry tyres too early and burn through 3 to 4 sets before the clock is even up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so interesting to come across tyre management during qualifying. It's not something we usually have to deal with, you would talk about, but certainly in this case, like, you have to be very, very careful about when you decide to go. And interesting to see there's 22 cars that made the time, but a lot opting to stay in the pits, not coming out till later. There's still 12 minutes on the clock. I suppose they're waiting for that track to rubber in, get a little bit better. There's no rain coming in the next half an hour. So I suppose the idea is just to stay in the pits, leave the track rubber in, and then go out when it's at its best. You can get your tyres to the max temperature window without, as you say, that fear of kind of burning them out before you ever get a chance to put down a solid lap.
Absolutely so. And sitting in the pit lane, one of the Team 1FF cars is sat waiting to set their time, and of course they've got one of the cars out on track at the moment circulating around. Luke Whitehead and Garantes Caracas in the 912 Veloce Porsche, another team electing to stay in the pit lane for now. Luke Southall and Murdoch in the Samantha Tan racing car, another one, and the Yas Heat, Arnold and Barrier still yet to set a time as well. So still plenty of big names to put the cat amongst the pigeons, shall we say, as Ren Velten does slightly improve on that last time with the 155.062. pulls over to the side of the road, more than likely going to come in, grab another set of Pirelli dry tyres. You see the yellow markings on the sidewalls of the dry tyres. Wet tyres, of course, do not have markings. They do, but they're black, kind of grey in colour, so quite hard to spot as Tyskovic for the ITV Santaloc racing car rounds out the final turn. It's a very, very tricky turn, the final turn here at Paul Ricard. It's a very kind of tight apex, it's very blind, and Tyskovic to the top of the board with a 1:54.392. Excellent time indeed from the Santaloc racing car, and been watching a little bit in practice, and the Audi R8 has certainly kind of come back into phase. Of course, Fiala up in P3, you've got Charlie Crossland in P7 as well, so you know, the tables have turned almost on the R8 Evo 2 from last time out.
Yeah, they have certainly, and it certainly looks to be a lot more competitive than it was the last time out, I suppose. I would be surprised if this is where we end up finishing. I would be surprised if Tyskovic's lap was the fastest. I suspect we will start seeing a sort of a post checkered flag laps coming in. I imagine whatever will be the pole lap will come in after the session is almost finished. As they finish on their laps, because this track is only going to get better and better, as we see it gone from greasy to fast. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes optimum before the end of the session and we start seeing some seriously quick lap times putting in. I wonder, can we go sub 53?
Yeah, still just under 10 minutes to go. Of course, 33 cars circulating around here in the south of France at the moment, so plenty of Pirelli rubber being laid down, and George Boothby here currently down in P16, slipping ever further down since the track has evolved into the fast state. Of course, rounding the last turn, the tricky section, you kind of want to throw the car as far left as you can to try and open up the corner. Boothby electing with a kind of middle of the road approach nearly there, and accelerating out of the final turn towards the start finish line, keeps it in a dead straight line to try and get every second he can, and straight up into third with a 1:54.210, although Marco Jonkers in the West competition car shoving him down one spot already, and the Jean Lacey squadron is out in full force today with two Lamborghini Evo 2s on the field. I've not seen Ferrari entry. I believe it is here somewhere today. I have seen Joshua Allen active in a few chats, so it'll be a surprise if he hasn't shown up with his teammate. But John Lacey looking to take some dominance as well. They're looking quite good in the spot, and here he is, Joshua Allen in the 29 Jean Lacey Esports team. Of course, two Lamborghinis and a Ferrari for them, so they're going to be wanting to work together if they can through the field, and they had a good run last time out of Barcelona. Going to see if they can mimic that. But Alberto Garcia now coming towards the end of his lap. Headlights fully ablaze. A little bit of traffic ahead in the form of the Wild Things Racing team, although probably not going to affect his lap too much. Sticking to the left-hand side, and he does improve up into P5 with a 1:54.077. So we're already into the 53 realm, Kevin, with Littershide at the top for the Team 1FF Ferrari 296. And 296 looking very strong here as well. You've got a few of them drop in and out of the field, but in practice they were looking very competitive indeed. Till the heavens opened, they did lose a little bit of pace in the wet, so maybe weather dependent on the 296 today.
Yeah, it could be dependent on their setup and deciding how they decide to do that setup. I mean, some cars, we say, will focus on that wet setup. Some cars will try and stick to the dry stuff. I mean, it looks to be staying dry at the moment, so if that's the choice you made for qualifying and the happy days. Into the race, I don't know, will teams opt for a mixed setup? I'm not sure what the weather's going to do for us today here near Le Castellet, but certainly in terms of those that 296 car, very, very competitive, as Yonkers now goes top in the number one car, 53.5. Sean Arnold can only be finished 3/10 behind him. Back into the pits he goes for what I suspect will now be close enough to guys thinking about timing. Kind of is crucial here, about making sure you get out, you get space, but also get the track right at its optimum spec, because I know they're laying down laps now as Wojciech Fiala goes top of the timing table, and I suspect, as I said, we might get under 53. We've already gone from 54s down to 53s in the last 53.4 in the last one lap, so I suspect guys will be diving into the pits. They'll be making those few little tinkering changes that they need. Then maybe with about 2 to 3 minutes left on the clock, we'll see cars go out for their out lap, so that they can really finish as strong as they possibly can.
Yeah, you're going to be wanting to time your last cross across the line when the clock hits near enough zero to get the best track conditions you can. And Garcia to the top of the board now with a 1:53 in there in the low region. And Luke Whitehead has finally emerged onto the circuit for the Veloce in the 912. Currently P19 with a 1:54.270, but in the latest update 1.9.3 that of course surprised us all with the McLaren 720S Evo. Unfortunately, no one electing to take the McLaren for this championship, so nobody eligible for the upgrade to the Evo car for the final round, although few BOP changes for Paul Ricard. Of course, we are using the standard in-game BOP here today. So in the last update, the Aston did lose 10 kilos. The Bentley lost a whopping 15 kilos, although no SMP cars here as of yet. The M4 lost 10 kilos. The Honda, again, nobody choosing that here, but did lose 10 kilos. The AMG Evo also lost 5, and the Porsche 992 lost 10 kilos as well. So a lot of cars being brought back into contention with the Paul Ricard BOP. Luke Whitehead currently P20, up into P7 he goes with a 1:53.672, although shoved down immediately to P8 by Charlie Crossland, who went across the line into P3. So Williams looking very strong in the Audi, although the Jean Alesi Esports team, again, one car at the top already. David Tanitza in the car for them on their flying lap with flashing lights down the Mistral Straight, trying to hurry the traffic along and get them out of the way. Of course, the Lamborghinis may be looking for a front row lockout here. Tyskovic to the top with a 1:53.215, Kevin. It's coming down ever so much. We could be into the 52 times very shortly.
Very shortly indeed, and it just goes to show you Tyskovic was our fastest in the last kind of run of laps, and when we looked at him there, he was P22 or P23, so it just goes to show you how much track state has an impact here. Temperatures, the track temperature is now 32 degrees, which isn't too bad really. Maybe a degree or two a little bit too toasty to be absolutely optimal, but still pretty well in that range. Air temperature is 25, which is what you'd expect for this time of the year around this part of the world. As David Tanitza goes second, and only 1/100th of a second, or 1.5 hundredths of a second behind Tyskovic. I wonder now, are we approaching optimum track state? We're getting very, very close now, so I would keep my eyes peeled. The last maybe 4.5 minutes will decide who starts this final round on top. And of course, John, like, given it's the final round, having track position is so important.
Yeah, track position so important, especially at Paul Ricard. It's one of those very kind of switchback nature tracks where it's very hard to make a pass stick. Of course, if you pass in the first sector, stick with your rival, you can tow each other down the Mistral Straight and eventually get that position back come the end of it. Of course, in the latter half of the lap, there's a lot of switchback corners, essentially this one. If you have the inside line coming into the final turn, of course, you're on the outside line suddenly when the next turn appears. So very, very tricky to get moves done, and you're going to want to try and get every position you can off the grid. Mavix now up into P11 with a 1:53.555. Again, just under 3 minutes on the clock, so he's going to have, of course, another couple of stabs at it. Probably timed it very well indeed, has Bischoff, for his final kind of run of laps. Marco Jonkers, we did see him towards the top of the board earlier in the West competition, racing number 1, of course, teaming up with Sebastian Apostle today, and he goes to the top with a 1:52.907, the first driver into the 52s. Kevin, I think you're right. I think this track is just teetering on the cusp of optimum, and now we got the Williams Armada coming through the final turn with Fiala followed closely by Crossland. We got Tyskovic and Boothby still at the top, with Walshingham now competing. Fiala to the top with a 1:52.905. Look at the margins on these times, Kevin. They're crazy close at the moment.
Yeah, really, really, really close. Top 7 separated by less than 5/10, so it just goes to show you how close we are. Look at that, at second place between Fiala and Jonkers, 2 totally different cars, and yet 0.02 of a second between them, which just goes to show you the BOP, John. It seems to be, with all these changes, certainly making Glars a lot more competitive, or we're seeing a lot more of a balanced field right across the manufacturer scope.
Yeah, the idea, of course, with the custom BOP we elected to run in the beginning was because, you know, cars were quite very different in certain circuits. You had certain circuits where one car was just absolutely dominant and didn't want to kind of encourage people's pick, shall we say, on cars at the beginning. We didn't want everybody to pick the meta car, should we say, in finger quotations, and that's what elected us to our custom BOP. But of course, with the 1.9 update and the 1.9.3 update that dropped just this week, cars are getting ever closer in the game, and it's great to see finally that, you know, leagues in such likes do not have to organize custom BOP so close to their events running, and it's very competitive. At the top of the badges, you've got an Audi, a BMW, a Lambo, a Ferrari, and an Aston Martin, all within the top 10. Have multiple of them as well, just outside of the top 10. Porsche seems to be struggling a little bit here at the moment. Highest Porsche you've got is Marco Bischoff in the 977. K Kramer racing car in P14. You've got Barza in P16, but you've got Luke Whitehead all the way down in P20 for Veloce. That's not where he's going to want to be, so keep your eye on Luke Whitehead to see what he can do in the next minute or so.
Yeah, it's all going to happen here now in the next minute and a half as we see cars, some of them coming out for their outlap. I'm interested to see that the 46 car, the Ferrari, is still in the pits, so I'm not right sure why they're not on track, but now is the time. You can see the queue of cars piling down the start-finish straight as we are on board with the 912 Veloce car. But yeah, it's absolute, they're queuing up now as we see. Just now we're taking over into the checkered flag. So the last of our final laps, Alberto Garcia leads them in the 28 John Alesi Esports team. He's P12, 7/10 behind Fiala. What can he do now? Up to P6, 0.465. I suspect he won't finish there though, John.
No, I suspect John Alesi will, you know, make some gains in the race. Certainly, they look very confident at Barcelona, very consistent in their performance, and as well, of course, remind the viewers at home, a limited tyre sets going into the race. Only 4 sets of Pirellis available for the 6 hours. So, as you that are very good at maths will know, there is a couple of double stints in there somewhere, and where drivers elect to do that is completely up to them. I know a lot of drivers prefer the cooler temperatures, so have to see how the race goes. And of course, if we do have a wet race and wet tires come into play, they have unlimited wet tires essentially for the use of the race. So Bischoff up into P12 at the moment. Tajskovic now coming across the line for the ITB Santaloc racing car, the 696, up into P3, second row of the grid. Marco Jonkers already on the first row of the grid. Can he get himself to the front of the field? Comes across the line, no improvement on that one. Very, very close margin though to improving. George Boothby currently P5. Can he improve in the 992 Veloce Ferrari? Coming to the line, 153.062 to beat. Coming across the line now, and he does, to the front row of the grid. Boothby to P2 for Veloce, and here's the other Veloce car, the 912 of Luke Whitehead. We were speaking about him just a moment ago. Improvement up into P11, although not where he's going to want to be, with Grantas Caracas alongside him. Just cars litter the main straight as everybody jumps back to the pits now. Litterscheid for the Team 1 FF up into P9. Great performance from those guys. They've got their work cut out today, though, for some championship points, and remainder of the cars come through, and that cements your qualifying positions. Kevin, looking very good at the top. We have a mix of manufacturers across the front, the first 2 rows of the grid, before we see a little block of the Audis, the Ferraris, the Astons, etc. going down the grid. And once again, look at that, nobody taking all 3 sectors. The fastest, Boothby in the middle, and Fiala fastest at the beginning and at the end. So going to be a very, very competitive first hour, I would say, when the green flag drops.
Yeah, very, very competitive indeed. I mean, Wojciech Fiala loves this place. You don't need to, you know, in the wet or in the dry. The Czech is very, very comfortable here in the south coast of France, and as you can see, first and last sectors, he's gone purple there. David Tanitsa, we all know what he's like, so I suspect that will be a real good ding-dong battle between those two. And look at the amount of laps, 10 laps. Most of these guys managed to put in, so you're talking 5 quick laps, 5 out laps, right back into the pits. Going down through the list, as you say, the Astons, not as competitive as we first suspected down there in P10 and P11. Luke Whitehead in the second, Veloce in 12. But a whole block of Ferraris then between P16 and P18. But yeah, I mean, look at the Astons again. Like, I mean, the 163 is down in 14th, and then we have a whole block of 4 of them, 2 rows indeed, between P22 and P26. So the Aston's not quite as competitive as I thought they might be.
Yeah, they were looking very good in the wet conditions of practice and the slightly greasy, damp conditions at the beginning of qualifying. So I'm wondering if a lot of the Astons are kind of electing, like we said earlier on the setups, kind of more towards the wet end of the scale than the dry end, which them into contention should the heavens open. And any drivers that were watching, of course, their friends compete yesterday in the free to play esports challenge series, shall we say, where of course no prize money, no entrance fees for those guys. They did have a bit of a mixed bag of a race. The heavens opened at very obscure times in the middle of their stints, which of course threw the strategies completely out of the window for most of the teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what the weather does in the south of France. Of course, it's been wet in practice, very overcast, and mixed in qualifying. So, anything can happen in this race. And if the heavens do open, keep your eye on those Astons because they may be finding their way to the front of the field very, very quickly.
Yeah, as we say, it's all weather dependent here, and it makes such a huge difference as to what goes on. Just and it's not just the actual cars themselves, but I suppose some drivers really revel in those wet conditions, and some really struggle. You and I were involved in a broadcast not so recently where it was like, I don't know, it was like the synchronized swimming at one point, or the synchronized ice skating. They were pirouetting left, right, and center, and yet Wojciech Fiala managed to kind of almost guide his boat. Was the steadiest with the rudder and managed to get it round. So some guys love wet conditions, particularly starting. It's a really good opportunity for them to gain an advantage, especially if you're aggressive but controlled. Can really make up some very early places. But if it's dry, I suspect it might settle into a bit more of a contest. And what you have to remember as well is, because we're on the final round, I expect to see guys a little bit more aggressive this round. They've kind of set where they are. They're giving themselves an opportunity to be in there, but now is the time you have to make it count. So when we talk about the sprint series, as we look at the championship as it stands, Williams Esports clearly out in front. But even that battle for second place between the Team 1FF car, the Veloce car, Team Racing Point, John Lacey, they're all within of a shout of potentially picking up that second place. So I'd expect to see some fairly robust moves in and amongst those teams that are competing with each other. And just remarking as well on the consistency of the SMP, the Bentleys, both 93 and 92 points. But sadly, I don't think either of them will be taking part today. I certainly haven't seen any Bentleys on our timing sheet.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate. The SMP Racing absent from the final round here at Paul Ricard, and especially when the Bentley did get a slight improvement in the power buff from 4,000 to max on all tracks and lost 15 kilos at Paul Ricard. So that could have been a very competitive car had they attended today. But let's run through quickly your standings as we wait for the server to come back up, qualifying orders to be reset, and get the cars gridded up ready for 6 hours. Of course, Williams Esports Razor at the top of the field with 189 points, very early dominance on their season before it kind of tailed off with the 1.9 patch in Barcelona. Team 1FF with 136 points. We've got the Veloce UCOG 992, although that's not the Porsche, that is the Ferrari of Boothby with 118. And need I add, they have won your AK Esports team of the race every single round so far. So they've netted a very good chunk of prize pool money each round just from that alone. Team Racing Point with 102, the highest Aston Martin in the field. And then John Lacey Esports #1 with the highest Lamborghini in the field in P5. We've got the Veloce car, that is the 912 Porsche with 96. SMP with 93 and 92, very consistent, as you said, Kevin. West Competition Racing just sneaking inside the top 10 with 88 points, and then just 4 points behind them, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So, still looking all to play for in the top 10 alone. As we round on to the second page, we've got the Assetto Simsports Visceral Esports Red car with 76, K Kramer Racing Esports with 73, the Simware Pro by VDES #14 with 69, ITB Santalock with 66, John Lacey Esports #3, that's the Ferrari of Josh Allen with 64. Then we got the John Lacey Esports #2, that's the number 28, I believe, headed by Dolking, normally Darren King. Some of you may know him as, with 61. Samantha Tan Racing Esports with 56. Yas Heat just behind them with 55. The Gato Chain Barlas Esports Aston with 51. And the Griffax Engineering car with 48 points. At your top 20. Moving down the list, we have the Renvelton East Red Ferrari with 40 47. The other Simware Pro by VDES, number 17 with 45. Just 1 point behind them. Connection Loss Racing with 44. The Assetto Sim Sports Visceral Sports Blue Car, I believe, with 40. The Pass Sim Racing Team with 31. FFS Racing with 26. We then got Wild Things Racing, Colex.gg with 25. Then got the Assetto Sim Sports Viscera. I'm going to guess that's the yellow car with 24. Tied with the Renvelton Esports Aston Martin, also on 24. And the Genius Esports car with 23 rounds out your top 30. Heading on to one of the final pages. Team URL with 22, tied with West Competition Racing, number 33, Aston Martin. FFS Racing with 19, joint tied with Armamentario. Team 1 FF in the number 51, nearly on pace with 15 points. Virtual Drives by TX3, the Venom car, with 13, and Crazy File Racing 12. Gather Chain Barless Esports again with another fielded entry with 9, and tied with Like and Subscribe also with 9. Now, moving on to what is the final page. Legion of Racers with 6 points. Forza Italia.ple Racing with 5. Hyper Esports White with 4. Virtual Drivers by TX3 Next Level Racing. VDES Junior. Ragioli Racing 11 car and Lipa Esports Red have not scored a single point so far. The Pulse Simsport car, the Race Anywhere Simsport, and the Alien Lab car unfortunately have signed out of the championship and are competing no more. So 50 teams entered, 7 arrived to the end, and 33 have turned up for a final round for their shot of an 11,000 euro prize pool on offer. And of course, the bonus money around the AK Esports team of the race. Of course, every hour will flash up a QR code on your screen, so keep an eye out for that one where you can head off and make your votes. And of course, the Veloce 992 has taken honours in all rounds so far, so they are much better off because of that. Can they make it a clean sweep for every single one? And of course, the Go Setups pole position sponsored award, adding to the stakes. Of course, Williams Team Razor took rounds 1 and 2. Azatec Sim Sports Visceral Esports then took the third round. Veloce 912 the fourth round. For this round. It only happened just a few moments ago, but it's already slipped my mind. And of course, while we wait for the server to be ready and everybody to be gridded up, I just want to say, of course, a massive thank you to every single one of you guys at home watching along the broadcasts, where you've been with us all season, or whether this is your first round. Welcome on into RCI TV. We hope you enjoy your stay, and we are going to be here for the next 6 hours or so. And I just want to say, of course, again, a massive shout out to Team 1 FF in partnership with ASAP.de for their providing of their pit wall services to bring you the live timing. You can find that pinned in both Twitch and YouTube chats if you do want to follow along and monitor where your favorite cars are in field. And ASAP.de are currently hiring people for various roles in their automotive engineering firm, so be sure to check them out if you're looking for a career move in their sector. Most importantly, of course, our sponsors for this series, AK Esports, a leading Italian company in esports management and organization across the world. Founded in 2005 as an IT company, establishing itself as a point of reference in the hardware sector. 2018 debuted their first official Porsche Esports Championship, and since then has found success with the SRO Motorsports Group and Dallara, among many other brands, including us here at RCI for providing our server solutions. Check out their website in the description below if you believe they can help you at all. Fanatec, of course, needs no introduction to most of you in the chat and watching at home. One of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware. You can, of course, find our RCI affiliate link in the description below, and it won't cost you a single penny, but it will help you some of the running costs here at RCI that we do. And last but no means least, of course, Go Setups, sponsoring the pole position award, and us here as a organization in general, formed to be one of the premium esports setup stores for Assetto Corsa Competizione, with their primary aim to be creating setups for all skill levels, whether you're, of course, esports ready, looking for a safer alternative for your favorite car, and featuring a plethora of esports stars on their team. Sure, the setups YouTube has extensive hours behind it, And they do, of course, as well. I say this every time, Kevin. They have a Jaguar pack. So if you're a bit of a Jaguar fanboy, be sure to check them out on that.
Yeah, get in on that. You're right, John. You did. I think you need to take a deep breath there. Everything
I
you
do.
managed to get in, fair play to you.
I think we got it in.
We got everything, yeah. As we head to as we head into this race, so yeah, it's going to be a really interesting race. As we say, look, the Williams Esports team seem to be largely leading, but as we said, there's still plenty on offer. And look at some of those, some of those teams that, look, I suppose have flattered to deceive maybe a little bit this season. But look, like even last time in Spain, the Jean Lacey #1 car came away with a huge tally of points, whereas the Veloci got none. So it's just there's such a big swing in these things, even though it looks like the distance is quite big on the overall standings. Actually, not really when you get down to the action, because all it takes is one mistake or a person to make a mess up or one disconnect or one technical issue, and all of a sudden your entire championship is right. So really, for this race, I think it's a case of trying to make sure that you're in it, that you don't ruin your race before you even begin. Now more than ever, I think in this race, given the fact that we have all our drop rounds behind us now, everything done, it just really comes down to who is going to be best on the day. And who knows the circuit the best as well. Obviously, Paul Ricard, very tricky, very technical. As you were saying earlier, John, the last sector particularly technical, like that Mistral Straight really is the defining character. And look at that! Look how the weather has changed, ladies and gentlemen. John, we were talking about how some cars revel in the wet, some people revel in the wet. The Astons, of course, do particularly well in the wet. So some of those teams that I think we've P11, P12, P16, run of Astons in the P20s, they'll be looking at this and think, all right, here we go, game on.
Of course, still waiting for the server to switch over as such. The practice that we get drivers in and ready for before we head out, of course, to Sunday. Day in game does change, so it could be a completely different kettle of fish once again. But one of the drivers taking a little bit of advantage here, shall we say, the Yas Heat Ferrari giving us a perfect tour of the very wet Paul Ricard. And said it earlier, Kevin, me and you did cast an event that was here not so long ago, and it was like a lake, and you can see the amount of standing water on the surface here at Paul Ricard. It's a very kind of flat track. There's not a lot of drainage. There's a lot of standing water on the Mistral Straight, I believe, particularly on the right-hand side of the circuit. So keep your way kind of into the middle to maybe more to the left-hand side to avoid that. But it's going to be a very tricky long afternoon if we do, of course, have the wet weather. It's like you said, it's a very long afternoon ahead of you. Anything can happen in those 6 hours. And Veloci, the Ferrari proved it last time out at Barcelona. They had a dominating start, and of course with 2.5 hours to go, suffered a disconnect, so no points scored on the board at all for them. And if they did score even a handful of points, it of course would have put them even closer to the Team 1 FF car. But that's the thing with these esports series, the field is so highly competitive that any minor setback is going to be near impossible to try and gain back on your rivals. So you could come back in with 2 hours 15 say by the time you've reconnected and got the right driver in the car and got back out on circuit. You've lost so much time already. Can you really gain anything back in those last 2 hours? Who knows? And we see a big armful of opposite lock from the Yassi car before they decide to call it a day. And here we go, we're gridding up, and look at that, Kevin, the weather hasn't changed. It's going to be a wet start here at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, absolutely lashing. They have a phrase in French, "Il pisse comme la vache," which means literally the cows are pissing, which literally means it's absolutely lashing. So I imagine there'll be ponchos, there'll be umbrellas, hastily brought out here. It looks a very different circuit to the shots we took earlier on today of what looked like an absolutely glorious French. But I can tell you, when the clouds come in here, when they roll in over the top of the Alps, and the weather is blowing the wrong way, you can get absolutely torrential downpours, which is exactly what we're getting here at the Circuit de Paul Ricard, very near Le Castellet. But certainly this, as I say, cat meets pigeons, you know what I mean? Like it's just a great opportunity now for teams to get themselves ahead. We saw Wojciech Fiala do a huge amount of running in the wet in another series very recently. So I would expect that Wojciech could potentially start this Williams Esport car. If he does, I think it'll be very, very, very hard to catch him from anybody on that grid. But we shall see. All it takes, and especially with cold tires, and it's hard to. I know these guys obviously are really good professionals, but and you know this, John, as well as anybody else. When you come from a qualifying session, you're on low fuel, you're on tires, you're kind of have your pick of tires. It's very difficult then to go into very much heavier car, wet conditions, you're on cold tires. You really have to reset your mindset and remind yourself, okay, I might be driving the same car around the same track, but it's going to be an entirely different driving style required here.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky, of course. They've just come, like you say, out of a session that was relatively hot. The track grip was relatively high. Of course, dry tyres in use. The cars at their lightest on the fuel load. And, of course, they're going to have to put enough fuel in this time to make them last 65 minutes of the stint timer. How far you push that is completely up to yourself. And, of course, as we take a walk down the grid, you see, of course, all the tyres on the sidewall have no yellow markings. That does indicate, of course, wet tyres for everyone. The track status is declared wet. The forecast is getting heavier in the next 10 minutes, although decreasing in the next 30. So it'll be on for a little mixed bag if this weather does stay around. Of course, Lacey there just inside the top 10. That's the Dolkin car, the number 28. And then Team 1 FF, of course, to your right-hand side. Shout out to those guys for providing their pit wall link today for everybody at home. And then the end of the top 10, Castorina there on the left-hand side for the Sim Racing Pro car. And then we've got the Griffax Engineering car on the right-hand side. We have the Veloce 912 Porsche on the left there in the black and green livery. Keep your eye out for that one. The mispick by them. Another of the of course, the Team 1FF cars, the number 52. That is your car that's in second position at the moment for points. So they're going to want to be trying to claw up. Nicholas Arnker, I believe, starting that car. So teammate in the 51. Maybe going to be working together with those guys to see what they can do. And then Yas Heat on the right-hand side setting off. You've got the John Lacey car, Ren Velton. You've got the West Competition Racing Aston. You've got one of the Assetto cars nearly on pace. Connection Loss Racing, long-time friends here of us here at RCI. And then the stragglers at the end of the field all make their way down. And look at that, Kevin. A lot of spray being kicked up already at the low speed. So you're going to be wanting to, get ahead of your rivals and if you can get a clear windscreen ahead of you that's not affected by the sprain and the rain and the kick-ups from the car ahead. Of course, if you're the Williams car at the head of the field, you're going to have a perfect view if you can keep that lead all the way down to the straight at the first sector.
Yeah, the bollards have already gone. I noticed there in the background, so that the track marshals will not be happy about that. Yes, I suppose, look, for Wojciech Fiala, it's a great opportunity for him to push ahead and try and get a bit of a gap if he can. For a lot of the other guys, though, I wonder, will we be seeing different maps employed? A lot more lifting and coasting. As you say, the 65 minutes in the bank. If you can stretch that as long as possible, then you set yourself up later on in the race, if the weather does get a bit drier, to be a bit more aggressive, to attack a bit more. So, look, I love wet weather. I think it brings a huge amount more strategy. That sense of having to think on your feet. We see them all starting with wet weather tires. Will they finish the stints on wet weather tires? I don't know. How much is it worthwhile to save fuel early this on if you're going to be in the pits anyway to change tires? I don't know. So there really is a huge amount of variables. But look, if I was further down the pack, personally, I would be probably lifting into corners as much as I can. Just to give yourself a bit more space in case something does happen, that you give yourself a bit more reaction time, and try and save that little bit more fuel, that if it does continue, and the rain did continue here for quite some time, it can come and go in very quick spots, but it can also continue for quite some time. So I think lifting and coasting, try to see what fuel you can save, and then look, if the weather turns, but if it doesn't, then at least you have a little bit more in the bag. You haven't, as another pillar goes flying off and bouncing back across the track. The John Lacey almost goes into the back of the Williams Esports. That was a bit dicey there. Yeah, we're set to go here, but I expect some of these guys, especially in the Aston, to be very, very aggressive at the beginning, John.
Yeah, to say the Astons are going to be one to keep your eye on. Of course, Castorino and Karpinen in P10 and 11 are the closest ones to the front of the field, and then a few sprinkled down the edge. And timing ball comes up on the left-hand side of the screen. Of course, cars now gridding up 2 by 2. We've got some drivers trying to get some extra heat in their tyres. We've got Fiala starting the Williams at the front, Tunitsa in the Jean Alesi Lamborghini, Boothby starts a Ferrari, Jonkers starts the BMW, Tyskovic in the ITB Santaloc Audi, and then we've got, of course, Crossland, Walshingham and Garcia starting cars just inside the top 10. Of course, all drivers that were qualifying just a minute ago, so no change really to any lineup. So everybody here quite fresh, quite hot as we now prepare the drone for the race start. It's going to be very hard to see because of all the spray here at Paul Ricard at the moment. Air temperature 23, track temperature 27. Keep a note on that because that will be how fast the circuit rise out as cars now stream towards the line. A lot of spray being kicked up, can barely see kind of 5-6 cars deep in the pack, so keep your eyes peeled on who will make the biggest gain. Down into turn 1, let's go. Green flag drops and everybody's away for the final time here at RCI TV. Williams with a great start indeed. Lamborghini of David Tunitsa wants to take it around the outside. Boothby looks like he's got the turbo of that Ferrari spooled nicely, gets a nose just inside of Tunitsa, although Jonkers has got the nose inside of Boothby. Through turn 2 they go. It's going to be crucial to get a good exit out of here because you've got such a long run down to the next segment of turns. Cars 3 wide in the mid pack. It's going to bend in tears if that keeps going into the next section of corners. Of course, very slow switchback nature. We were speaking about it earlier, although every car looks like it's kept itself within the white lines, although probably commentator's curse is about to strike on this one as they all pinch in to the hairpin of turns 5 before opening up to turn 6. And it looks like Fiala's got a great escape along with Tunitsa. Jonkers has come under fire a little bit from Boothby and Crossland and Tyskovic in contact coming onto the Mistral. Kevin, a car's just gone airborne and flipped. I'm not sure who that is. Could that be the Team 1FF Ferrari? It looks a bit like a black and white car. Let's see who's involved here. And it's Team 1FF. It's Team 1FF involved in an early incident coming onto the Mistral straight 2 minutes into the race, not even, and we've already had some chaos erupt.
We were talking about trying to survive in that opening lap. There was already a bit of contact earlier on through the second sector of the but just as they came out onto the Mistral straight, then there was a little tag around the back, and then you're vulnerable enough in that position when you're kind of perpendicular to the circuit, but when the spray is there and people can't see, they just barreled straight into that Team 1FF car. I think it could have ended up on its roof. A very scary accident there, to be totally honest with you. And cars spilling out left, right and centre to try and avoid it, but that could be massive for the race for second place. You know, look at the 992 there in 4th position with the Team 1FF car. There's only 18 points between them in the championship. That could be an absolutely devastating accident for the 52 car very, very early on in this race.
Yeah, I think it was the 51 car possibly involved in that one. Nicholas Anker still up in P12 in the 52. So I think they've just about managed to survive that, although detrimental, of course, for the 51. As you say, Kevin, that's not going to go good on their championship. Currently down in 35th, so it can maybe be the dummy car, the test car, essentially, for when the weather changes as to when to take the tyres. But David Tunitsa coming under pressure now from George Boothby, and just behind him you see the green-fronted Williams Team Razor car, Charlie Crossland at the wheel of the R8 Evo 2 at the moment. Tyskovic putting him under pressure behind, and then you've got Walshingham as well for the Assetto Visceral car just behind them. So everybody's still relatively close at the moment. Fiala's managed to pull out 2.3 seconds to the good on Marco Jonkers' BMW, the #1 West Competition racing car. They're having a great start at the moment. Fingers crossed they can keep that momentum going. Of course, when Sebastian Apostle jumps in, a man that we've seen time and time again, Kevin, in the events we've casted, very solid indeed. Now let's have a look back, see what happened here. We've got the Ren Velten car in the middle of it. The action's already kicked off at Jean Alesi there, and I'm not sure who hits who there. I think the Jean Alesi Ferrari may be caught up in that, nearly on pace. I know that was their Audi R8, and Ren Velten down the lane, so that's one of the cars, of course, involved. And then you've got the 51 of Litterscheid. Got the 333, the virtual drives by TX3. They've slipped a lot of positions down, as well as the nearly on pace Audi R8. So possibly all those cars involved somehow there. But you know, great to see people maybe not giving up, and there's still a long afternoon ahead, as we said, Kevin, and looking very close, even in the mid-pack still. Nobody really making any moves, and Ren Velton round, we were talking earlier about the Astons being potentially quite good in the wet. Let's have a look what happened here. Connection Loss Racing just to the inside, tags him around and onto the inside, tries to check up, but I believe the cars behind not also checking up, and Connection Loss Racing receiving a hit in the rear as well. So 2 more cars probably going to be trundling down pit lane, losing a lot of progress early on.
Yeah, absolute carnage, and we saw how difficult it is. I mean, do not underestimate how difficult it is to try and race as the 696, the 899 gets all out of shape there. The 696 tries to go on the outside, but now the 44 is nibbling in there. And we've 3 wide here going down. Whoa, it's the 696 actually being lapped. My apologies. So, yeah, it's just such a difficult conditions to try and race here. I mean, anytime you go offline, you're having to completely change your braking. If something happens in front of you, you don't have the reaction time. So go back and have a look at this incident here. It's the 46 car and the 404 that was previously involved. They're going down now into it's just a late braking zone. Oh, there's the touch there now, and a little bit more bonking, I think is what I don't know if that's the official term, but certainly the term that people being used at Valaton barrier now. So we're talking about that very, very wet right hand side of the Mr. Australia. He's going to try and make it work here now in the 939, overtaking the 977. That's Marco Bischoff in the Porsche car, and managing to make it work, does Barrier in the Yassit RCI 939 machine. That is of course the Ferrari they are piloting there. But yeah, just such difficult conditions when it's this wet and you've this many cars. It's very twitchy. It's kind of what I call it. It's very twitchy. Your adrenaline's running. You're so twitchy because you're just trying to avoid any contact, and unfortunately, trying to avoid contact can actually lead to more contact. So we're still checking out the stewards where that all began with the 71 car. My apologies to the 72. They're still obviously, as you say, in the race, but what a very, very scary accident that was right on the opening lap, and one that could be kind of key to this race.
Absolutely so, and Alaric Enslin, the ITV Santalot car manager, saying it's surprising that people are going 110% in the first few laps of a 6-hour race. Of course, a long afternoon ahead, so maybe thinking people would dial it back, but of course not in this case. Everybody giving it the rule, and we said earlier on in the qualifying that of course drivers are going to be looking to make more risks than they usually would. Of course, the final round, some teams have nothing to lose and a lot to gain, as the ITB Santalot car gets pinched to the curb. Timu Karppinen in the Aston Martin. We did say they're looking very good in the wet, but he now comes under fire from the 163 around the outside, but nothing to be had there. Actually, that's not the 163, that's the 912, sorry, I believe. That's the Porsche of Luke Whitehead going backwards. They've down into P9, and then Karppinen up into P8. So he now wants to have a shot at the back of the Audi R8 of Tyskovic in the 696. You can see absolutely nothing, Kevin, through the windscreen of that Porsche. Windscreen wiper ablaze, and look in the mirror, the Gata Jane Barlas Esports car with the slipstream on the one. I think that's got to be the 163 surely. And we've now got 2 wide, 2 deep, going in to Cygnus at the top. Around the outside goes Timu Karppinen. Very sensible driving probably from Tyskovic there to kind of back out a little bit and lift, knowing he wasn't going to come under pressure from behind. He could afford to almost back out, and look, the Barlas car sliding out. That allows the 912 back up the inside, and this is the switchback nature of Paul Ricard that we were talking about. You saw how many position changes in the space of a couple of corners there.
It's absolutely, and it's something, I think it's a track that doesn't get a lot of love because it's not as good for open wheelers, but for GT racing, this track is absolutely superb, as we still see some frustrating racing. I know you're saying there obviously earlier about the 6-hour nature of this race, but as we were saying, like, wet weather conditions, really, if you're good in the wet, you can make up so many more places than being good in the dry. There's such small margins between the dry driving, but you can make up a huge amount of time in the wet, which is, if you're good in the wet and in your position where you feel like you didn't properly capitalize in qualifying, you really have to make this time count. So even though we do still have 5 hours 50 minutes on the clock, this is potentially your best opportunity to race to actually make up some places and make some real moves. So this is why we're seeing so much I suppose carnage earlier on. I know some of it is just down to fellas getting lines wrong and things going slightly wrong. I don't think there was, again, even that accident, that big accident in the opening lap. It might have been a small bit clumsy, but certainly no malice in any of that. Just somebody going a bit wide and tagging, and that's it. I think it might have been Van Lacey car we were just looking at, but
they go. Two very good drivers showing the uttermost respect to each other. Tanitsa, you know, no stranger to probably having to fight this hard for positions, of course, competing in the SRO Real World Series as well, as a lot of these drivers do on the grid. But Charlie Crossland now finds his way up into P4, and Boothby, we saw earlier on, was behind the Lamborghini. He's now found his way up into P3. So now the top kind of four separated by about a second between each and every one of them. And now Walshingham, of course, is going to want to try and get past the Lamborghini as well if he can in the 296. And a touch on the 296, of course, it's a bit of a mysterious car at the moment. You know, if you look at the ECU maps of the car on the official Kunos forums, it still says it's a work in progress and you know, needs updating as and when. So I wonder if any of the drivers have been testing out different ECU maps and different throttle maps, and maybe that's why Boothby is further up than Walshingham. Possibly that could be why some of the other Ferraris are struggling with a little bit of pace down the bottom end of the field, as well as we get a great view from the rear wing of Luke Southall looking back at the number 14 and the number 45 going side by side, and maybe a little rub through turn 2 there. That sends the Aston Martin off to driver's left, and that brings a Tyskovic. What's happened to Tyskovic, actually? That's interesting. The 696, Kevin, is all the way down in P18. Could this be the replay that does it?
yeah, this is way back. This could have been the earlier touches. This is the, can't see exactly who's involved. Oh, there's a big touch there. Is that the 696 on the inside?
It was.
I can't quite tell. Yeah, big touch there going into Senius, and you saw a perfect execution of a move around the outside by Crossland just a few minutes ago, and that is how things can go wrong. And really going around the outside in that corner, it's a very, very tricky one to do in these conditions. So for Tyskovic, very, very difficult one. He's going to be fuming at that now and absolutely gunning to make those places back. Already going for a move down the inside of Fisher into 33 Aston Martin. He has ground to make up, but let's see what the stewards have to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye, of course, as always, in the stewards box. We'll bring you any updates and any decisions that are made from them. All very quiet at the moment from race control. Nothing to report as of yet. Naumann in the 72, although with a drive-through penalty, possibly this early on for track limits, as we now see Gert Fischer and Dimitrov go side by side towards the latter half of the lap. This is into turns 10 and 11 and 12. This will be coming through the final sector before hitting turns 13 and 14, although no move to be had side by side. It looks like the Aston very, very confident, even in the dirty air that the Ferrari's producing. The Aston getting ever closer in the corner, so certainly keep your eye on those Astons. We've already got Karppinen up into P7. We've got the 163 Aimuello into P8 as well, and Karppinen with the fastest lap of the race in the Aston Martin. So Griffax certainly looking to make more moves, and Walshingham is the next car in their sights as we start seeing a few penalties popping up here and now. We did say race control was fairly quiet, although a lap 1, turn 1 involving the 52 and the 163. We have a 5 seconds for the 163 for overtaking the 52 off track. Then have an incident lap 1, turn 1 involving the 14, the 45 and the 404. We have a warning for the number 14 for moving under braking. And that is all to bring you at the moment, as I'm sure a lot of the stewards are elbow deep in that first lap Mistral straight incident, and we'll bring you more on that when we get some updates.
Yeah, a huge amount to pour over there, a massive amount of cars involved. I think the touch point of it is fairly obvious, but then what happens after that, there's so much to try and figure out and decide with these wet conditions. You have to be a little bit more lenient on drivers in terms of the amount of space that they need. Here is that 52 car now, or sorry, the 52 car, so I say, going in around the outside here, but can't get the move done in Seniors as they go into the third sector. He is battling Luke Whitehead in the 912 car in that Veloce Porsche, black Veloce Porsche. Unusually, the team not able to get a livery on it in time. So they're racing black this weekend. Gert Fischer now going up the inside of Dimitrov, and the two of them having a good ding-dong battle. Dimitrov in the 45 Ferrari as they come back round the Vierge de Bendora and down towards the Virage de la Tour and the Virage du Pont as they go in across the start-finish line. The rain looks to be easing over the next half hour. The track is currently wet. It's not flooded or anything like that. It's not the worst conditions possible, but it is very wet, as we see now Timo Karppinen trying to move down the outside of Yamulo, should I say, and he's not able to make that get that done, but Yamulo has a 5-second penalty, so it's a case of just trying to keep the powder dry there, really, as anything. Here's Adam Spaninski going up against it looks like Lomi is in the 164 car. As we see, it's kind of clusters now, John, appearing on track as guys start to battle each other and lose pace with those in front of them.
Yeah, you've got to be really sensible with where you choose your fights, especially, we say it all the time in endurance racing. If the car behind is clearly quicker and clearly has more pace, then give up the fight, work together. You know, you can progress forwards together. You don't have to, you know, have this kind of mentality of nobody's getting past me, this is my spot, and nobody shall be taking it from me. As we saw into turn one there, it was Carpingham and Walshingham bumping doors as they headed into 1 and 2, but nothing to be had on that one. And Nicholas Anker now using the full slipstream of the Porsche to get past it in the Ferrari and manages to make the move stick this time before Signers. I think last time out Anker was just a little bit too generous with the space he gave Whitehead. He kind of threw himself wider than he needed to, and Whitehead kept it very tight, so possibly just ends up driving from the both of them. But fantastic view right now from Whitehead as you see the brake lights flicker on and off on that Ferrari, just trying to shift the weight forward for the long double apex right-hander, trying to get the nose of the Ferrari turned in and rip somewhat in these wet conditions, of course. And look in the mirror, you've got the Aston Martin of Castorino, the number 95 now next in line for Whitehead to defend from. And coming into the final sector, I think Whitehead might not be giving up this fight, although he might be playing it a little bit smart and maybe trying to work together with the Team 1 FF ASAP.de car. Of course, Nicholas Anker currently the 52 in second place in the championship, so he's going to want to make as many places up as he can to try and get as close to the Williams car. But speaking of which, the Williams car now with the fastest lap of the race at the front of the field, the number 5 driven by Fiala takes the honours away from Karppinen. So Karppinen, I think, might try and take that one back. He might have an answer for him in the next 10 minutes or so. As you said, Kevin, rain is going to be decreasing in the next 10 and 30 minutes, so track could dry out nicely in time for the first round of pit stops, and I wonder who's going to be the brave car that puts the dry tyres on first.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly will be looking at it. They'll be looking at that weather forecast coming in. They'll be looking at the kind of times that are happening at the moment, and they'll be trying to keep an eye on those tyre temperatures as well. Interesting as well as we look on board Luke Whitehead, Nicholas Anker's car, the Ferrari, seems to be handling the curbs a lot better, this new Ferrari, than the older one. Certainly a lot less rebound on exit of curves and a lot less kind of those random spinning, but he does have Castorino now coming up the inside in the 95 car, trying to make that move again. And as we say, this Mistral straight, it's just the toe you get down, it is so powerful. Cars swapping back and forward as they go into Signes, and he's going to try and make that work. I think he does, but Whitehead's going to try and go on the switchback, which he covers off really well. Does Castorino, makes the move stick in the 95 car. That's up now to 10th position. So Patrick Fella still out in front, and by a massive almost 2.5 seconds. As I said earlier, John, it would have taken somebody really, really exceptional to beat Fiala as that 95 dives down the inside there of Arnke. He's certainly not messing about as Castorino, trying to make that work in the 95 car, but Fiala comfortably ahead.
Yeah, so Fiala just kind of wandering away at the moment. 2.4 seconds to the good last time by. It's now 2.2 seconds to the good on Marco Jonkers. So kind of managing the gap nicely. It's not been lower than about 1.8, so hovering around the 2-second mark on average, you could say, quite safely. So the R8 certainly has found a little bit more than what it had last time out at Barcelona. Of course, the 1.9 patch changed the aero map essentially on the car, so even at the highest point of wing, still at the skinniest point essentially in terms of grip, so not a good move there, although it has been fixed in a recent update, so it looks like it has kind of drawn it back in a little bit, and maybe the R8 guys just making the best of a bad situation at the moment. And I want to touch on Luke Whitehead, of course, the Assetto America Sprint Series Pro champion in 2022, so he's no stranger to coming under this amount of pressure, and of course racing in packs like this. Of course under the GTWR team banner, not the Veloce banner that he races under now. And did say earlier on, didn't we, the toe on the Mistral straight. We're about to probably witness it again, this time with Valentin Barrier sizing up on Whitehead. The Porsche, despite losing 10 kilos in the 1.9.3 patch, still isn't too good in a straight line, and that proves it here. Just look at the gap, the Ferrari's closing. Just see the back of the Porsche merge from the spray. Barrier to the inside into Cygnus. He's already got the overlap done. I think Whitehead is just kind of, you know, not giving up essentially, but he's racing very smart. He knows the Porsche isn't good in a straight line. He's going to probably play the long game. Of course, still 5 hours and 40 minutes on the clock, just 20 minutes of the race gone. It's already been a very explosive one so far. So Whitehead probably just doing a bit of damage limitation maybe, Kevin, at the moment, and you know, just driving within reason of that Porsche.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, as we see a car going wide there in the background. I'm not quite sure who that was.
Gert Fischer in
Could
33, that one.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gert Fischer in the 33 car. Just going back to Whitehead, yeah, I mean, you talk about the Porsche, it is a pity to see. There was such a massive difference even before the last update. The Porsche was just so far off the pace. It's a sitting duck, really. It seems like that not enough has been done to rectify that, being totally honest with you. From my point of view, it looks like as Valentin Barrier now goes on the attack of Nicholas Arnka, who's already just been overtaken by Castorino, and into 10th position goes Valentin Barrier. So he is on the move here in the Assetto RCI. He has Amadeo Castorino next up, but Castorino himself has moved up a couple of places, so Whitehead and Anka look like they're moving backwards at the moment, and that's not what the 52 car want to see. Of course, they are still very much up in the running in second place at the moment. They have that 992 car behind in third place at the moment, so as it stands they could be getting pipped for second place. Obviously a long way to go, but it's something that would be on the minds of those at the 52 car, because the further you start to drop back here, the harder it goes forward. And one of the points being made, I suppose, just in our own chat here, was, look, the longer the rain goes on, the less tyre strategy comes into it for the dry tyres. So if we do get dry weather later on, you will essentially have your pick of tyres. There will be no case of trying to make tyres last, which means that everybody can essentially go full beans as they go very wide there, going down through third 14 double droit. It's called sorry, it's yes, double droit, the Rosé, but it's just such a difficult place to be if you're trying to fight to stay in the championship. Down in, as we see here, Nicholas Arnka in 11th place. Boothby is up in third. You're trying to make up 7 or 8 places over the course of what could be 2-3 hours in the dry. That's a very, very difficult task. So Nicholas is under pressure now to try and move back up the field and put the Team 1 FF car back in the place where they can start challenging should and if the weather turn dry once again.
It's not an easy feat to, you know, gain a lot of time in the endurance race, especially when you have such big names competing and big teams competing around you for a slice of the prize as well. So Nicholas Anka, you know, want to, like you say, just get a move on basically and try and claw back as many positions as he can, as Dimitrov now is sizing up the back of the number 14, although Tyskovic now to the inside, out of turn 2, down to turn 3. He's got the move completed already. Probably Dimitrov thinking the better of fighting that one. Gert Fischer down now into P18 in the 33. We did see him spear off earlier on. Not sure what caused it, whether we caught a replay or whether we'll see a little steward's decision later on when that comes through. So a bit of a strange one to be turning right in a left-hand corner, but you know, sometimes it does happen in sim racing, and you know, it's not always ideal. So just keep an eye on that. Aston Martin, the fastest lap battle has been switching. Tanitsa last time by was fastest, and then Walshingham has since found a lot of pace, and he now claims the fastest lap of the race so far. So drivers, I think, just finding their groove at the moment, Kevin. You know, they've had 25 minutes of running in these conditions, they're probably starting to know now where they can really push the car, where they can, make moves stick, and where they've got to be a little bit careful than usual because of standing water. And Tanitsa is now on to the back of Charlie Crossland. He's looking closer than he ever has. So maybe Tanitsa, maybe playing the long game with Crossland, maybe thinking, work together with the Williams car, we can try and progress forward, we can try and catch Boothby, although if he feels he's being held up, I think Tanitsa will send that Lamborghini quite hard on Crossland.
Yeah, particularly given the fact that he's seen Walsingham now do a fastest lap. He was around about 1/10 faster in the last lap, so they're all kind of around the 2-minute mark. Not a huge amount of difference in any of the lap times, as I should expect the things to settle down a little bit. I always love that rear view mirror in the Huracan. It always makes me think of the old buses, those long range buses where they used to put a film on the TV, and like if you were way down the back of the bus, you'd be almost squinting to see what was happening. It makes me think of one of those, that it almost flips down from the top down. But maybe that's where it comes from. Maybe that's Lamborghini's cost cutting. Maybe they just took an old couple of Volvo buses and put a couple of monitors. I don't know. I say that facetiously, of course. But yeah, I suppose, look, Fiala now going top of the timing standings. He is 2 minutes point 2. So the lap times are coming down, John. And as I said, that is an interesting move by Spansky there in the 28.32. Past Sim Racing Team slightly missed his braking marker there and had to bail out of it, but thankfully no damage, although he does go down a place. Just in terms of this, and I'm gonna knock on wood here, but the opening 20-25 minutes, because people are trying to figure out where the grip lies and where they are, it, as I said, gives opportunities for people to push harder and to make up those places. Things change now as we see Tyskowitz now going for a move on Bogoditsky. The Bulgarian and the Pole battling here in the south of France, and he gets it done. Tyskowitz down the inside, nice and aggressive. Lead done and stays on the curb there. A little bit of wiggle in the back, but manages to make it done. As we look at Dimitrov now looking forward at the pole when he was previously looking back at him. He has now Geert Fischer in his rear view mirror, who's battling with Garcia, and it looks like Fischer's lost out there. No, sorry, Dimitrov, is gone ahead of Fischer, but Garcia is hovering there as well, looking for an opportunity. But just to finish the point that I kind of began to make about 5 minutes ago, was just the sense of like things are starting to settle down now. The lap times are starting to be fairly consistent, and opportunities are starting to slow down. So I wonder now, when you were talking about teams working with each other as opposed to against each other, are we starting to get to a phase where teams realize, look, there's no point in massively sending it, although we see Arnke going for a move here. He's certainly picking up a little bit of pace going down the inside of Barrier there, and a little bit of contact, but I don't think anything too bad. And eventually Barrier misses out, but was trying to kind of turn into a space that probably wasn't there realistically, and Arnke gets the move done. I think that's a fair move, John.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Arnke tried to play the last of the late breakers and kind of nearly outbraked himself, had it not been for Barrier around the outside a little bit, slowing some more speed off him. But Barrier losing out there to Luke Whitehead as well. Ahead, of course, went through on that move, and we've now got Marco Bischoff staring at the back of the Samantha Tan BMW M4 GT3 of Luke Southall, the number 39 ahead. Of course, they've had a good run, fairly average. You normally see them just around hovering the top 10 mark, so still a very competitive field and very good indeed. And what the Porsche can do, once it does have a bit of hole punched in the air for it, it turns into a bit of a bump drafting machine. 281, I think I just saw on the Motec there for Bischoff's Porsche, and playing it very smartly indeed. Although he had the tow, he knew he wasn't going to make it past the BMW once he pulled out of the wake that it was producing. So just decided to push the BMW along instead. Try and close the gap up a little bit to Valentin Barrier ahead in the 939 Ferrari. And just want to touch on these helicam shots. Essentially from above, you can really see the dry line starting to form now through the kind of, the perfect racing line essentially through the circuit. It's definitely a drier patch than there was just a few moments ago, and of course rain decreasing in the next 10 and 30 minutes still. So it could even stop if you keep your eye on the weather forecast in the top right hand side of your screen. Be the first to know when that does change. 23 degrees in air temperature, 27 degrees down on the track. So once the rain does stop, it's probably going to dry out fairly quickly, I would say, Kevin.
Yeah, I imagine, as you say, very, very high track temps. We saw 32 during qualifying, come down a bit since with the rain, but you would expect the track to dry up fairly quickly. I know we were saying that because it's a flat track, there isn't much drainage, but because of the high temperatures and because of the fact that guys have kind of figured out now where the line is, I would expect to see a dry line forming. And now, as you say, John, it's an opportunity for teams to say, okay, when can we get on the dries? Now, it won't be any time in the next 10 to 20 minutes, but again, we see that decreasing 10 minutes, 30 minutes in. We're about a half an hour in at the moment. Will we see teams wait until they finish their full fuel cycle to do that? Is it more beneficial to do that, or is it more beneficial to pull in earlier, get those tires, those dry boots on as quickly as they can, and worry about fuel strategy later on, as we see? And that's a move up ahead of Walshingham there. That's David Tunitsa going, and Charlie Crossland. Crossland could be overtaken by 2 here, but instead, sorry, it's Walshingham, sorry, should I say? No, it is Crossland in the Audi.
Crossland,
yeah, sorry, we're looking at Walshingham in the background, just deciding to pull out. But Tunitsa getting the move done on Crossland and into 4th position. But really, it's a case of, look at that gap between Boothby and Tunitsa. Even Tunitsa's almost 4 seconds behind George Boothby. So we're already seeing a very clear front 3 organise themselves. It's that 45 of Dimitrov is really struggling there round the outside of Bosse, and just losing a position. He's trying to keep it in a straight line, is Vanko Dimitrov. I'm not sure if there's damage or he just get it wrong going into the entry, but certainly losing out there, back on the pedal and trying to now hold off Garrett Fisher in the John Lacey car.
Yeah, certainly very competitive fights up and down the field. Of course, Tunitsa now through on Crossland, so he can now stretch the legs to see if he can close down the 4-second gap to George Boothby ahead. And of course, Walshingham nearly made his way through as well through Cygnus, but decided better of it, probably backed out a little bit. But all the meanwhile, Timu Karppinen, who did have the fastest lap of the race until last time by, and the Aston Martin currently down in P7, finds his way towards the back of this train. You can just about see the Aston Martin headlights glow through the spray at the back of this queue there. And George Boothby now with the fastest lap of the race in the 992 Ferrari. So possibly the Veloce car now coming into its window of opportunity where it can start making some of that pace. And Jonkers is going to be looking at that, knowing that the Boothby car is the fastest car on the circuit at the moment, and probably maybe starting to play the mental game with himself, where he's going to maybe force himself into a bit of a mistake or cause himself to lose time just by overthinking what Boothby could do. You know, he's still a good old second behind on the BMW as the next timing line trips. Jonkers down to 1.7, and Boothby now under a second on Jonkers. So Jonkers is going to have his mirrors full of the Veloce Ferrari quite soon, and Walshingham looks to the inside on Crossland through Cygnus, but not quite alongside enough, and Nitsa making all of the use of the track limits here through Cygnus, running it right out to the white cone indeed. And Timu Karppinen is lurking as well, as Whitehead and Anker are still taking chunks out of each other. Still nothing to be had from these guys, although they have managed to get past Valentin Barrier, and Barrier is now dropping back into the clutches of Luke Southall. So possibly the Samantha Tankar looking to make a position up very shortly, but not sure what's going on with Barrier, but certainly struggling with these slightly drier conditions that are now forming.
Yeah, you're talking about Yonkers looking at Boothby's fastest lap. He won't be the only ones that's looking at Boothby's fastest lap, as we see that 52 car that's now under pressure, severe pressure from Luke Whitehead. That Team 1FF car, they need to currently finish 9th position to keep P2 in the championship if Boothby stays in 3rd. But Boothby kind of reducing that gap, and it looks like Whitehead is going to make a real move here on Arnke, although Arnke covers around the outside, kind of leaves it late enough that Luke can't make that move down the inside. So good driving from Nicholas Arnke, but certainly that Team 1FF car will be looking at Boothby's times and seeing that gap come down between himself and Yonkers, and thinking to themselves, okay, maybe we need to get a further push on, because of course exponentially the points grow the further up you finish. So it gets more and more difficult. And the other thing that the Team 1FF car have to consider is that they don't have their sister car in the race, so they don't have a car to even, you know, try to play that wingman or try to do some strategy with, or try to play around ideas with. 52 is totally on its own, whereas you know, Boothby in the Ferrari, he's in a great position. He's down 9/10 now. That's gone from 1.1 through 2 laps ago down to 9/10. He's gaining about a tenth per lap. So another, what are we talking? Another maybe towards the first hour. Will we see Boothby put Yonkers under pressure before they take their first pit stop? That remains to be seen. But certainly pressure on the Team 1 FF car to try and not only hold off Luke Whitehead, but also make up that big gap now, 1.3 seconds down to Castorino in the 95 Aston Martin.
Yeah, just speaking to Team 1FF in the YouTube chat. Of course, if their car keeps the position it's in, it will lose P2 in the championship. So they need to make up one more space as it stands at the moment to be able to keep the P2 honours and take the second step of the podium. Williams with a very dominant performance. And Marco Jonkers now with the fastest lap of the race in the West Competition Racing #1 car. These guys crossed the line. We've seen Kimmo Karppinen with the fastest lap before, although no answer to that one. So at the moment, the M4, the #1 fastest car on the track at the moment. And Tanitsa hasn't really pulled away from Crossland, I'd say. If anything, he's maybe held him up because Crossland was 4 seconds to the good on Boothby, and now Tanitsa is 5 seconds to the good. So this pack's lost a second to your leaders on this one as well. So possibly a bit of a mental game now going to go on with Charlie Crossland, saying, you know, should I try and pass Tanitsa and risk it, or should we, you know, keep comfortable and stay where we are? You know, they've got a very solid points lead at the moment in the Team Razor car, so there's no need to make any silly moves to make, you know, desperate points up. Although the Team 1FF car you see ahead here does need to make some ground and make some positions up to keep that position. And Walshingham now in the slipstream of Crossland's Audi R8 Evo 2. Crossland chooses to stay in the middle of the road, doesn't denote the left or the right side, not really pinching Walshingham over to the wetter side of the circuit. And I think Walshingham is also playing the smart game here, Kevin. You know that Ferrari does have good straight line speed and can easily get along any car in the field with a tow. So just maybe lifting and coasting, like we said earlier on, possibly wanting to save some fuel. But Marco Bischoff has now had enough of the Samantha Tan car. Up the inside he goes into Cygnus, just about avoids contact with them. Very, very close wheel-to-wheel racing there. Fantastic move from the K Kramer Racing Esports 977 car, and up into P13 they go. Samantha Tan down into P14, and that allows Bischoff now to attack towards Valentin Barrier and Luke Whitehead just down the road.
Yeah, interesting to see whether that Samantha Tan car goes back. As we look back at Luke Whitehead, there's maybe something happened there. Luke was in 11th position coming up against Nicholas Arnka in the 52. Coming up behind him, opens up the door a little bit. Arnka. Whitehead goes down the inside, and is it a clean pass? It looks like it was. We didn't quite get to see the end of that as Whitehead comes away from from Arnka now. So now up into P10. So that Team 1FF car again losing positions. They now need to go up into 9th. They are currently a good bit back. I mean, they're what, 1.5, and further, I think they're about 2 and a bit seconds behind where they need to be now on track, as the track continues to be wet. And I feel now at this point, John, I can't see any teams coming in for tyres before the scheduled pit stop, and I would be very interested to see whether somebody gambles during the pit stop and tries to put on those dry boots earlier on.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting pit window coming up, of course. Just under 30 minutes until, of course, the official stint 65-minute timer will expire. Whether or not drivers have allowed enough fuel to go right to the end of the 65 minutes or not is to be seen. And of course, like you say, tyre strategy is going to be one of those things. Is somebody going to take a set of Pirellis and risk losing a good set early on just to try and make pace? And here we see Walshingham to the inside of Crossland, now up into Cygnus. Walshingham through on the inside. Crossland, I feel, played that very safely and just backed out and gave the Azatec Visceral Sim Sports car the position there. And Tyskovic now on the move as well on the outside of the number 14, Gert Fischer, behind in the 33s. He finds himself in an Aston Martin sandwich, but the ITB Santalot car definitely with some solid pace. So I feel like this move is going to be done and dusted in the next lap or so, although he's allowed the door open to Gert Fischer nearly enough to put a nose up the inside, although the West Competition Racing number 33 driver thinking better of that one before he did so. And Tyskovic remains on P16, although not really hitting the apex, not closing off that inside enough. You might find Gert Fischer just up the inside of you in one of these corners. But just touching back on the tyre strategy, you know, you could save a little bit of time here. You could play it very smart and think, well, track's still wet. I'm going to double stint these wet tyres till the end of their life, truly. We're just going to come in, add some fuel, go back out, wait for the track to fully dry out, and then come in and we'll do a full service. We'll add a full tank of fuel and we'll add a new set of dry tyres as well. So it's all to be seen for, shall we say, at the moment. And we're going to have to keep an eye on the pit stop timers to see what happens and who chooses what. And see if we can speculate a little bit in the box. But strategy, as you say, Kevin, absolutely wide open at the moment.
Yeah, and it really does depend on what the weather does and what the track does, more importantly, because the weather is due to probably stop, but does that mean the track will catch up with it, and how long will it take for that to do so? That's a fantastic battle we were looking at earlier on between Bogroditsky and Tyskowicz. That's been going on for the best part of 20-25 minutes between these two, swapping back and forth. Some very, very good driving, and interesting as well. You talked about Crossland leaving Walchingham back in. I suppose Crossland's had an opportunity now to have a go off Tunitsa. He's seeing that Tunitsa isn't letting him by, so he says, okay, well, you go ahead now if you want, and see if you can do a better job. As we look at Gerd Fischer now going up the inside of Tyskowicz, and he's going to try and make this one stick in the Aston Martin, coming up against Audi. The Audi and the Aston Martin sandwich at the moment. Gerd Fischer deciding to back off the Dutchman and deciding to leave that one go. But yeah, I suppose at that point Charlie Crossland just said, okay, well, Aidan, you go ahead, see if you can do anything, and look, I'll look after things behind here. But he is being put under very heavy pressure here from Timo Karppinen in the Griphax Engineering 69 Aston Martin. As we said, those Astons, they are making up places slowly but surely. A lot of them starting outside the top 10. We now have Astons 7th, 8th and 9th.
Aston certainly being the manufacturer in the wet that does look very strong indeed, but of course as the track dries out, wondering where they will find themselves, whether or not they've got enough pace in the dry to, you know, fend off these cars that they are overtaking as they go. Soon find out. Whether still aiming to ease off raining in the next 10 and 30 minutes. No change there. Track conditions still deemed as wet, as we now see 3 wide nearly into turn 1. The Barlas Esports car nearly off the road to try and make a move here. We've got Jack Alexander in the John Lacey Esports team, teaming up this time with Joshua Allen. Usually it's Hugo Mells in the car, although Hugo not here for his home race, shall we say, on French soil. Dimitrov up the inside. The Jack Alexander John Lacey car goes up into P19, Dimitrov down into P20, and now he comes under fire from Lomi in the 164 Gatto chain Barlas Aston as well. And while the weather's a little bit mixed, they are probably going to want to be trying to make up some positions as Tyskowicz now comes under pressure from Gerd Fischer down the Mistral Straight. I'm wondering, has he got enough of a tow from Bogroditsky ahead of him in the number 14? I'm not sure he has, although we know the Audi R8 is a very sleek and slender design in aero, very good in a straight line. And Nicholas Anker back past Luke Whitehead here, and it looks like Valentin Barrier might also get past on Whitehead as well. Not sure if the Porsche's got a problem, although Gerd Fischer, no move to be had for the West Competition Racing RS number 33 Aston Martin into Signals, and no move to be had here. Marco Lomi still behind Dimitrov, and Garcia picked up a drive through the number 28 Lamborghini. Not sure what that's for. I'm going to have a quick read of the stewards reports, Kevin, if I can make head nor tail of all these penalties that are starting to rain through. I'm being told on my ear from Stewie it's for lap 1, I'm being told. So let's have a look through. We've got a lap 1 turn 3 involving the 46 and the 899 racing incident. Nothing to be had there. Lap 1 turn 5 involving the 912 and the 95. 5 seconds for the 95 for avoidable contact. That's Castorino currentally in P9. We then got an incident on lap 1 turn 7 involving the 51, the 28, a drive through for the 28. That was for the takeout of the 51 by the 28, position not returned. Then we got an incident lap 1 turn 7 involving the 51 and the 71. 5 seconds for car 51, was moving after incident by not holding his brakes and was on full throttle, although the 51 has since retired. Incident lap 1 turn 7 involving the 29, the 51, 5 seconds for the 29 for avoidable contact. That's Jack Alexander in the Jean Lacey car down the back end of the field. And incident lap 1 turn 10 involving the 29 and the 72. Another 5 seconds for the 29 for forcing a car off track. So it's all just kind of exploded. The stewards have been very, very quiet going through that lap 1 incident, and they have dished out some very harsh penalties along the way.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Even though I know there might have been a little bit more leniency given the conditions, but like, you know, those kind of accidents on turn one are exactly the kind of thing that we don't want to see in championships. A massive multi-car pile-up. We saw 51 car upside down at one point, and it's just, you know, that's exactly the kind of accident that it's clumsy, and later on in the race you might be able to get away with a little bit more because there aren't as many cars. But when you're driving so close, you have to think safety number one in your mind, and yeah, certainly not a huge amount. You can see how many second penalties we have as well. 163 and the 95 having a 5-second penalty, and the 29 having a 10-second penalty. That's for track cuts, if I'm correct in saying, with our Garcia taking a drive through as well. So plenty of penalties to be applied up and down this field, which will shake things up massively. So what you're looking at the moment probably won't be the case of what we're looking at maybe in about 25 minutes time when we see cars enter and exit the pits for their first pit stop. That doesn't mean that they're out of the race necessarily, but it certainly means that it makes their lives a whole lot more difficult. And as that rain continues and will continue, we will see, as we say, that interesting choice whether to stay on the wets that you have, probably the most likely decision, and then how long into the second hour will the rain last, and whether you could double stint those wet tires to give yourself the absolute optimum selection of dry tires should it dry up. And again, we don't know, John, whether it's going to dry up later on the day. Totally up to speculation. Very mixed conditions here on the south coast of France. Unusual for this time of year, but it rains down here this time of year. It rains hard, and a very high pressure has been building up over Europe. We saw what happened in Spain recently. They've had absolutely tumultuous thunderstorms, so that rain can stay despite the fact that we're on the med at the beginning or at the end of May. It can stick around for a while. So very big at the 99 car, the Yas Heat car. They're a little bit behind Luke Whitehead, but a really interesting battle developing between these three cars, as Whitehead has another look now at Arnka in 10th position.
Yeah, speaking of battles emerging as well, here we got Marco Jonkers now right on the back of Fiala's on the Williams Audi, and another Williams Audi piece of news here. Karppinen is through on Crossland, although Crossland looking to try and make it stick around the outside of turn 9. I'm not sure he can make that stick through there, especially on worn wet tyres. It's not going to be a pretty handling car, especially offline where it's slightly wetter, a little bit more standing water maybe to aquaplane over. Although Jonkers has got a great view here of the back of the Fiala Audi. We did say not so long ago that Jonkers was the fastest car on track. He did have the purple number next to his name. That honour has now gone to Nicholas Arnka for the time being in the number 52 down in P10. Although Jonkers stealing it straight back out of my mouth as I said that. Nothing to be had for Arnka. That's back to Marco Jonkers for the fastest lap of the race, and I don't know if he can stick close enough by to Fiala to make a move down the Mistral. Not sure how good the BMW is in a straight line compared to the Audi. We know the Audi is quite trim, it is quite good in the kind of clean air without a slipstream, although you know how powerful the slipstream is, Kevin. We've seen it before, and Garcia, I've just noticed, trundling by beneath us to take his drive-through penalty. The number 28 Lamborghini will now slip down the order as well.
Yeah, the Lamborghini falling down, certainly with that, a lot of instance there for the 28 car. Now they're obviously down at 16th in the championship, but that's very, very tight around there. I mean, look, a win here could catapult you anywhere up towards the kind of 8th or 9th position. So I suppose there was an opportunity for the 28th car to try and make up some places. They haven't been brilliant in this series thus far. Their best position was 9th in Imola, but like 28th in Indianapolis, and then 17th in Barcelona. So it's been a bit of a disappointing one for the 28 Jean Lacey car, but again for Garcia disappointing. But a good battle here continuing. Gerd Fischer once again putting pressure on Bogarditsky, and while Bogarditsky and Tiskovitz are swapping positions, Gerd Fischer's finding it hard to get past him, John. He's finding it hard to get his nose in there and get a clean opportunity.
Yeah, we normally see, you know, with the third car in the train, shall we say, once the move gets made ahead. So once, of course, Tyskovic got past Bogorditsky in the number 14, normally that kind of opens the door and will allow Fischer through typically, although hasn't managed to happen on this one. So not sure if Fischer just wasn't close enough. And now George Boothby takes the fastest lap of the race away from Marco Jonkers, and Stewie very eagle-eyed on the timing. Noticed last time by, Jonkers was 0.6 away coming onto the Mistral. By the end of it, he was 0.3 behind Fiala, so roughly a 0.3 gain in the slipstream, and past the line they are just about around the 0.3 mark, so we could see this time a move come on for Fiala and Jonkers, although Walsingham with a great view of the rear view of Tanitsa's Lamborghini, the number 27 ahead, the best running Jean Alesi car as it stands at the moment. The next one you'll find in P18 with a 10-second penalty to serve in the pit stop. And here we go, onto the Mistral straight we go, riding on board with Marco Jonkers, West Competition Racing number 1. Could we get a move going on here? He could be. He's definitely within range of the slipstream, Kevin. I'm not sure if he's got enough power in the M4 to draw up behind and alongside before they get to Cygnus.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close here now, and I suppose it's an opportunity. Jonkers, does he want to put pressure on Fiala? He goes to the outside. Fiala dives to the inside, but Fiala looks like he's going to be beaten here. Jonkers is first going into the corner. Fiala a slight bit of oversteer on entry, and I think Jonkers is going to get that done. That is a fantastic driving from the number 1 BMW competition race. But can we go back to that, because it looked like Fiala might have had to go back at Jonkers here. It just doesn't quite get it done. I thought Fiala was going to go for a move down the inside, but that is absolutely textbook how to get it done. Fiala dives to the inside, Jonkers keeps his foot and it keeps the momentum, keeps around the outside, and then defends through Bosse, makes that move done. And that gap at one point was 2.4 seconds, so we shall see now what's going to happen. But I think for Jonkers, this pit stop might be coming absolutely at the wrong time. I suppose the question is now, how much distance can he put himself between himself and the Williams Chill Blast Esports Racing team before they go into the pits? Because currently it's 0.4 of a second. Will he make it up to a second perhaps? Because certainly when they dive into the pits, that gap is a massive difference, because it just gives you a little bit of breathing space into the pits. It gives you that opportunity to find your pit box properly without the sense of somebody breathing right down your neck as the racing point. Number 95, Aston Martin, goes down the inside on turn 1, slightly outbrakes himself, but manages to do enough. And that switchback nature, as we talked about, John, really helped Amadeo Castorino here. He was P11 only about 10 minutes ago. He's now into P8, so he is on the charge in the 163 car.
Yeah, Aston absolutely making moves, and just want to touch back on the Jonkers move at Cygnus. Absolutely crazy around the outside. How they both turned out of there, I will never know, but very good driving, and it just goes to show the kind of top level of esports drivers. You know, they will do anything like that. They will go around the outside of Cygnus in the damp with mixed conditions on worn tyres and a light fuel load. And now George Boothby is going to try and have a crack at Fiala. What can he do? Of course, Fiala with the toe of the BMW. I don't think it's going to be enough. Boothby alongside. Could Boothby nearly make it alongside Jonkers? He nearly did in the Ferrari 296. Up the inside goes Boothby. Boothby to P2. West Competition Racing to P1. Williams down to P3 in the Chill Blast car.
I have to say, I am really, really surprised that Fiala's struggling so much. He made it look like a breeze on this track in very similar conditions not so long ago, but obviously something there, I don't know, did he overextend the tyres or what's gone on? But very unusual to see the Czechman under so much pressure from Boothby, who manages to make it done. Jonkers now passed. Fiala's gone from first down to third in the space of 2 laps, and all of a sudden this race, from seemingly earlier like it was going to be another fairly comfortable one for the number 5 car, seems to be now way up there. So that's the 5 car. The 55, our championship leader, seemed to be way back. They're back in P7. Charlie Crossland at the helm of that. I think they still have enough to get over the line of the championship as it stands, but certainly for the 5 car, I suppose the 55 was hoping that they could work alongside the 5, who are currently P10 in the championship, to see if they could help them move up forwards. But it's very tight, and just goes to show with these changing conditions, nobody really is perfectly safe. Everybody has an opportunity that they could get things wrong, and they have a couple of bad laps and they struggle with something in the setup. All of a sudden you're a sitting duck for whoever comes behind. So now Jonkers leads, Boothby leads Fiala, Tanitsa in 4th, Walsingham in 5th. That is your top 5 on this last round of the RCI Challenge Esports Series at the Circuit de Paul Ricard. So thank you for joining us, and do remember, give us a like, subscribe, and leave a comment as well. We're keeping an eye on comments as we are going on, so do keep in touch and let us know what your thoughts are on the race.
Yeah, absolutely so. And, you know, big thank you to everyone at home that has tuned in for the final round, whether you've been with us, you know, all season or you're just joining us. Welcome on into RCI TV. We hope you enjoy your stay, as Walshingham now looks to be closing to the back of Tanitsa in the slipstream, although thinking twice about trying to make it awkward. Signers wasn't close enough to get an overlap done, so you know, wisely followed him through. Teemu Karppinen breathing down their neck. The Finnish driver has shown some great pace in the first stint, wondering if he can continue it on when the rain does decrease. Of course, rain still decreasing in the next 10 and the next 30. No update yet to when the rain will be stopping, and pit stops, you know, are around about now, depending how much fuel you put in the car. You know, the stint timer is 65 minutes. That, of course, gives you from now on about a 10-minute window to get your car in the lane, down through a service and back out again. So, you know, it's definitely not dry enough, I would say, Kevin, confidently. It's no way near dry enough for another set of dry Pirellis to go on. Although, would you take another set of wets? Would you double stint the wets you're on to save a bit of time? Half fill the car? You know,
yeah,
it's absolutely anybody's game.
I think if you can double stint, because you just don't know what the weather's going to do, and if it does change in the next hour, which is a possibility, then at least you won't feel like you've strapped on a new set of wet tires to only do half a stint. At least you'll know that you've strapped on the wets. I mean, look, it's obviously a very difficult call, but I think in these situations you have to play the percentages, right? You have to do what you think gives you the most amount of flexibility, and putting on a new set of tires means that you are banking on the fact that it's going to stay wet for the next hour. The rain has decreased somewhat. The track certainly isn't getting any wetter, despite the fact that the rain is falling. That very clear line is emerging. Unless you've really pushed hard on those wet tires, if you try and save them at all, I would be double stinting those wets to get onto the dries then as soon as you can, because you know, if you strap down a new set of wet boots, you're under pressure then to try and make them last as long as you can. Whereas if you continue over the tires that you had before, you can comfortably say, right, okay, we see the track's drying, let's get these off, let's get on a fresh set of dries, let's go at it. And you've made up that time in the pits without having to change tires. So personally, if it was me, that's the decision I would make. Obviously, nobody knows really at this point what the weather's going to do in the next hour. If it stays wet, obviously you're on a slightly more worn set of wet tires. How much that will take off your lap time, I don't know, but certainly it gives you a massive amount of flexibility coming into an hour where we really just don't know what's going to happen weather-wise. So I would take the opportunity for more flexibility to be able to switch to those dry tires as early as possible if and when it does go dry. So that would be the decision I'd be making if I was strategist.
I completely agree. I'd probably gamble on keeping the wet tyres if you can, maybe chuck in half a tank of fuel or so. You can get a little bit more pace over your rivals, make a few more positions gained, or maybe a little bit of time gain, and see where you kind of end up when the rain does stop and it's time for wet tyres. Although a weather update has just pinged through. The next 30 minutes is still going to be raining, so now I'm wondering, has that thrown another spanner in the works where drivers are now going to take another fresh set of tyres? Of course, Fiala, I'm wondering if he set his tyre pressures too high. Of course, it was quite wet when we started. If he's aimed for about 26.8, should we say, on no, wet tyres are about 30. Say he's aimed for about 20, say he's aimed for 30 on the nose. It's now dried out. Are his tyres completely over pressured on what they should be? Have a few drivers, you know, under pressured their tyres in the hope that it would have dried out, and that's why we're now seeing the likes of Jonkers and Boothby with some more pace than Fiala. Has Fiala just worked the Pirellis too hard? Are they now more of a slick tyre than they are a wet? As he burned through all of the tread blocks? You know, it's very hard to say. But Nicholas Arnker at the moment still coming under pressure from Luke Whitehead. Still no change in that fight. Teemu Karppinen still trying to take a chunk out of Walshingham. Down into Cygnus they go. Let's see what happens on this one. Side by side, Karppinen's already through before they even make the corner. Walshingham possibly thinking twice about that one, giving it up and thinking, you know what? We've got Crossland behind us. We've got Castorino and Imulo behind us with 5 seconds to the good in their next pit stop. So let's not worry about the guys behind, because we're going to have a very big buffer between ourselves and Nicholas Arnker once these stops cycle through. If you are, of course, new to ACC and wondering when the 5s and 10s will be served, of course, they are added on to your pit stop timer at the end of the service. So, of course, Castorino, Imuello and Lawrence will be held for an additional 5 seconds, and Alexander will be held for an additional 10. And just while we're talking pit stops, Kevin, through pit lane, if you just do a drive-through, 32 seconds. So, plus whatever pit stop time added on, that's what we're roughly looking at for tyres and tyres versus no tyres, should we say?
Yeah, it is a huge difference. Yeah, it's a really, really tricky one now. I mean, just the fact that we've seen now that the rain is going to stay for the next half hour, it does make a very, very difficult decision. Interesting that you brought up tyre pressures as well. That could potentially be the reason why Wojciech Fiala was struggling a little bit. Perhaps they under pressured the tyres, expecting it to dry up a little bit earlier. It hasn't really dried up at all. I don't think the track state has massively changed. We do have obviously a more clear dry line, but in terms of the actual dryness of the track, I don't think it has really dried up that much as a whole. Certainly the track, the air temperature has reduced significantly, so this is really tricky. Look, I don't envy any of these strategists. It makes things extremely interesting for us to see what teams try to do. But coming back to that Walsingham is allowing Karppinen through. This is what round 5 brings you. It brings you not only the race and all the strategy in the race, but the context of the championship becomes such much more of a priority. Like, for example, the 69 coming through, they're in 20th at the moment in the championship. The 44 car, they're in 11th. Are they worried about the 69 car getting ahead of them? Probably not in the context of the championship. Whereas to begin with, all they're thinking about is the race. As you get through the championship, the context of where you are in the standings and what you want to achieve becomes so much more evident. If it was, let's say, for example, 977 Kramer Esports Racing Team, as we see Luke Whitehead doing a lovely move, really, really slick stuff there from Whitehead, going down Bendor, the turn, I think 10, or the chicane, and making it stick there. Really lovely move from Luke Whitehead, putting Arnke back into P10, and with George Boothby now into P2. A lot of pressure now on the 52 car. So really, I'm saying is that the championship now provides so much of a bigger context to how these guys race, what they decide to do, when they decide to make those moves, and who they decide to make those moves on.
And that's it. It's going to be, a very tricky one as we Team Karppinen just behind David Sinitz again, ever closer to the back of the Jean Alesi Lamborghini. The Aston, very good in the wet. We keep saying it at the moment, and another weather update is just pinged up on the screen with 30 minutes. The rain is decreasing once again, and the sky does look a little bit brighter, although still a lot of clouds up in there as well. So, this will be staying, I think, for the next stint or so as we near the pit stops ever closer. Of course, 65-minute stint timer. Going to see probably a few cars down pit lane this time by. I'll be amazed if anybody attempts to go another lap, because you're very fine should you make a mistake or spin in the wet. And just look at the slipstream the Griffax engineering car gets off the Lamborghini to the inside. Teemu Karppinen goes, Tanitsa gives him the space, and Karppinen now up into P4, Tanitsa down into P5, and Nicholas Anker, of course, losing out last lap to Luke Whitehead, although probably wanting to play the kind of long safe game. Of course, without the 51 in the race now, it's kind of Team 1FF, every man for themselves at the moment. We have lost 3 cars from the race. 33 started, 30 remain, so still quite a busy circuit indeed. And for the next 10 minutes, the rain is going to stay steady before backing off in the next 30. So could see another fully wet stint. Marco Jonkers through past the pit lane. He's playing it risky. George Boothby goes past with him, as well as Fiala. And you've still got another lap to go before we see a round of pit stops coming through. Roughly, of course, just under 2 minutes a lap here at Paul Ricard, although Walsingham calling it a lap early and saying, you know what, we're going to try the undercut move here. Keep your eye on pit stop timer, and Nicholas Anker doing the same as well before the lane gets too busy. Of course, in ACC, if you've got a car you're following into the pit lane, it's very tricky to try and spot your marks, Kevin, shall we say. And if you miss your marks, it's a little bit time costly to shuffle it about to get it back again.
Oh yeah, and that's what I'm saying about earlier on about Fiala wanting to establish that gap. I mean, we you know, that it's those little things. I mean, you think about, okay, well, it's lap times and they're 0.2 of a second faster this lap and they're gaining this lap and they're better this place, but then they come into the pits and they're totally obscured and they've lost 3 or 4 tenths of a second, and all of a sudden all that conversation about who was faster than who totally goes out the window. These little things, and a lot of time it's just luck. I mean, you just have to kind of hope that you push as hard as you can and that you have a bit of a gap to get in. Now, it doesn't look like there's anybody as massively close to each other, certainly in the opening sense, and it was why I was talking earlier about Yonkers. The gap now between himself and Boothby is 1.2 seconds, so he has quite a good gap. It's a second now on the clock, you can just see, so that's a good opportunity for Marco Yonkers to get himself together. You know, plenty of time to adjust himself in the pit box, and same for Boothby. He's a good bit behind Yonkers, so he can see Yonkers go in. He's not under pressure to try and spot his pit box. He knows that he has about a second behind him, and a second under pit limiter is quite enough time. We saw yesterday in the F1 how quickly Lance Stroll had to react to get in, as we see Yonkers now pile into the pit lane. There he is, quickly on the brakes and under pit limiter. So here we are, the first set of pit stops, and it's going to be a very, very crucial one as we see who takes wets, who stays with wets, who changes to new wets, and who takes the gamble of seeing if they can kick on with what they have.
Want to touch on some pit stops times. Stewie expertly bringing them up. It's almost like he read my mind here. Jeffrey Ritchie in the 44 Assetto car with a 1:05. We got Valentin Barrier early stop on a 1:06. Nicholas Arnker somehow with a 1:12. Very big delay there for them. Not sure if they're repairing some kind of damage or just about missed their marks. We then got Makavin with a 1:06. We've got Dimitrov with a 1:07. Levesque 1:06.8. Jan Gang with a 1:06.6. Dolking with a 1:08.2. So it seems a lot of the drivers so far have been taking tyres, and we've got a immediate change in the car for West Competition Racing. Young gun Sebastian Apostle is now in the car, and we know, Kevin, how quick this guy can be. He's got some pace under his belt. See how quickly he can adjust to the positions. 1:05.4, so that indicates a fresh set of wet tyres for the BMW as well, and they have managed to jump the Boothby car by a little bit there. You can't even see, there goes Boothby in the background of that one, and Fiala, just want to touch on this, it's hidden behind the pit stop. Stop go 30, Kevin, on that one, speeding in the pit lane.
Even in the pit lane for Wojciech Fiala, and the last 20 minutes have gone from bad to worse. It just goes to show you how quickly things can change. It just goes to show you it's a 10-second longer in the pit stop, and then also the drive-through penalty, and it's such a simple mistake to make, especially when you're already frustrated that you've been overtaken, that you're down in third place when you thought you'd be coming in comfortable first. You try and overextend yourself to try and see if you can claw back a bit of time, but big risk, even bigger. It's a huge risk, as Charlie Crossland also seems to be very slow in the pits as well. So this is really throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. But as we talked about a change in the West Competition Racing car, there's also a change in the commentary box. I'm afraid I have to take my leave and leave you guys guide us through the rest of this. What's going to be a fascinating final round of the RCI Esports Challenge Series.
Yeah, absolutely so, and it's that time, of course, where we do say goodbye to Kevin Galvin. Thank you for dropping in. It's been great doing the pre-show with you in the first hour of the race, so thank you very much indeed. And it is that time where we ask you guys at home to vote for the AK Esports Team of the Race, and it's of course worth €100 per race to the winner. And so far, the Veloce 992 has taken all of the prize pool, so can they make a change this time by? We'll flash up a QR code on the screen in the bottom right hand corner. We'll post a link in the chat for people to vote on who it could be. It could be for greatest comeback, fastest car on track, best livery, or just your favourite team at home. And like I said, the 992 has taken it all. So maybe we can cause an upset in the last round and see who else can add €100 to their prize pool. And of course, while you guys do that, us here in the commentary booth will have 5 minutes or so just to step away, grab a drink, grab a little toilet break, and come back to the action, of course, once the pit stops have cycled through. Fiala, of course, serving the stop go, as he will flip down now while we are away. Kevin Galvin departs. Jesse Lee will be coming into the box very shortly, and you will keep myself for another hour as well. So bear with us 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be back with you very shortly on RCI TV. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Paul Ricard, of course, as you can see, plays host to the final round here today. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator for the next hour or so. Once again, alongside me isn't Kevin Galvin, it's now Jesse Lee. Stewie still behind the cameras, and of course, live stewards in the box. Welcome, everyone.
Well, hello there, John Dalton. Hello, everybody out there on the RCI TV network, no matter where you're tuning in today. Well, we hope that it's a little bit more dry than it is here in Sim at Paul Ricard in France. It's been a wet one after the restart. It rained a little bit in practice, John. They will have had a little idea of what they were getting themselves into. Some people probably a little bit upset that it ended up being a wet weather race today, but it has been exciting nonetheless. A three-way battle for the lead right before the first pit stops of the day. The pit stops, of course, going ahead and funneling one of those cars, the number 5 Williams car, out of contention for the time being. Stop and go penalty. Couldn't get that car stopped, or they made it to the control line.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the number 5 Williams car. It seems every single race we've kind of spectated from them, they've had some kind of bad luck happen to the Chill Blast car, and fingers crossed that doesn't continue over to the Razor car, because they are looking fairly strong at the moment. Just inside the top 10, P9 Charlie Crossland still at the wheel, and up and down the field we see a few more penalties still to be served, namely the number 46 incident on lap 31 turn 14 involving the 43 and the 46. 5 seconds for the 46. Pit entry white line crossed. So of course the line does begin just as you come out of the last corner, so stewards are looking to see cars below that white line, I think it's fair, Jesse, before the entry, and they don't want people, of course, cutting from left to right very suddenly into the lane and then slowing up to boot as well. So 5 seconds for them, and Joshua Alexander still with Joshua Allen still with 10 seconds to their name in the 29 Jean Lacey car as well.
Well, it's all in the name of safety, John, really is why you want to be inside of those lines. It's for safety getting into the pit lane, and it's for safety exiting the pit lane. All the cars not coming off and on a pit lane, they know where the line is, or they should know where the line is, and they should probably be wary of cars coming in and out. As meanwhile, we see Dorking, Darren King, and Jersey Jaroslav Roth racing each other there for what was 23rd place. But yeah, it's all in the name of safety. You got to stay in the lines. They will have known that this entire season. This isn't day one for any of these esports pros. They know in most major series, they're almost certainly supposed to be inside the lines. Don't do that, get a penalty. I will say here today, I don't think it's so much negligence that gets you a penalty like that. I think it's more the conditions.
Yeah, conditions, of course, not too good here at the moment, although seeing from the helicam a drying line as Jaroslav Roth and Darren King go side by side through Cygnus. Still going at it indeed, and Roth comes out the car on top, although Darren King looks like he's taking a much tighter line through turn 9, although can't get it up the inside of the Connection Loss racing car, and fight still going on up and down the field, even towards the back here. Jar Zabowski coming under pressure from the number 42 Lipa Esports Porsche, although no move to be had there. And am I deceiving me, or is that's the 991, is it not?
I am unsure. I can't see anything in the spray. I have no idea what it is, but getting very close here. Jarzabowski trying to hang on to that car, trying to get ever closer as Raymond not quite able to hold onto the back of the car. You can see how treacherous the conditions are today. It is sort of going to dry out a little bit. We started under considerable heavy rain and has been lightening up throughout the course of the past hour or so. So much so in the next 30 minutes we're going to be expecting just light rain. Will it continue to improve? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, this battle for 23rd still continuing. King up the inside becoming the outside. That gives the advantage back to Jersey. Jersey's going to lose that though in the tight right-hander, but no, the huge switchback again. Here comes Roth again. A little bit of contact as they try to go onto the Mistral straight. Before they get there, a little bit of contact, a hip check in the Lamborghini. The Jean Alesi car out in front finally. Darren King gets that spot. Roth not going to be happy about that one.
Absolutely not. Me and Kevin Gavin were saying it earlier. It is a very switchback nature circuit here at Paul Ricard, and it does disprove it with what happened there. But a little hip and shoulder check, a little bit of a lean on each other. I'm wondering how the stewards are going to phase that one out. Keep your eyes peeled for their results in the race control chat. And the number 832, the Pass Sim racing car, has picked up a drive-through penalty. They're currently running in P17. I can only assume that's for track limits because there is nothing in our chat to indicate otherwise. Though, of course, the wet weather may be catching out the Aston Martin team a little bit here. And, of course, wet weather kind of cuts, should we say, in your opening stint are judged very harshly by the game. I believe it works off like an average lap time of the car and see how much you gained or lost, and quite easy to pick up warnings in the first few laps, and just enough warnings will net you a drive-through down the lane. Currently coming in just below us, but Valentin Barrier now looking to the back of Charlie Crossland's Audi. Crossland's been struggling, should we say, a little bit for pace in the opening stages. The wet weather may be catching the driver out. Had fantastic pace in practice and qualifying in the dry weather, so you can only assume that Williams car set up more towards the dry than it is the wet, and Barrier now in the slipstream down the Mistral straight, wondering if he can get even close enough to Charlie Crossland's car, and he's looking like he's making gains, although not sure he can make enough, and he can. Crossland moves to the left, allows Barrier to the inside, and I think Crossland at this point, it looks like, Jesse, he's just kind of on damage limitation, should we say. He's not really taking fights. He's not really putting up much of defense. He's going for gaps if they exist, but not, forcing anything. He's just letting it all naturally happen.
Well, it's Championship Sunday, John Dalton. We're going to hand out some hardware later on today in 4.5, a little bit more than that hours time tonight. Somebody's going to get a big old trophy in the lion's share of the 11,000 euro prize pool. Charlie Crossland's team, the Williams Esports Razor team, they have everything to lose and not a whole lot to gain here. As long as they stay in front of the Team 1FF52 car, they're going to win this championship today. And even giving up spots like that, it doesn't matter. Yes, they're not where they are used to running. Yes, they're just barely inside the top 10. But more importantly than that, they do have a little bit of a gap to the 52. And even if the 52 got around them in this race, the 52, Team 1FF, they're going to have to gain several spots on the 55. Again, risk versus reward, nothing to gain, everything to lose. I like the driving.
Yeah, very heads-up driving. Myself and Kevin were saying earlier, you really got to, choose your fights in endurance racing, should we say. 6 hours on the clock as the green flag dropped. It's, a very, very long time ahead of you. It's a long afternoon, and what you don't want to do is kind of, hamper yourself before you've even got going. So probably very smart driving from Crossland and the Williams team. Of course, Tinko van der Velde sharing that car as well. So we'll more than likely see him later on take the wheel and see what the Dutchman can do on French soil. Although Valentin Barrier through now, definitely pulling the legs on Charlie Crossland's Audi. So he's now going to set his eyes on Aimuello just ahead of them in the 163 Aston Martin, and Nicholas Anka coming up to the back of Tajskovic in the 696 ITB Santalock car. They've had a bit of a rotten start to the race, has ITB Santalock, although clawing it back very nicely just outside the top 10. Anka to the inside, up through they go, and that's another team that wants to claw as many championship points as they can from this round. And speaking to their team boss earlier in the YouTube chat, they were one position away from keeping the P2 of the championship, so they're going to want to, of course, keep that as much as they can to get their cut of the 11,000 euro prize pool. And Team 1FF, of course, providing our pit wall link today for you guys at home to follow along with the timing. Brought to you in partnership with their sponsor, asap.de, who are currently hiring people for various roles in their automotive engineering firm. So be sure to check them out if you're looking for a career move in their sector market. Tom Healy, another man Jesse Lee needs no introduction. We know he's a very capable driver. Finds himself down in P21, not where we're used to seeing Tom fighting for the Wild Things Racing Colex GG car.
No, certainly not, but trending in the right direction. He's got 20th place right in front of him, the 43 Aston, driven by Gang right now. That is your top 20, and that is sort of closer to where Dom is more comfortable, up near the front of the field. Doesn't shy away from a fight, does Dom Healy in the 31, looking to get that spot. Just feeling out his competition right now. The 43 not making mistakes, but when you go back to school, you get behind a car, you go back to school, you start learning things about where you're better, where you lose a little bit, what maybe you can do to your line to gain a little bit, and more than anything, in my experience, just waiting for a little bit of a mistake, especially in weather like this. You don't want to be the one that makes a mistake. Got to be close enough to capitalize if and when it happens.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you've got to be close enough to capitalize on anything you can. And Racing Point Aston number 95 doing just that on the Luke Whitehead 912 Veloce Porsche. He stayed in that for the next stint of the race. And through goes the Aston Martin. And Luke Whitehead can do nothing but just kind of look towards the back of the car ahead and explore onto the place that he's got. We know the Porsche did get a 10 kilo reduction in the latest 1.9.3 patch that came out just this week with the McLaren Evo, so hoping to make it a little bit more competitive at Paul Ricard, although of course with the slipstream on the Porsche it's still just a sitting duck, Jesse.
Ooh, a big catch of the wheel right there from Luke Whitehead. Didn't really run risk of losing the race car, but definitely had a little bit more wheel in it than they expected to. Had to do a little bit of a correction, caught the slide. Of course, these modern wheels, the way that they are, it's so much easier to do it than on a wheel. But beyond that, though, you still have to have incredibly quick reflexes, lost just a little bit of time, and that's the kind of margins we're talking about in a race, in a series like this, against the best of the best, the elites, the aliens, the people that came to this race on a spaceship rather than a bus today. That's what's going to be the difference. Little things like that, not big mistakes, not running off the racetrack, having to catch the car, that might have set that team back an entire lap. They're going to have to go ahead and get that gap back in control, get back on the bumper of the other cars. Speaking of that, Mateus into the breach, Sendelock Racing car, still trying to get by the 44 Ferrari of Richie. Again, another no, excuse me, wrong cars altogether. We're on board with the
Anka and Tyskovic.
Yeah, it sure is. We're on board with the 696. I was looking at the 95, by the way, who has the quickest lap of the race. I got completely confused. By the way, into the breach there, losing a little bit of time. That's exactly what I'm saying. Didn't really run off the racetrack, but lost just enough time. It'll cost them another lap as they try to make that back up.
It's all about small margins, like you say, Jesse. When you talk about, you know, races in this level, these are, you know, like you say, the best of the best. Some of them arrived from outer space on spaceships. Some may have arrived on buses. Who knows? But yeah, it's exactly that. It's, you know, the smallest margin in, say, a public lobby means nothing compared to the smallest of margins that we're talking here. You know, qualifying was absolutely crazy. It was separated by such small time gaps. Insane at how close everything was, and it comes down to that in the race. You know, if you can run lap after lap at a similar pace to the guy ahead of you, work together, progress up through the field, then great. If you're much faster than the guy ahead of you, you should be able to get past him. But we're seeing a lot of the time these battles are turning almost stalemate, where you do have to force that very small margin of error just to be able to get a nose up the inside, to be able to make it awkward for the guy in the corner to turn in and then take the position away. It's, you know, such tricky conditions at the moment to make up ground.
We'll talk about, you know, having to force a mistake or take every opportunity. You couldn't be more spot on with that, John, because a lot of times you'll see that. Dom Healy, just for instance, as you were saying that, did that to Gang, where they took a run to the outside. Why would you do that? To not halt your momentum, to sort of do something they're not doing. What if they go wide? What if they bind up in the middle of the corner? They're not as quick off. Maybe you get a run. Anything to keep from being right behind them. And oh, by the way, all these cars have rear view cameras in them, of course, that mimic what a rear view mirror used to do in the olden days. And drivers really notice that sort of thing. If you're filling up those mirrors, if you're driving a little crazy behind there, they're going to take their focus off their driving just a little bit. Even if they won't tell you that that's what happens, I can guarantee you that still happens at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, even us, you know, regular people do tend to drive in the mirrors a little bit. So some of these guys are going to be staring at those TV cameras, at those mirrors, and Just exactly that, with Matejka there on the back of Richie in the number 44 Azatec Visceral Ferrari ahead there, trying to make the Aston as big as he can, trying to, shoehorn that error. And look at this, he's allowed the door open enough just to allow Matejka up the inside, and contact coming off the corner. Both drivers just about hold on, although this now brings Luke Whitehead into the fight.
Three-way fight here for 5th place in the race. Richie and Mateo having a little bit of contact. Whitehead already back into this for Veloce Esports, trying to look for a way around. Can't find a weakness. A little bit of a slide from Richie from the 44 Ferrari in front. Unable to capitalize as Mateo. Whitehead still trying to find a way around and just settles back in line. And if they don't figure this out, the 163 is going to join this fight, and it's going to be a 4-way battle as they come down the pit straight.
Yeah, 4-way battle is about to get very spicy indeed, and that's exactly what we said. It's the smallest of margins that allow the biggest of catch-ups, and just behind everybody here, of course, you've got Imuello catching up the 163 all the meanwhile, while these guys are locking horns and fight. And a bump into the back of Jeffrey Ritchie there. That's not going to be a good move from there for Matejka. That allows Luke Whitehead now up the inside of the Aston Martin, although the switchback nature, a little hip and shoulder check from the Porsche to the Aston Martin allows Whitehead through, and now Ritchie is going to come under pressure from the Porsche, and that's given a drive-through to Matejka for track limits.
Oh no, Matejka drive through for track limits. So in an hour and a half, they have accrued 4 track limit warnings, and they will have to come down the pit lane in the next 3 laps to serve that. As far as we know, that is an ACC assigned penalty, not on behalf of the stewards here today, and that is devastating.
Absolutely devastating indeed. It's going to undo all of the hard work that the Aston Martin done in the wet conditions. We know the Aston was very strong in the wet, and to the inside now goes Luke Whitehead to make up a move on Jeffrey Ritchie. He's fed up of sitting behind the Ferrari, and this now kind of almost brought Matejka back to the inside of Ritchie. Got to be very careful he doesn't try and move up the inside, and Ritchie turning much tighter than he did last time to close off the second apex of that corner. But all the meanwhile, the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports car just behind the number 163 has now been brought into this chain essentially, and now it's made it the 4-way fight that you called last time by Jesse.
Yeah, it's never really changes. One car gets out in front, though, but because of the nature of this racetrack, especially in sectors 1 and 3, just all cars have different strengths and weaknesses, and you just tend to come back together. And here is Lucas Matejka for Racing Point, bringing the 95 into the pit lane. We've already, by the way, had a car speeding in pit lane and a car done for crossing the line. You can see how treacherous it is, and it's actually in some angles really hard to see where the white line is in these weather conditions, but able to not only get in the lane appropriately, but also slowed down appropriately as well. Williams Esports Chill Blast making a move here, trying to recover from the said penalty that happened on the first pit stop, able to get 1 spot on Connection Lost Racing there.
Yeah, it's a great move from the Williams there. I think Connection Lost Racing probably saw the Williams R8 coming and just thought, you know what, I'm gonna give this a pass, and crack on. You have your comeback drive, and we might see each other later on in the race. And of course, Fiala is one of those drivers you see a name on the board and it's going to be quick. So what's the point in hampering progress when you could just let them through essentially? And speaking of quick, this man here, Malinowski, he's no introduction, was about 4 seconds to the good on Sebastian Apostle not so long ago. That gap's come right down now to under a second. You can see the purple West Competition Racing number 1 ahead. 2 very different lines coming through turn 9 and 10 there. Seems like Apostle goes very wide and then cuts back, whereas Malinowski tries to shorten the corner off as much as he can with the Ferrari. So, great to see 2 different manufacturers going at each other in the top position. And we said it earlier on, Jesse Lee, there is no custom BOP today due to the rate of updates that Kunos have been bringing out recently.
Yeah, just absolutely impossible to calculate. The way that the first 3 rounds, 2 or 3 rounds of this series were done is the drivers and teams actually had a say and a vote in what the BOP and the ballast was for the various cars in the series, which made it quite interesting to hear them complain about the BOP when they had a hand in doing that. But last couple of rounds, including today, that hasn't been the case. What's the difference? The 1.9 update came out, then there was 9.1, 9.2, and now we're on 9.3. They've constantly, Kunos has been updating these cars, making them more competitive, making them closer. It's just not fair to judge a product that nobody's had any real seat time in. The only fair thing that RCI sought to do was to just leave it default, leave it as intended from the factory, and my goodness, it has had a difference today. We've had 2 or 3 different manufacturers fighting for this lead. Lamborghini looked good in practice and qualifying as well. It's been an interesting day BOP-wise, and again, you mentioned too, we had what, some 25, 30 cars qualifying within a second.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? And just look at your top 5 at the moment. 5 different manufacturers take up those 5 spots with BMW, Ferrari, Aston, Lamborghini, and Porsche before you see a duplicate manufacturer in the form of P6, another Ferrari. So, you know, great to see Kunos working on the BOP and making it very fair indeed. And of course, the SRO followed us here not so long ago this week with their round of their championship, and that's probably proven a good ground and a good call maybe from RCI to follow the SRO circus through here. And of course, with the tweaks that 1.9.3 brought, it did adjust a few cars for Paul Ricard, so probably based on feedback from drivers of that event. But Malinowski now looking ever so closer to the back of Sebastian Apostle. A little flash of the lights to say, you know, I'm here, Sebastian, don't ignore me, as he pulls offline to try and get some standing water through those Pirellis. I'm wondering if a few drivers are starting to struggle with tyre temperatures. Malinowski did move over on the Mistral straight as well. He didn't follow the slipstream of Sebastian Apostle, but Apostle isn't moving offline for any standing water, so maybe the BMW managing those wet Pirellis a little bit better than the Ferrari 296. As we said earlier on in the broadcast, the ECU maps of the 296 are still a bit of a mystery on what they do. The official note about them doesn't say anything. It just says a work in progress, will be updated as and when needed. So I'm wondering which teams have researched which maps to see which is better. And Malinowski looks like he got a much better run there, Jesse, onto the Mistral straight. Could this be the move for the race lead?
We'll have to see. Does he continue to gain? You can judge the wing versus the splitter of the Ferrari, and he's definitely gaining. They got about halfway down the Mistral straight, and then all of a sudden gaining all of the time. The Ferrari pulling out of the slipstream down to the inside of Signa Corner, and I think he's going to have him done just by the time they get there. Will we see a fight from Apostle in West competition? No, but he is going to cut down to the inside, blocked off by Veloce's 992 and Malinowski, and that's the change for the lead done. Excellently orchestrated.
Yeah, very well done from both drivers there, giving just about enough space to make it through Cygnus side by side, of course. And Apostle, even though aged just 17 years old, still a very wise head on those shoulders, and it proves once again why they are at the top of their game and, of course, leading the race, or they just were anyway. I just want to turn your attention, Jesse Lee, to the weather forecast, top right-hand corner. Next 10 minutes is getting lighter, the next 30 getting lighter again, and Dom Healy now may have a move to be done on Gang in the Lipa Esports car. Simon Tails, they come down to the same corner we just witnessed. Can we see a one-to-one move being pulled to a different manufacturer, should we say, in the form of the Aston rather than the BMW? And it looks like Dom Healy is either struggling to close the gap or very sensibly just working together with Lipa.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Wild Things car and Dom do that. I wonder if that was, like you said, that almost looked elected, didn't it, partner? Where he didn't want to pull out, didn't want to ruin his momentum, realized maybe that even if he did pull out at that late stage, he really wouldn't have had a good shot at it. Doesn't want to invite contact here in a decent enough spot, going to be about the top half of the field. Doesn't want to give any of that real estate back up, and just sort of fell in line there. You don't normally see racing drivers do that unless they have an agenda. Not sure exactly what Healy's is, but definitely was not over eager in that scenario. Back up closer to the front of the field. Remember the three-way battle we had just a little while ago. 163 on the back of Richie. Richie, who had, their hands full in 5th place. They only ended up losing the one spot, did the 44 Ferrari. They're threatened now, though, to lose another one.
Coming under pressure from a very fast Aston Martin indeed. The Gatto chain Barlas Esports car. We know how much pace they've had in qualifying and in the race so far, and just look at the gains it's got on the Ferrari. Pulls to the left-hand side. I think this move's going to be done and dusted before they even get to the top of Cygnus. Richie going to tuck back in behind the rear wing of the Gatto chain car, and now that frees him up to the back of Luke Whitehead in the 912. Just up the road, not too far. A little bit of a wiggle coming out of Cygnus. Could this open the doors of Richie? Could Richie do the same as what he nearly had done to him? Tuck it in for the tighter half of the second half of this corner. Unfortunately, he can't. And Aimuelo now drives up the road away from Richie. So he's got to be very sensible now. He's got Valentin Barrier behind him. He's got Charlie Crossland just down the road from him as well. And Nicholas Arnka not too far behind. He brings Tyskovic with him, who brings Southall with him as well. So very soon, Jesse Lee, we could have a 4-5-way fight on our hands for some top 10 positions.
Could do, and all credit to Jeffrey Ritchie and that Visceral Esports Ferrari, because that car does not look as happy as some of the other cars they're racing around. The rear end looks a little bit too loose, like it's not stiffened up. Speaking of that, the 31 goes around. Tom Healy, self-induced spin at the top of the circuit, and I wonder if maybe some handling problems of their own at Wild Things.
Yeah, let's have a look. Riding on board, comes off the curb of Cygnus, brakes for the double apex, keeps braking and braking and braking, and just loses the rear on trail braking there, and ends up on the outside of the corner backwards, unfortunately, losing a load of time to the number 43, although not losing any positions, Jesse, and that's the crucial thing at the moment, just a lot of time. So now he's got a lot of clear air ahead of him, I guess. He's got to kind of ignore the fact that Dolking is now a lot closer than he once was, but you know, no real harm, no real foul.
Well, do you remember a lap ago, we were sitting here scratching our head, you and I, partner, we would have taken that shot in the Sin corner, wouldn't we? We would have tried to make that run work. Dom didn't. I wonder if maybe Dom feels something in the rear of that car that they don't particularly like and knew that that was a potential issue. Maybe rearing its head, braking on the curb, never a good thing, but that car was loose the whole way around turn number, I think that's 11.
I think turn 9 technically by my circuit map. Turn 8 is Cygnus, turn 9 is this one here where Charlie Crossland's going into now. And, you know, this fight is going to get very spicy indeed with Crossland, Barrier. You've got Richie, and Richie actually going down another spot. Hang on a minute. Barrier is through, and now Crossland is through as well. I think you're right there, Jesse Lee. Some problems for the number 44 afoot. Have a look at the race replay to see what has happened here into turn 9. Richie goes, runs himself.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Hits the blue stuff. Hits the blue stuff, gets loose, Barrier goes through, and that, of course, allows Crossland to gain a big chunk of time and then find his way through on the next turn, turn 10.
Well, you're never going to have to ask Charlie Crossland twice. He sees an opportunity. He's going to execute like a surgeon, and that's exactly what happened in that case. Net one position for Williams Team Razor, and that's good for their championship hopes. Nice clean move, but that kind of illustrates what I was talking about with the 44 and Richie's car in particular. Something looks a bit odd about that car in relation to some of the others. I would probably suspect the tire pressures are a little wonky right now at this point in the race, something not to their liking. And just like we saw Dom Healy a lap prior to that, hits that blue, tries to brake, tries to turn in, can't really do that.
It just doesn't work, does it? Our very own Stewie saying in our comms chat that hitting the blue stuff in the wet is like ice, and especially when you're braking and turning on ice, it's not going to go well. And now Jeffrey Ritchie is going to come under fire from another Ferrari, this time in the form of Nicholas Arnka. Sticks all the way to the right-hand side, tries to mount defense as much as he can, although Arnka with a fantastic slipstream finds the legs way past Ritchie before they even get to the top of the hill at Cygnus. And you know, very heads-up driving. Maybe Ritchie is just trying to cut the losses and play it a little bit safe. And the next car in queue will be Tyskovic. He's into the breach, of course, 696. About 1.8 down the road. You can see him in the back of the shot there, but just behind him, of course, Samantha Tan racing in the number 39 with Southall. So Ritchie could be going backwards very quickly and might find themselves outside the top 10 before the next round of pit stops.
He could do, but I'm just going to say, handling an issue like this, I know it's frustrating to go backwards in races. We've all been there. The car's not right. I think that's obvious, but handling it with grace and poise and like a professional is more important than any of that. And I think that's what the 44 is doing right now. They're not in the way, so to speak. They're not making trouble for anybody. Yes, they're losing positions, but they're not losing anything that they cannot get back, especially considering in 30 minutes, John Dalton, we are going to have no more rain falling from the sky. 30 minutes from now, this racetrack is certainly going to start to dry out.
30 minutes from now, sorry, the rain is indeed stopping. So very interesting spot you've got there, Jesse Lee. And 30 minutes from now puts you just behind your pit stop timer by about 10 minutes, of course. 65-minute stint timer. So you're going to have about a 5 to 10 minute window where the clouds are going to disappear. The track is going to dry up, and a lot of these cars are going to be on wrong tires. Now, bear in mind, we do limit these guys to 4 tire sets per race, which of course means 2 double stints across the matter of the 6 hours of the race. And of course, the first 2 stints have been done on wet tyres, so if you time it very nicely, you should have a nice new set of Pirellis for every single stop you make, from, you know, rain stop right up to the checkered flag. And that's going to be very crucial for some of these guys to make back a lot of their time. What you don't want to be doing in this scenario is, of course, picking the dry too early, going out, they're too cold, you brain them, you cause blisters, you damage them, and then you're going to have to use another set when it fully dries out to then get the pace back out of the car that you once had. So it's going to be a very interesting strategy call next time by in the pit lane. Going to keep our eye on the pit timers of the car. Backwards, the virtual drivers by TX3. What's happened here, Jesse Lee?
It's the same thing again.
It is.
Matthew Bouquet going down into the corner and very wisely backing off of the racetrack to get reset. You love to see that. The sportsmanship and the presence of mind to do something like that. But yeah, just sort of turned in, didn't quite make it to the blue where we've seen the Ferraris have issues earlier on, but still very similar, just unsettling the car, a huge slide, but no damage done. Didn't make it to the barrier, one of the benefits of the massive runoffs here.
Yeah, I mean, although you nearly ruined a set of tires, it's quite something to keep a car out of a wall. You're not damage the car, not gonna damage the aero or the suspension. So you're gonna have to take it easy for a few corners, try and bring the tires back down to temperature, and then go again as we see the stint timer here. 24 minutes, Jesse Lee, just over for Malinowski in the 992 Ferrari. Rain is, of course, stopping in 30 minutes time. So that equates to about a 6-minute window where cars are going to be on wet on a dry track, or a drying track, should we say. And it's going to make for some very interesting strategy calls. I think if you're very clued up and you're watching the weather radar, like I assume a lot of people are in the server at the moment, you're going to be coming in, double stinting the wet tires, giving it a splash of fuel, just trying to get it kind of 15-20 minutes later down the road, then bring it in for a stop when the track dries out, chuck a full set of dries on and fuel the tank for the next 65 minutes. But next stints could be very, very short, and you might see a lot of the drivers staying in the car as they are, of course, used to these conditions.
There's another strategy I think you might be able to employ. We saw the stint timer in one of the cars, and it's very interesting because if we're going to have light rain in 10 minutes, as we know with ACC, the way the track dries, this many race cars going around this racetrack, it's super possible that this track will start to dry out quite a bit before it ever stops raining. It won't go to complete dry, and of course the curbs are going to be absolute lava. You don't want to hit the curbs in general, but the actual racing line with this many cars might be somewhat serviceable. There might be a couple of teams out there that risk it for the biscuit. They may come in at the very end of their stint timer, right as the rain is stopping. They may have to deal with a lap of a light drizzle or something to that effect. But they might strap the dry Pirelli P0s on the car and say, well, we're not going to come back down pit lane again.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a strategy to employ. It could be one to keep your eye on, certainly, and might be worth kind of making a note. Has anybody fueled a little bit longer in that last stint? We know the Ferrari is very low on fuel consumption. You can fit way more than the 65-minute stint timer into the tank. So if any Ferraris have overfueled, maybe carrying a little bit of extra weight. Could this be why Richie is going back in time in the 44? Is he on a slightly heavier fuel load? Is he going to come down, do a drive-through, essentially, Jesse Lee, for 32 seconds of time, come out the other side, go until it dries out, then come in for a full service? Because, of course, your driver time limit only has to be reset by crossing pit in to pit out. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you don't serve any penalties, that stint timer will reset itself.
Yeah, it's true. You don't have to stop in your box. All you have to do is trip the inline of pit lane and it will reset your stint time. And that's all you have to do that. We've given you folks 3 different scenarios that are quite plausible based on when the rain is supposed to end. And quite happily, all 3 of those solutions are easy to track. If they take tires, we'll know because it'll be a certain length of time in pit lane. If they just take fuel, then we'll know because it'll be shorter than the time it would take for them to take tires. It's very interesting. I do believe we are going to see a genuine mix of the strategy. And I will say this, for those that like to play devil's advocate, the way that the weather works in ACC is you can predict it, but it's not guaranteed to do what you want it to do. It's not like other sims where you can pinpoint the weather and make it do exactly what you want it to do at a certain time. So again, even the people that make the race are sort of guessing of what the weather is. Probability in ACC is exactly that. It's just the probability. It's not written in stone.
Yeah, no, the rain is stopping, and here he comes, Jeffrey Ritchie down the lane. Very early stop indeed. Not sure why. Maybe he's having some issues. Maybe we might see a driver change. Maybe it was just a cycle through. The track has gone to damp status, Jesse Lee, of course. From the wet phase, it will go to damp. It will then go to greasy, and then it will go to either green or fast, depending how much it is, of course, rubbered in over that period. And it's going to be very interesting to see when Jeffrey Ritchie comes off the jacks, what the time is, what they're doing here. The Assetto Visceral Racing. This is the red car on board here. We see the wiper going. It's still raining, not too heavily though, as the wheel controls comes back to Jeffrey Ritchie. Aiden Walshingham now back in the car, Jesse. So that's a full service. So that's going to be a driver change. That's going to be, you know, a full 30 seconds plus the 32 it takes to trundle down the lane. I'd be curious to know what tires they're on though. I'm wondering if we can catch the markings on the sidewalls at all from a TV camera as he comes out of the pit lane all the way down in. What's that? That's about P20 something. And Stewie confirming there with a quick flash of the HUD, they are still on the wet tires. So extra pit stop, and they of course would have changed tires because once you change a driver, that automatically defaults the pit stop to 30 seconds. So there's no point not taking tires at that point. You may as well chuck them on, and then of course you can reset the pressures because track is now damp. There's a lot less standing water. Tires will be running a little bit hotter, so they'll be running at a higher pressure. So maybe it's a smart move to try and bring those wets back into a window where they're going to be operable should the track dry out mid-stint.
Well, we gave 3 different plausible possibilities of pit stop strategy. That was not one of them, but that is one that was selected for Visceral Team Red. Joshua Allen for the John Lacey Esports team in the 29. They got a 10-second penalty, but they're not letting it slow them down. Right behind Jaroslav Roth in the connection lost 4:04. This is for 24th place. Defensive line down in the sin corner, and Roth able to hold on, taking the inside of the racetrack. No formal challenge from Allen at this stage. Everybody now, even if you are battling somebody, you're really battling the clock. You're battling Mother Nature. And by the way, just as soon as the heavy rain stopped and the light rain came in, the track immediately, with this many cars, went from wet to damp almost instantaneously. And for the next 10 minutes, it's going to continuously become less and less intense in the rain department. So we're going to get down to a drizzle here, folks. That track's already damp. Could it get back to greasy before it actually stops? We'll have to see. But a lot of questions being asked in that pit box. And for these big teams, John, that have strategists, this is where they make their money.
Yeah, strategists are going to be, you know, paid their time, certainly in this final round of the championship. It's, you know, frantic pen scribbling, I imagine, on the pit wall and in the garages. You know, teams are going to be on the radio to each other, trying to figure out what to do, spitball a few ideas around, see if they can almost predict the weather. Like you say, there's nothing set in stone. The rain may stop in 30 minutes time, but the track could retain some element of moisture, which still makes the wet tire more viable than the dry. Who knows? Stewie in our chat has told us that, you know, with the 1.9 update, wet tires, dry tires, sorry, are viable on a wet track. I saw earlier on Aiden Walshingham out on a greasy track on dry tires to try and dip his toe in the water maybe to see how they perform. It's viable. It's not pretty. You do kill them quite quickly, but it is maybe a little bit viable, especially if you're coming in that a little bit early. You want to jump on those dries and try and jump your opponent ahead and see what you can do. Of course, it's, you know, everybody's going to be spitballing ideas around the pit lane. And the great thing about it is if you've got more than one car in this race, you can dummy another car almost into the strategy you want to choose to see if it works. And a little bit of a rub here from the 822 and the 28, and it keeps going on to the next corner, and Tolkien gets turned into turn 10 by the Pass Sim Racing team. And what's going to happen with that? Keep your eye on the stewards. They're going to be making a decision very shortly on that, I would say.
I'll tell you what, it's been an eventful race for that 832. They were one of the cars 3 wide into the 3rd turn at the very start of this race. They've been caught up in some other incidents as well. So very eventful for that team in particular, on a race that they're likely going to look very fondly on one way or another. Garrett Fisher continuing their fight. Luke Southall, I was looking at this and I almost chuckled to myself a little bit to see Fisher and Southall racing this closely. They'll be very familiar opponents to one another. Right up into the back, Garrett Fisher for West Competition pulling out and taking the wide line. Southall defending the inside, and that's all it's going to take. The 39 BMW able to comfortably stay out front, at least right now.
Yeah, we said earlier on, didn't we, that Gert Fischer seems to struggle to find his way past cars. He can catch them, but trying to make the move past, he can't make it too easy. You know, in a 3-car train earlier on, Gert Fischer at the back, the 2 cars ahead, spot position, and Fischer still remained at the back of the train, although he was more than close enough to try and make a move. So maybe Fischer just playing it sensibly, playing it a little bit safe for the West Competition RRS sponsored 33. Normally, of course, the West Competition racing under the BMW banner, although one BMW, one Aston in this championship. So again, they could trial a strategy on Fischer and see if it works. If it does, then of course bring Apostelwin to copy the same strategy as well. So, you know, all is open at the moment, and we're not too far away from pit stops. Probably in the next 10-15 minutes or so, we'll see some cars finally make a decision when the stint timer runs out.
One of the cool things about having a competition here like RCI has with the 6-hour eSport challenges is that it's not the major international series that everybody has their eyes glued onto. So you have these teams that they will split their strategy. They'll bring multiple teams, and don't get me wrong, the competition is just as fierce as it is for any other championship. The difference is, though, for the teams, they don't have a contractual agreement to run a certain car in series like this. They obviously have the sponsors to do that, but it's not contractual that they run a specific car in an RCI championship. So you'll see different teams show up in different cars here, and it's just fine. Absolutely no problem. Dario's having no problem. The got their change Ballas esports car making a move and gets it done just in time for the corner.
Yeah, Aston's making some moves up the field still in these mixed conditions. Now finds himself up into P5. Luke Whitehead now down to P6. And Timu Karppinen up into the bottom step of the podium at the moment, the number 69 Griffax engineering car. Not a great qualification, but with the wet conditions at the start, made all of the moves and has cycled his way up into P3. Kind of sat in no man's land at the moment. 3 seconds to the good ahead and 6.4 seconds to the good of Tanitsa behind. So he's comfortably sat there now, and I wonder how the Astons are going to perform once the circuit dries out. We've seen them in the wet and the mixed conditions. They are a very strong platform, although could this kind of race sway back the way of the Ferraris, the Audis, you know, the BMWs, the Lamborghinis, etc., and could we see the Astons then cycle their way back down the field again within the next few hours or so?
It's a good point. This whole dynamic of this race is about to change here in the next 30 minutes. The way that the race has been ran, the cars too, that have been dominant so far, though admittedly we've had 3 or 4 lead changes in the first 2 hours. It would be hard pressed to call any car dominant so far, but it doesn't matter nonetheless. This entire balance of this race is about to be flipped on its head. Fisher continuing to battle hard with Southall. A little bit of contact there maybe as Southall wins out that battle after it was very close, getting into that tight section at the end of the first sector. The car in front, that car is a lap down, is not the next nearest car inside the top 10. So they got to play this very carefully as we get down to just about 4 hours to go.
Yeah, I believe it's the Lipa Esports car all the way down outside the just outside the top 20 on that one. Of course,
I love
Southall is
this.
going to get the draft off the Porsche, and in turn, Fisher is going to get the double bubble, should we say, off the Porsche and the BMWs. They come up to Cygnus, although still not close enough to make a move stick into the top end of the circuit. Fisher still follows Southall around, although probably good that they can work together. They can try and progress to the back of Tyskovic ever so slightly ahead before the next round of pit stops come in. And of course, as we reach the 1 hour mark, it's that time again when we ask you guys to vote for the AK Esports Team of the Race Award, and it's of course worth €100 per race. And every hour we'll show a QR code on screen and post a link in the chat for people to vote on who they think is AK Esports Team of the Race. And that time is of course now. Could be your greatest comeback, fastest car on track, best livery, or just your favorite team at home. And Veloce 992 has so far taken honours in every single round, so I'm wondering if they can be knocked off for the finale or whether they'll make it a clean sweep. And of course, it is that time when us here in the box do get a little 5 to 10 minutes to ourselves to make a few changes. Jesse Lee shall be departing the box. It's been great to have you along as always, Jesse Lee, and in replacement of Jesse shall be none other than Ted Edwards. I will remain in the lead com seat for the next hour before Tim Peck will then take over later on today. So bear with us, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll leave you on board Luke Whitehead as he looks to the back of the Gato Chain Barlas Esports car ahead to see if he can make any progress. And hopefully we'll be back with you in time for the pit stops. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series live here at RCI on both Twitch and YouTube. Paul Ricard, of course, in the south of France, playing host to the final round here today. It's been a very mixed bag indeed. I'm your lead commentator for the next hour, and alongside me isn't Jesse Lee anymore. It's now Ted Edwards, and still Stewie behind the cameras with the live stewards next door to us. Welcome back, everyone.
It's nice to be back, John. Twice in a row now, and quite an exciting start to this final round. Be a load of cars coming in for their pit stops. It looks like they're going to go on to, I say, dry tyres with the weather change. That came out a bit out of nowhere, didn't it? It was heavy rain, and now it's going straight to dry.
Yeah, we started off with some appalling wet conditions, should we say, before the rain has eased off, and slowly but surely we've worked our way to a damp track status, and we have been speculating before the pit stop cycle through, myself and Jesse, on what you would do in this scenario. Of course, rain is stopping in the next 10 minutes. It's going to remain dry for the next 30 minutes at least. So, you know, if you come down the lane now, you wouldn't be electing to take wet tyres. You're, of course, going to be starting to take dry tyres, as Stewie displays here on board with Jamie Nuttall in the 45 Visceral Racing white car. That is the first car on a set of dry tyres on a wet circuit. And just want to draw your attention back to the number 832 with yet another drive-through penalty. I've just noticed the Lippert car out on wets. I'm wondering if they are new or old wets. Time will tell on that one. We're going to keep an eye on the pit stop timers over the next few minutes or so. Nicholas Anker now down the pit lane, currently in P7. He's going to want a clean, fast stop, trying to make the right choice on tyres as well, because they are your second position in the championship so far, and they're not too far up the order to get a good points haul this time, Ted.
Yeah, it's one of those things of changing the tyres is like you sort of have to go for the dries, because you know you don't want to spend another pit stop switching again, because that's another 30 seconds in the box, and then you know you got time in, time out. It's one of those of it's going to be really slippy, but you've got to do it, and you've got to try and guess what you need for tyre pressures. Obviously, you're going to have to pump them really high. There is a dry line of some sort. It's still damp, and there's still rain coming down, and it's a difficult one, John. I've done wet tyres where it's been heavy rain, and we've pumped them up, and then it's got drier, and they've got like gone too hot. So it's one of those things. It's same with the dry tyres. You want to pump them up, but then when it gets drier, they're going to be like pretty overpressured.
Yeah, that's the debate you've now got to have, isn't it? Do you gamble for a set of dries and overinflate them to try and get them in the window on the damp track? Although, of course, when it dries out later on in your stint, they'll be way too overpressured and way not in the operating window, and probably be destroyed by then anyway. Or do you gamble with the same set of wet tires you've just had? Do you come in, reset your stint timer, chuck a little bit of fuel in, and see if you can bring those pressures back down for a few more laps? Although, like you say, Ted, you've got then another stop to make, as now Malinowski in the 992 brings it down pit lane for Veloce. This is, of course, your race leader, and with him he does bring Sebastian Apostle in the number 1 West Competition Racing BMW. And we've now got a battle of the rings at the moment with Charlie Crossland and Tyskovic. These guys are going to be locked bumper to bumper as they come in the pit lane. Big armfuls of opposite lock from Tyskovic. I think that's into the drift Santa Lock Racing rather than into the breach for him, as both drivers get on the right side of the white line, jumping on the pit limiter, and both bringing the Audis down pit lane as well. It's a very busy lane. We're going to have to wait for some times to kind of level themselves out, get some positions out the door, and see who's your biggest gainer and who's your biggest loser. But lots of action right now on pit lane, Ted.
Sure is, and you're just looking at the pit entry, and these drivers make it look so easy, but when you actually do it, especially in these conditions, and your pressures are way off, because these wets are going to be quite warm, because it's obviously the damp track. It's pretty hard to come in quite quickly, and that's a very short space between when you turn and then the pit line, and you don't want to speed, because then that's going to ruin your pit stop and likely your race. So it's they just make it look so easy.
Yeah, I can say for one, on a driver's point of view, even in the dry, that entry is very awkward and very tricky to get right. So kudos to these guys doing it on a set of beaten up wets that are probably overheated, overpressured, not in the best condition with a light fuel load and yeah, not a lot of traction. Just looking at the pit stop timers down the down the right hand side, sorry, of the scoreboard. Of course, a lot of drivers up in the 1 minute 5s, 1 minute 6s, 1 minute 7s. Of course, indicates that they have changed tyres to what we do not know as of yet. We're going to have to play the spectating game and see who's changed to what. I've already seen Boothby go past on dry tyres. We've then got West Competition Racing on dries. We've got Valentin Barrier still on wets, Ted. That's a curveball. We then got Salvalainen on a set of dries. You can see the waves wrestling the Aston Martin around. Locio is now in the Lamborghini on dries. Porco dries. Caracas didn't quite catch, but a lot of the field look like they are on dries. And Williams lost out to into the breach as well in that pit stop. They've come out ahead, and Fiala for the Williams team, of course, way out of contention after speeding in the pit lane, so a stop and go penalty for them. Marco Jonkers now back in the West Competition racing car. A little bit of a weird bounce there through turn 9. Be very careful on the blue stuff, Jonkers. We've seen cars being turned around by that before, but holds it quite well. And I think, Ted, it's now going to be who can ease these tyres in the most, who can, you know, look after them for the first stint, and then when the track goes dry, that's when you start pounding in the laps and start getting those gains on your opponent, or who is going to maybe ruin these too early on, and come the end of their stint, they're not going to be looking too pretty on lap time.
Yeah, that's the thing. You'll look after your tyres in this stage. You don't want to, because obviously the car's going to be a lot slidey. If you're trying to set them up for when it's dry, which is what you should do, you're going to be running them pretty low on the PSI, and they're not going to be in the optimum range just yet. As soon as that rain stops, then track will dry quite quickly, as we've seen. It's damp. It got damp pretty quickly. The two cars coming out of the pit lane, but yeah, it's you don't want to slide them. That's how you ruin your tyres, and then later on into the stint when it's nice and dry and you should be pounding in the quick laps, that's when you're going to lose a lot of time to the guys behind. But beyond about Barrier on wets, from what I can see, he's on dry tyres, but he had a really quick stop.
As the overlay is ever so slightly bugged, let's see if we can spot on the side of the tyre wall. That would be the kind of telltale sign if we can fly alongside. But yeah, the HUD there definitely saying wets. Have a quick cam to see if I can see my end one, and yeah, just camming around. It does look like a set of wets are still on that car. So whether or not Barrier is double stinting the wets and going Edwards this game, unless it's a slight desync between ACC and the server and various things, but definitely a set of wets still on that car for us here, both me and Stewie. So 2-1, I would say Barrier has stayed on wets. And speaking of wet, it is no longer raining. It is officially cloudy, so the track will now begin to dry up a lot quicker than it would. Keep your eye on the track status in the top right, because that will be the telltale sign of when it goes from greasy to green, probably to fast, and then optimum. So keep your eye on how the track evolves, and make a little note, especially if you're a strategist, just in case the heavens do open later on in the race. 5 kilometers an hour for wind speed, so weather could be changeable on the horizon. Just under 4 hours to go, Ted. It's kind of anybody's to play for, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, I don't want to be nasty, but I would like to see some heavy rain again. It's tricky to drive in those conditions, as we saw for lap 1. It's the amount of spray when you're following someone is mad. Like, you have to be focused at all times. You don't want your teammates talking in your ear too much, because it's just so off-putting. It's just like you can't see. It's you know, it's the worst thing you can have in racing. But yeah, it's just one of those things where these drivers just show how good they are by not hitting the car in front, seeing all the brake lights, just looking out for these little bits and bobs. And also with brake markers, like with all that spray, how do you know when the corner's coming up? You just got to remember where each corner is and how long basically it takes to get there.
Yeah, it almost comes into to muscle memory, doesn't it, essentially? You know, drivers are used to braking at certain landmarks, certain points in the track. Some people use, you know, marker boards, some people use cones. Everybody has a different way of kind of remembering where to brake, etc. And especially in the wet, all those points do tend to change as well. Grantas Caracas on the back of Porco in the 163 Gatto Chain Barless Esports car. Both cars struggling for grip. See how much Grantas is working the wheel on that Porsche. He's now going to have a giant hole punched in the air by the car ahead of him. So see if the slipstream can be beneficial to the Porsche or not. We've seen it struggle in a straight line, of course. You know as well as me, Ted, the Porsche straight line, two things you do not mutter in the same sentence. Still a bit of standing water on the Mistral straight, a bit being kicked up by the, Barlas Esports car ahead, reaching top speed of 281 kilometers an hour, and he couldn't even draw alongside in a slipstream, Ted. It's going to be a very tricky pass for Caracas.
Yeah, that's the Porsche, unfortunately. That's the thing with the Porsche, it's a really good car in the corners, but with the straight line, yeah, you can drop the wing, you can try and hope you can get another kilometer or so, but ideally you want to run it a little bit higher to keep the grip. You know, you can follow someone in the toe and you can keep where you are, but it's, yeah, the overtaking part is the trickiest thing, and mainly you want to go for it in the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. So especially if the track dries out and Grantas can keep these tyres alive for 20 to 30 minutes or so, hopefully track should dry out just enough to make that Porsche viable again. And we saw the Aston didn't have the best of pace in the dry earlier on, so Porco probably going to want to be trying to maximize the wet conditions as much as he can at the moment. Fastest lap of the race just gone to the John Alesi number 27 Lamborghini, just ahead of this little fight. They've managed to take the honours of that, indicated of course those of you that are new to viewing ACC by the purple tag next to their position on the left hand side of the timing tower. We've got a swap in the number 5 Williams Chill Blast car. We've got Fiala out, and Rodriguez is now in. Down in P19, they're looking to make some gains as well, so keep your eye on the 5 progressing up the order. But kind of all settled a little bit weirdly now. We've had packs of cars fighting for a few laps. The pit stops have come in. It's shuffled everybody about again, Ted, and Valentin Barrier is the curveball in the top 3 at the moment. I'm curious to know where that Ferrari is going to end up come the end of the race with this strategy call. Track is now greasy, bear in mind, so we're a little bit drier than we were last time by, so track is forever drying at the moment, Ted.
Yeah, sure is. I just seen from another camera I have, watching Barrier coming out of the long straight on the right-hander. Went very, very wide, almost got a track limit. Just tucked it in behind those, as you see there, the 3 markers, just tucked it in and almost lost the rear. So really struggling on those wet tyres that they're still on, which makes sense. They must be very orange and probably, well, I don't know if they would be red, but I would probably say so, as the track is now greasy. So yeah, those tyres are screaming.
Yeah, it's more than likely going to be the changeover part now for Barrier. I mean, last time by was a 2-minute .147. Cars and dry tyres now running into the 1:58 marker, and I think I've just seen beneath us, Ted, Barrier is now down the pit lane for their tyre change, and Caracas is getting very, very close to the back of the Aston Martin ahead. You can see the Porsches now, as you said, Ted, coming alive in the corners somewhat.
Yeah, sure is. The Porsche is a lovely car. I've really grown to it. Didn't really drive the old one. I drove it in 1 or 2 endurance races, but this new one, I was like, right, I'm gonna drive this. This is gonna be my main car I drive. I want to learn the car, and yeah, I've had so much fun with it so far. It's tricky. No, it's not the easiest car to drive, but it sure is fun.
Yeah, absolutely fun indeed. I mean, I've taken quite a warming to the Ferrari, weirdly enough. Didn't really like the 488, but the 296 is quite fun. It's almost like an old school Group C car in the way you have to drive it. It's got such bad turbo lag at some circuits. You've almost got to drive it with the turbo constantly like spooled or spooling. So when you do punch the throttle, it's ready to go. And you know, the Porsche on the opposite of that NA power, it just keeps going when you plant the foot. It's got the instant power there, providing you're, of course, in the right gear, although power in a straight line isn't what the Porsche suffices at, and you can see just how far back Caracas is dropping from the back of the Gata chain Barlas car. It's a very painful afternoon for the Porsche, as always, and this, Ted, comes with a minus 10 kilo balance of performance that was dropped, of course, with 1.9.3, so Porsche could have been even less competitive here today.
Yeah, sure. I think that was a good thing that happened to the Porsches. That weight reduction is just it's crazy to think that, you know, this is a GT3 class of cars, but they're not the same. You know, you look at other series, a Cup series, for instance, they're all the same car. They've all got the same specs. This is where, because in that is where that you see who's the better driver, who can do better with the car. As we see a dive from the Porsche into the corner, as what we should see anyway. taking it in, getting past that Aston Martin there. Very nice move, nice and clean. It was lovely to see. So there goes that. But then it's the slipstream now, John, with the Aston.
Yeah, myself and Kevin said it earlier. You know, you could get by in sector 3, but come the end of sector 1, you've got the Mistral straight again, and you could find yourself with the Aston coming back past you. So Caracas is going to have to get his foot down, try and build up a little bit of a gap just to try and draw the Aston out of the slipstream that ever more. Although looking very confident on the brakes, although a mistake nearly outbrakes himself. That's going to cost him in the next sequence of corners. Of course, put yourself on the wrong side of the road. Caracas opening up that lead just a little bit more, and now we've got the Azatec Visceral Racing red car down the pit lane. Walshingham is back down after a kind of off stop from Jeffrey Ritchie. Not sure what happened with him, although very much struggled for pace, and now Walshingham down the lane once again, probably to make the change into the dry tyres. Of course, when you change a driver in ACC, it does put your pit stop to 30 seconds, so there's no point in not taking tyres. So when Ritchie came out, Walshingham of course took a new set of wets, so this will be his dry stop completed, and into the breach. Santalock now, Matthias Kuhn up the inside into the corner. Cygnus at the top, Fleischer to the outside, just a bit offline, probably still a little bit wet out there, a little bit of standing water, and the Pirellis maybe not liking that, but into the breach, finding their way back into this race, certainly after a rotten start. So great to see that.
Yeah, as I was saying with the GT3 class, it's like each car is different. Each car is, you know, different. It handles differently. They do go through the corners differently. Like Porsche is really good in the corners, not so great on the straights. You got Ferrari, got good top speed, good on the straights, go right through the corners. And see here, the Audi, I would say, is probably all right through everything. But you know, it's just how the driver handles the car and what they do with it, and how, you know, where they put themselves on track and the racing line. Will this Audi, you know, trying to get themselves on the inside for a corner? Will they wait for a straight? That's you know, that's what the driver has to think, and that's what, you know, is different between like a cup race, for instance, where the driver just has to think about themselves and not the car, not how the car works.
Yeah, absolutely valid point there, and of course every GT3 machinery essentially has its own kind of traits and advantages and disadvantages. And if you look to this race at the moment, the top 5 with 5 different manufacturers in. You've got a Ferrari leading, a BMW chasing up the rear, an Aston behind them, a Lamborghini, and then you've got the Porsche of Grantas Caracas. So 5 manufacturers in the top 5, which just proves how close Kunos is now getting on the BOP. Of course, we were running a custom BOP, although with the amount of updates that were coming out so frequently, we had to put that idea to one side for the moment, although it could come back in a later championship, who knows. And look, Luca Lossio now for John Alesi, the number 27, getting very close to Salvalainen in the 69 Griphax engineering car. They've had a great run from the start of the race. The wet weather has really played into the finish lineup there, and coming under immense pressure from a big name such as the John Alesi team. It's going to be very scary indeed, of course, with Santoro and Tanitsa also paired in that car. Tanitsa done a fantastic job from the get-go, and no move to be had through the final sector. I think if Lossio is very smart about it, he's going to wait for the Mistral straight, Ted, and probably do the old slipstream up to Cygnus and through on the inside, I would say.
Yeah, I would say the same. And I remember Jonas Salvalainen being in Night Owl many moons ago. Yeah, they are such a fast driver, and I wonder where they disappeared to, and here they are in the esports scene, and it doesn't surprise me. You know, they won quite a few Night Owls. They were like basically winning every single race, so it's nice to see them push themselves further and take it into the esports scene. You know, 3rd place at the moment is pretty sweet.
3rd place in a talent-stacked field, need to add as well, Ted. It's, it's not an easy feat, you know. Winning Night Owl might be slightly easier compared to what's going on here, for sure. I think I've casted Savalainen in a Friday champ. Again, he did a very similar strat where he just absolutely dominated absolutely everybody in the field and made it look like, you know, very easy work. Like the AI were almost set to the easy mode with some of the pace he had on the tracks. But here we go, Luca Lossio to the right-hand side, makes it very easy indeed. The Lamborghini, very sleek design, tucks right in behind the Aston Martin, up to the inside of Cygnus, the favoured side of the track, and Savalainen kind of backs out, gives him the inside line, tries to get a better run through the corner to try and mitigate any time lost from being offline slightly. But textbook move there, very clean, very safe, and not much to call between it. But Rodriguez and Arnold are about to start their fight. I've just noticed down the bottom end of the field, the number 43 with a drive-through penalty as well. Riding on board here with Rodriguez as they come on to the straight, not too close to Arnold's rear end. It's, you know, very big gap there. I don't think the Audi is going to be able to gain as much in a slipstream, although Audi on Ferrari too, again, very different manufacturers, and got something similar at the front of the field as well, with the into the breach with Fleischer in the Ferrari and Tinko van der Velde in the mix as well up there. So, you know, plenty to play for here. Rodriguez nowhere near close enough to attempt a move into Cygnus. He's going to have to bide his time a little bit more, although the Audi looks much more confident in the corners than the Ferrari does. He's closed up a good amount of time there now into turn 9. This is a very tricky corner, very easy to get wrong. It's one of those corners you've got to pick a steering angle and control the angle of the car with the throttle and the brake, as to not kind of turn too much and scrub the left-hand side of these Pirellis. Of course, everybody on dry tyres on a greasy track. It's going to be very interesting come at the end of the hour to see who has made the most of the dry Pirellis and who has absolutely killed them in the first half. It's very easy in, of course, 1.9 to murder tyres, should we say, and put them in a state of affairs that you really don't want them to be in.
Yeah, I've gone through many a tyres really easily, just by, as we like to call it, the bro steer, where you have too much turn on than you actually need, and that really grains the front tyres, makes them work like horrible to use. Later on in your say an hour stint when you're doing a sprint race, they 20 minutes towards the end, they don't want to work anymore. Start locking up, under braking, you start going wide, and that's when you start losing time. So looking after tyres in this update is crucial. Is like the main thing you want to sort of be focusing on when it comes to just driving the car, is how smooth can I drive it. I need to look after these tyres when they come out of the pit stop. I need to look after these fresh ones. You know, when you get a few laps in, then you can start pushing, but you still got to keep an eye on the tyre temps and your tyre pressures. You know, you don't want to overheat them, because the range now is between 70 and 100 degrees. So if you go near 100 degrees or over, then they start to get loose, start to slide. When you slide, you start to grain. Once you grain, then that's when you start losing time.
Yeah, once you're grained, of course, there's no going back from it whatsoever. You're then kind of dealt your own hand for the rest of the stint, and you're going to have to cope with those tyres possibly for up to 40 or 50 minutes, depending on your strategy. And I think we've got quite a lot of Into the Breach fans at the moment in our Twitch chat, so welcome on in. It's great to see you guys here, and hopefully you're cheering on for the 696 at the moment, currently in P7, making their way back after a start, just 1.1 seconds good behind the Gatchachain Barlas Esports car. So we thank you for dropping in, and everybody else as well, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, thank you for joining us here for the finale of the RCI 6-hour series. And of course, live timing, if you are using that, has been brought to you by our friends at Team 1FF in partnership with asap.de. Currently hiring people for various roles in their automotive engineering firm. So, you know, if you are looking for a change in career and you're in the German market, maybe it's your time to change jobs. But back to the race at the moment. Nuttall is now looking in his rearview mirror at the front of Arnold, and with Arnold brings Rodriguez as well. So it's a bit of a talent stack lineup behind there to start defending from if your name's Jamie Nuttall. You're in a number 45 Ferrari, Ted.
It's you know, having one guy behind you is scary enough, and you've got to sort of watch yourself. But you know, there's a lot of pressure. You make these little mistakes, and they can start gaining you and try and go for a gap. But two cars behind you is pretty, you know, pretty daunting. Is if the Ferrari can get a space in on a corner, the Audi can try and make their way through as well. So trying to hold two cars off essentially, which is not fun. Yeah,
the worst position to be though is in the middle if you're in the train of cars. You know, Sean Arnold, you've got Jamie Nuttall ahead, you've got Rodriguez behind you. That's the worst scenario. You've got to really choose your time on when to attack, and he has done so very successfully indeed down the Mistral Straight. Rodriguez there maybe caught out by how much Nuttall was going to check up in the Cygnus corner, and got very, very close to him indeed. And actually the brake lights there almost look like indicators on the Ferrari once headlights turned on. Very bright brake light car, but Rodriguez has to sit behind the Assetto Visceral car for another lap before he can probably get a move done down the Cygnus Straight. So Sean Arnold now can stretch the legs on the Yas Heat car. He's going to build up a little bit of a buffer, so when Rodriguez does eventually get through the Assetto Simsport car, it could be a case of already lost the toe, and Arnold could just drive off into the distance. Although through sector 3, like Nuttall is close to Arnold indeed, so maybe not as I thought it would be.
Yeah, just looking at the track, and it is dry. It's now a fast track, so the next one is Optimum, is where they will get all the grip they need. Fast is still okay. It's still quick, as we is now behind the Audi through to turn 1. So now can they come back from this, John? Can they stay in the slipstream of the Audi? Can they, go? Can they just fight back? That's the thing. Will they just drop off?
Yeah, I would say more than likely probably going to try and keep to the back of Rodriguez, but we know how fast the Williams Chill Blast car can be, especially in the right hands. Mark Toll still behind the Samantha Tan racing cars, kind of a one-to-one of Gert Fischer and Luke Southall. It's now Murdoch and Mark Toll in said 2 cars, and it's now like a deja vu moment for myself up here in the box watching these two going to take lumps out of each other once more. I'm wondering if the Aston Martin just doesn't quite have the legs to get past the BMW. The BMW, of course, we know is a very stable platform in general. It's very safe, very easy to drive, so probably going to be even easier in the right hand. So Murdoch still ahead of the West Competition RRS car, and speaking of West Competition, they've just claimed the fastest lap of the race. So the fastest car on circuit at the moment is the #1 Marco Jonker's car, so maybe looked after those tyres on the outlap just that little bit more, although Walshingham, I think, down the order is going to be probably fighting for those honours, currently in P22. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a fast lap from him trying to get back. And now we've got Matthias Kuhn in the ITB Santalop Racing. We know we've got a few fans in chat, so this could be a time to make some noise, see if he can get past the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports Aston Martin, although the Aston looks like it picks up a little bit better off the corners, of course, with the turbo engine. It gives that kind of extra push of power, while the NA of the Audi kind of speeds up. A little flick of the steering wheel, small adjustment for Matthias Kuhn as he tucks into the slipstream, tries to break the slipstream now in the 163. Walko ahead, very wise to what is going on, and I think small gains are happening, although I'm not sure if the Audi has enough in him just yet. He does tow up to the back of the car, but I don't think he's going to get alongside before Cygnus, although he makes the move. He makes to try and make a move on the inside, tries to off-put Porco ahead of him into the top of the Cygnus corner at the end of the Mistral Straight, although just not enough to do so. And Matthias Kuhn now will spend another lap more than likely behind the Aston Martin, but he does look like the faster car on track out of these two, Ted.
Sure does, and going for that move, almost going for the move, was pretty late, and I was quite surprised that they decided they were going to have a look up the inside, but thought again about going for it and just sitting behind. That's a really easy place where you can lose it, is under braking. You pull out, brake, and turn in. It's quite tight when you're on the inside, so very well to hold it and keep it within track limits on the exit as well. But yeah, we'll definitely go for it again on the back straight.
Yeah, looks like a much closer line on to the turn 1. Tries the old switchback nature, although nothing to be had in turns 1 and 2. And just want to draw your attention to the number 28 car. Thought it was track limits, although just looked into race control, and it's an incident on lap 53, turn 10, involving the 832 and the 28. There's a drive-through for, the drive-through for the 832. That was for the 832, so yeah, 28 possibly is track limits on that one. Too many 8s and 28s, and a matter of coincidences in the timing of that penalty. But the 832 was the drive-through for a position not returned, and then we have a lap 44, turn 9, involving the 44 and the 95, minor contact on that one. So sport. So Alexander Herbenus is pushing the limits of Paul Ricard, shall we say, and nets himself a drive-through for the pleasure of doing so. A flash of the lights there, you can see the illumination on the diffuser of the Aston Martin. He tries again, Matthias Kuhn to the inside, although just hasn't got the nose alongside enough, Ted, to make a difference. And look in the background, Lewis Fleischer is getting ever closer in the 52. So this is where Matthias Kuhn is going to want to try and get a move on and find a way past the Gatter Chain Barlas Aston.
And this goes to show about the BOP, how close the Aston Martin and the Audi is now. Whereas the Audi, I'd say, would have blitzed the Aston Martin a few patches ago, a few bops ago as well. So it just goes to show that the Aston is now a big fighter in racing, and yeah, but also these two fighting is going to bring it in the 52, as you just say. It's what is it now? It's 1 second to the 696. So that Ferrari is catching.
Ferrari catching, and of course the 52, the Team 1FF car, currently second place in the championship, is going to want to try and take as many points as they can away from this round. Of course, just under 3.5 hours to go, so you know, still plenty of time to make some places up. And I'm wondering if they've geared their car more around the dry weather than the wet weather. Of course, me and Kevin Galvin speaking earlier about how you set your car up for a mixed scenario. You know, do you go more for the dry balance of the car? Do you go trying to aim for a good wet setup, but then of course lose a lot of pace when the rain does ease off? Or do you try and just gear it in the middle, play a safe alternative for both weather scenarios? And Leonardo Porco already trying to break the toe of the ITV Santalot car, although Matthias Kuhn having none of it this time in the 696, glued to every inch and millimeter that car ahead moves, although just not enough legs in the Audi by the time it gets to the straight to pull alongside. What he needs to do is get the nose alongside enough, just like this, and this could be it. Up into the corner, at the top of the hill into Cygnus, a dab of the brakes to the inside goes Matthias Kuhn, and I think he's made it stick. He's just got to cover it off in turn 9 now, and this could bring Lewis Fleischer into the fight with the Gatter Chain Barlas Esports car. And if the 52 can hassle the 163 enough, it could allow Matthias Kuhn to escape up the road for the Into the Breach Santalot Racing team. Fantastic move there, Ted.
Yeah, sure was. It was obvious that, you know, as soon as the Audi got alongside, the Aston Martin was just going to slow down and just let them slot in. There's no point trying to go too wide through there. It will always end up going wrong for one of the cars, most likely the one on the outside. But yeah, the 52 is now caught up. It's 1.1 seconds in the last timing line, but I'm pretty sure it's closer than that now, as we see at 8 tenths at the top of the timing screen. You can just see the 52 there, and Tika van der Velde is 2.2 seconds in the 55 Audi. So they if the three cars fight, then they might come into it as well. So, you know, a few little battles going on around the track, because we see Martin Lawrence for Connection Loss Racing in the 404 Aston chasing down the 29 for Ferrari, in front by 3/10. So see if the Aston Martin can overtake the Ferrari, like we just seen with the Audi, but I don't think that's going to happen at this time around.
And some very proud people in chat for the ITB. Of course, the team manager Alaric Enslin cheering on the car, saying, you know, yes man, there we go, and a few people saying let's go as well to Matthias. So you know, great to see some support from all the teams up and down the grid, and I'm sure we'll get some more vocal people towards the end of the stream chiming in as well when their favorite cars are making positions. And here Rodriguez is certainly to try and make a position now on Sean Arnold. He's very close, he's been closer than ever, although I'm wondering if the Audi is going to suffer once again like we just witnessed with the Aston Martin, where it just about struggles to pull alongside it. And a few laps ago, Ted, I said Walshingham will take the fastest lap, and look at that, down in P21. He is a man on a move, wanted to make up some ground. He is currently the fastest car on the circuit, and look to the top right, Ted. 30 minutes. Top right, Ted.
You read my mind. Yeah, it's a fast track. I was waiting for it to go to Ultima, but it's just not happening. 30 cars going around track is just not getting that track to evolve enough. And yeah, 30 minutes time. Rain is on the way. It's only light rain, but still it is rain. And how long do the drivers have left? Do we say like another 30, 25, 30 minutes? So I might just go on with the pit stops, just I think. So I think the drivers and the teams have just gotten off lightly with with the weather, which is always a good sign. You know, when you're driving, the weather changes. Like, oh well, I don't have to do another pit. I don't have to splash for fuel and go out on these horrible tyres and then pit for wets. You know, in like for literally 5 minutes after that pit stop. So it should work out for most of the teams.
Yeah, it could be all to play for, but I mean, you know, the Valentin barrier car came down the lane quite late on the dry tyres to the wet, so he's not, of course, had a full stint on the dry tyres. He's going to have to cut that very short speed compared to his rivals, of course, who have had a dry tyre stint, albeit on a slightly greasy kind of worn track, so maybe the tyres aren't up to the best, and I'd love to see if we can get an onboard. I think one of the Audis has the race logic in the middle of the dashboard. Be the timer on the stint to see how much we've got left, and there we go, 34 minutes on stint timer, Ted. Rain is due in 30, so that could be perfect timing for some of these guys.
Yeah, so yeah, it's like I say, it's just perfect for the teams, for the drivers. They don't have to worry about strategy and planning and like, oh, how much fuel do we like just dump in the car quickly? You know, should we go for wets and run them for 2 or 3 laps and risk them overheating too much? Because you know that's one thing you don't want with the wets. And if the rain doesn't come enough and it's only a quick shower, they're not going to cool down quickly. So it's one of those of, we have to see in the next 10 minutes what the next weather cycle is going to be, how heavy the rain is going to be, you know, in the next slot. So it's there's still a bit of strategy, but it's not too worrying for the teams.
That's another good point, isn't it? Like you say, you know, rain is due at 30. It's a light rain at the moment, but how long is that going to last? Is it going to be just a kind of 10-minute shower and then ease off again? You know, you're going to be kind of second guessing yourself at this point. I think drivers are going to have to wait another 20 to 25 minutes or so for the weather to update itself and then make a call on what they want to do. But strategists certainly are going to be earning their kind of money this weekend, shall we say, with this race. It's a very tricky one to call, and I for one would not like to call some of these decisions, guys. But back to the race at hand, of course. George Boothby at the top of your tables in the 992 Ferrari, 80 laps to their name. Marco Jonkers 2.7 down the 2.7 seconds, sorry, down the road. And then we've got Lossio in the Lamborghini, the number 27 John Lacey car, 12 seconds to the good. Salvalainen has dropped back a little bit, 6.5 seconds to the good on that. And then Caracas, 9.5 seconds good on that. And that rounds out your top 5, but still 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. So anything to play for, as Lewis Fleischer is really testing the limits of that Ferrari. A little slide through turn 9, and Tinko van der Velde, we said it earlier, it might have been a 4 to 5 way fight, although with ITB and the you know, ITB getting past and disappearing up the road, it's now a 3-way fight. Fleischer looking to try and gain on the Gatto chain. Barlos Esports car looks to the inside of the final corner, although covered off by the Audi, by the Aston. That's going to detriment its exit to the Audi, and that allows Tinko van der Velde up alongside, although Tinko's going to be on the outside of turn 1, although have the inside for turn 2, and the move's already been done. Fleischer down to P9, Tinko van der Velde up to P8. And now let's see, can Tinko make a move on the Aston? Gets very close on the brakes into turn 1. And I think Fleischer's going to benefit from a bit of a double toe here. So he could get past the Aston if he stays close enough. Although, looks like he's dropped a bit far back there in turns 1 and 2, Ted.
It sure does. It's one of those things where this is the opposite end of the pressure. Rather than people following, you're following someone and you've got to try and stick with them. You know, you've just lost a place on the last turn. You know, it doesn't matter where you've lost a place really, but you know, you'll drop it back a little bit because of the overtake. Now you've got to try and stick onto that toe, and it's not easy because if it gets into your head too much and you're thinking about it too much, that's when you start making the little mistakes, braking a bit too late because you want to try and get gain in the braking zone, try and get your foot down on exit too quickly, and if the car isn't great with that, then yeah, might do a little bit of a slip, might have a little slide, and that always loses you time. Tinko van der Velde thinking about going for it and then decides to back off just at the last minute.
Yeah, very close from Tinko there. We've almost got another one-to-one scenario, of course, of where Matthias Kuhn has already got through on the 696 in Breach Stantalot racing car. Of course, the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports car has all but the experience now. He knows where the Audi is stronger than himself. So now he's got Tinko van der Velde, albeit a different pilot behind the wheel. It's still the kind of same chassis. It's still got the same acceleration and kind of braking and cornering abilities. So very heads up as to where that Audi is strong and where the Aston is that little bit stronger. But Tinko all over the back of the 163, proper fighting the car, using all of the track as you see Tinko over the exit curb, and the Barlas East car nowhere near the exit curb as they head over the line. Best lap for Tinko, 154.6, currently running 155.3s. The dry tyres, and gets very close in turn one. We saw it last time. Tinko is exceptionally good on the brakes in the Audi, gets over the back of him and closes the gap right up. So I think down the Mistral Straight this time, Ted, this could be the move that we saw the 696 make just a few laps ago.
Yeah, and while all this is going on, all this fighting, you got Murdoch in the 39 BMW and then the 33 Aston Martin. Oh, it's close. 33 Aston Martin of Mark Toll is now closing as well. Only 1.3 and 1 second to the cars that we are looking here. So this is going to be a pretty big battle if all cars can close in, and that's when the real big fighting starts, and the big the tow train, as we like to say, will start happening.
Ahoy down the Mistral Straight, and here we go, riding on board with the diffuser of the Gatto Chain Barlas East car, Leonardo Porco at the wheel, the 163, Tinko van der Velde behind in the Williams 55 team racing car, gets ever so close and manages to shoehorn the Audi up the inside, almost a one-to-one move on what we saw the 696 and Matthias Kuhn do just a few laps ago, and covers off the inside of turn 9 beautifully. All the meanwhile, that's allowed Lewis Fleischer to get ever so closer to the back of them, although it doesn't look like the 163 has given up yet. He's tried to have a stab back in turn 9, although just didn't have the space on the inside, covered off excellently by Tinko van der Velde. Williams now up into P7. We've got Gatto Chain Barlas Esports into P8, and all the meanwhile the Lewis Fleischer car, the Team 1FF 52. This is of course the essential championship leader and championship P2 drivers locked together here, the 55 and the 52. So, you know, we know the Williams has got a really big buffer of points, so Fleischer is going to have to at least overtake Tinko van der Velde, plus everybody ahead of them, to try and capitalise. And look in the background, all the meanwhile, Ted, it's brought Murdoch and Toll into the fight as well. And suddenly we're going to have this 4 to 5 way fight on our hands, I think.
Yeah, just looking at the last laps, and got 55 to the 52, those three cars were fighting. Mid to high 55s, whereas 39 and 33, the BMW and the Aston Martin, a 55.2 and a 55.1. So they are closing about half a second a lap, and you can see by the BMW right behind Team 1FF 52 Ferrari. So it's going to get a little bit crazy with the slipstreams in a few minutes' time.
Absolutely so, and Stewie, of course, showing the last lap times on your screens at the moment. 154.8 for Boothby at the head of the field. Jonkers with a 154.4, so he's catching ever so slowly. Gap down now to 2.2 seconds. Lossio 154.6, so no real gain there. Salvalainen with a 154.5. We've got Caracas with a 154.8, so he's now stuck in kind of no man's land with Matthias Kuhn just behind him as well. So the Porsche is more than likely going to get mugged on the next straight for a position. Lewis Fleischer finds his way to the inside of the 163, although be very careful. The switchback nature will put you on the outside for turn 10, and nothing to be had. Fleischer tries the old up and under switcheroo, get the better drive off the corner, although nothing to be had. The Aston is very good off the corner as well, although could lead himself to a little switchback into the last corner. Maybe the Aston certainly not so good in the mid corner. The Ferrari much better on the mid corner, although not as good on corner exit. The Ferrari with the big turbo lag on that car makes it an utter nightmare to get off the corners, and just by the talky BMW behind, you see how much Murdoch gained off the hairpin. He's gained enough to get alongside him down into turn 1, side by side. Samantha Tan racing to the inside, although Murdoch thinks twice and maybe brakes a little bit early, and it's enough to throw Fleischer offline ever so slightly through turns 1 and 2. And look at the better run that Murdoch has now got. He's set this move up. Corners a go for turn 3. Fleischer now to the defense on turn 3, although it will become the the switchback of turn 4, although the Ferrari carries just enough speed to cover it off, although I think the BMW is going to have a chop at it down the straight, and all the meanwhile it's allowed the 163 Aston Martin ahead to gain another piece of time on him.
Crazy battling is going on, but here is Mark Toll, just was a second behind on the start finish, 4 tenths. That's how crazy fighting someone else is. Like, so you know, cars in front are fighting, you're just going to gain time. You don't need to worry about, do I need to let the brake later? Do I need to increase my lap time? You just keep doing your lap times. Have your teammates let you know what they're doing in front. Are they fighting? Are they losing time? Yes, yes, and yes. If all the boxes are ticked, then you just keep doing what you're doing. And it just goes to show. Murdoch, Toll are both just caught up to these drivers in front. So you know, it's just one of those in racing where if you fight someone and you don't want to follow for too long and you just fight every corner you can, you're just going to lose a load amount of time.
That's certainly the problem in endurance racing, isn't it? When you know, two cars get together and start kind of pushing each other offline a little bit, it's going side by side through 2 to 3, 4 corners at a time. That then leads everybody else behind you into the mix as well. And speaking of into the mix, here we go. Patrick Pignon in the 977 K Kramer Esports racing car finds himself under fire from the inside here. Sean Arnold goes through on the Yas Heat car. Very textbook move there. Saw the gap, went for it, made it stick, and racing room given by both drivers. So Sean Arnold can now focus his sights back on the Williams Audi, the number 5 of Rodriguez, to see if they can make a headway in towards the top 10. Of course, just over 3 hours of racing to go. Absolutely anything can happen at the moment, and you know, fantastic pace from all drivers up and down the field to get this far in such tricky conditions as well. And track status, Ted, has just reached optimum, so some more fast times probably going to be coming through, although of course that is you know, hinging in going back to wet again, of course, with the wet weather coming in the next 30 minutes though. Matthias Kuhn now on not Luke Whitehead, sorry, this is Grantas Caracas. The drivers have changed, and just look at that, the Porsche sitting duck on the straight. Matthias Kuhn into the breach, up into P5. Grantas Caracas for Veloce down now into P6, so another change of position, and Matthias Kuhn is really on a charge at the moment for the 696 into the breach Santalot car. Next in his line of sight will be Juna Salvalainen in the number 65 Griphax engineering car, and that's only a few moments down the road as well. He's got a bit of a window, maybe about 10 seconds or so to make up on Juna. We're going to see the gap when it comes across the line, although Caracas hasn't really dropped off the back of the ITB car, although following very closely, maybe just trying to work with the Audi to see how much he can get, and that is the gap just displayed briefly there coming across the line. It's approximately 10.7 seconds to the good for ITB to make up on Griphax before they will see each other fighting. So wondering if Grantas Caracas plays this one smartly, uses the toe of the Audi, of course, works with him down the Mistral Straight, whether together they can pair up, and then suddenly Juna Salvalainen might find himself under fire from 2 cars rather than the 1.
Yeah, those drivers need to follow each other and not fight too much, just to gain on Salvalainen. I've just seen his last lap time was a 54.8, 1 minute 54.8, whereas the other 2 cars were 54.2. That was Matthias Kuhn. So that's for 6 tenths. Sorry, can't count. That's 6 tenths difference, over half a second. So if they just keep doing this every lap, then they will catch up to the 4th place spot. But if they do this, that's not going to help.
Certainly only going to hinder as they go side by side down the Mistral Straight. Kuhn to the inside in the 696 ITB Santalot car. Caracas does eventually kind of lift off and allow Kuhn back over to the left-hand side, take the optimal racing line so they don't have to go side by side through the top of the curve of Stignes at the end of the lap. And turn 9, very tricky corner. You've got to balance the car. As I said earlier, you can't bro steer your way through that one, or you will kill your left-hand side tyres very quickly in your car. And oh,
dear.
look at this, Lewis Fleischer off the road. Championship P2 this is. Let's see
Oh,
what
no.
happened to the inside of the Gator Chain Barless Esports car. Flicked it in, got it through the corner, and let's have a look. Was there contact?
Oh,
I
no.
think there might have been a small pirouette for Fleischer. Finds himself off to driver's right, although kept it out of the solid concrete Armco on the right-hand side, and that's crucial, although a ton of time lost there, and that's very unfortunate for your car that's currently in P2 of the championship, all the way down now to P12. Got a big window to gain back 10 seconds to the good on the Aston that he was once passed just a moment ago. That's detrimental to your championship scoring. Not good at all for the Team 1FF guys.
Yeah, and those tyres are going to be screaming. Like we said, gliding the tyres is going to grain them. Spinning, that's not obviously their fault. That was the car behind that made them spin. That's really going to hurt the tyres for these, I guess, last few laps before the rain comes. But the rain hasn't moved into the 10-minute mark yet, so still about, well, probably like 15 minutes away or so now. Just have to keep an eye on the top right screen. See what happened is we have the car 39 is in the pit lane. That is Murdoch's in. So what are they going to do? They've been in there for a while. Are they going to take a fresh set of dries and just like try and gain time back while everyone else is on older tyres? You know, just taking a bit of fuel, fresh tyres, and try and go for it. As they know the rain's coming. The wet tyres don't take up a slot in the tyre limit. That is only for the dry tyres, and apparently they did change tyres, Stewie says in my ear, so that's probably a good play from them. You know, they can smash out a load of laps on a lower fuel and fresh tyres, and they'll have the pressures on point by now, optimum track as well, so you know, time should be coming in thick and fast for that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Murdoch out the car, Luke Southall back in for Samantha Tan Racing. So let's see what their number one driver can do. That one, Walshingham has found their way past STR. They've gained a few positions in the cycle of stops so far as well. And we've now got the Jean Lacey Esports team in flying formation at the moment, with Alexandra ahead, ironically, of Alexandra behind on the number 28. So battle of the Alexes at the moment, surname and forename, although probably some team orders in play here, I would say, not to attack each other, and just to kind of try and make progress as much as you guys can up the field. If one car is clearly faster, you can only imagine they will let each other past. And Frantas Caracas has now slipped a little bit from Matthias Kuhn ahead of him in the 696 into the breach Santa Lock Audi. That car has just driven away now, so no slipstream benefit for Caracas. He's not going to be able to make it side by side, certainly by the end of the straight this time by. So Caracas is going to have to now try and mount a defense to stop Tinko van der Velde from catching. And Marco Jonkers, 2.1 seconds to the good now on George Boothby, just ahead. Looking to the top right-hand side of your screen, Ted. Rain in 10 minutes. Heavier rain in 30 minutes time. And stint timer is just over 16 minutes. So what do? Do you come in? Do you take wets and burn them up before the rain comes? Do you come in, take some dries and see what you can do? And maybe an absolute blinder has been played by Samantha Tan coming in early. Grab some dry tyres. They're going to have obviously fresher tyres, optimum track in a good window, a lighter fuel load, so they're really going to be able to pound the times in at the moment. And then when the rain comes, they're going to probably be jumping back onto the wets. They're going to have a full service, and they're going to go again for a full stint. So very interesting strategy at play indeed. And temperatures are dropping as well, Ted. 22 in the air and 24 on the track. It has crashed quite dramatically. I believe it was up to the 27s at one point when dry earlier on. So very interesting scenario indeed. Not sure what's going to happen with pit strategy, but it's going to be one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, just looking at the BMW 39, they came in for the pit stop. They could have waited a bit longer. They should have been counting, had a count of how many minutes it had been since they saw the rain in 30 minutes time, and worked out, right, okay, we've got like a few minutes till it goes to 10, maybe, till we wait another lap, because they're only going to get 8 laps at best, 4 laps at best. That's 8 minutes, and maybe in 10 minutes they can get 5, but if the rain starts coming, then they're not going to get the best out of the tyres they can, because obviously it will go straight to greasing and damp. But was it a good call from them? I don't know. If they can make up the time they lost in the pit stop, which is pretty slim, then no. So they've probably wasted the time. Unless they had to pit, we don't know. We don't know what strategy they're on exactly. But yeah, a lot of these drivers now thinking, right, well, I need to keep going for a bit, see how bad the rain is at first. But yeah, people should be thinking about, right, wet tyres and what pressures do I need, because obviously it depends how long this light shower is going to be before the heavier rain comes.
Just kept an eye on Luke Southall last time by 1:54.2. He is matching race pace of George Boothby, who's also done a 1:54.2 along with Marco Jonkers around that region. So it could be a smart call, but like you say, you might not get enough running time on the new set of Pirellis to really make their money's worth. But of course, we have dipped below the hour. It is once again that time when we ask you guys at home to, of course, vote for the AK Esports team of the race. And it is, of course, worth €100 per race to each team. And so far, the 992 Veloce car has taken all of the honours. And I think from the comments in chat, they may end up taking a full round of them in the season, so a good chunk of bonus money there. So we'll flash a QR code on your screen while we go away for our break. Whether or not you're voting for greatest comeback, fastest car, greatest delivery, or just your favorite team at home, get your votes in and get your team that bonus €100. But it's time to retire myself. I'm going to say my farewells. I'm going to hand the reins over to Tim Peck when we come back from the break. Ted Edwards will be staying in the box, so you'll have Tim and Ted on the screens for the next hour or so, and then we'll keep casters towards the end as well. So thank you very much for having me. It's been a great pleasure casting the first half of this race, and I'm going to leave you in some very capable hands when we come back after the break. We're going to leave you on board with Mark Toll for now in the West Competition racing car to see if he can find a way past the 163 Gatto Chain Barlas Esports.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you, wherever you are joining us from. I'm Tim Peck, joined now by Ted Edwards in the commentary booth and Dewey behind the broadcast. And welcome back, everybody, to the 6-hour Esports Series. Today, we're doing the final race at Paul Ricard. We've just passed the halfway mark, 2 hours and 51 minutes left to go in the race. And I imagine everyone's eyes right now will be glued to the screen. As you can see from the front screen of the car there of George Boothby, the rain has started to fall. Ted, you called it earlier, we're seeing more rain in this race.
They call me the weatherman. What can you say? But it was funny. John leaves the room and it rains straight away. It's just like just the right timing right there. But yeah, some cars are already pitted. We did see the 39 earlier, Tim, pit quite early, to be fair, 10 minutes before the rain came. They did a lap on a new set of dries, maybe took a bit of fuel, we think, and then literally a lap later it turned to 10 minutes with rain. So got to keep an eye on them to see if they've got enough time gain back. Don't think they do. I think it was a bit of a silly strategy. Didn't wait long enough to see a few cars off here. But yeah, so we have to keep an eye on them. This is the greasy track kicking in now on these dry tyres. Hitting that blue bit of the track is not what you want. With the dry tyres, whoa, that's not what you want to see when you're backwards. There's another car coming towards you.
That was a very dangerous looking situation there. Luckily, both cars able to stay out of each other's way. But yes, like you were saying, Ted, it's not ideal to go really off the track when the weather is wet, especially since cars right now will be on dry tyres. They'll be about an hour old at this point in time, of course. Most teams will fit this perfectly into the pit stop, and from the looks of it as well, we were wondering, I know in the booth we were wondering how long it would take for the track to get back to the point where you'd need to put on the wet tyres. Of course, it went from wet to damp fairly quickly earlier on when it was raining, but already the track's gone greasy and you can see the rain looks pretty heavy, and I'd say probably you're going to see cars coming into the pits very shortly to put on that wet set of tyres, because as we saw there, already very difficult to navigate the track in this condition.
Yeah, sure is. And yeah, it's like rain. Look at this. Look at Luke controlling the wheel of this car, of the BMW. So much slipping is happening on these dry tyres. But yeah, a lot of teams are lucky, to be honest, because the rains came at the time when they would do their pit stop for a new set of tyres, so they've got away with it pretty easy. Whereas we saw before, for example, in 39, not really, went a bit early, shouldn't have, I think. But yeah, here's Tika van der Velde on a set of wets maybe, or they're pulling into the pit box. Yes, so they'll be switching over. But yeah, it's greasy already, and yeah. The light rain looks heavy as it is. What is a heavy rain gonna look like? It's gonna completely drown the track, but hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. This should still be a dry racing line, dry-ish racing line for the drivers to drive on. But just what you do with your tire pressures now for the wets is how long is this next 10 minutes of light rain? It's got a plus symbol, so it's gonna get heavier, but how heavier is it going to get before the heavy rain does come? So what pressures do you run with? You risk of them being overheated now. You just try and run it on the wet lines, which is off the racing line. It's just one of those things that they have to think about with strategy.
Absolutely, and all of the teams will be looking at what the best tyre pressure is likely to be. Personally, I would not want to be making that decision, because it's a tough one to make on what you want to do with the tyres. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen after that 30 minutes as well. That might just be a short spout of quite heavy rain, might lighten back up again too. So I think personally what I do, Ted, is probably go on or put the tyre pressures to the rain situation now side, and then look at how badly it starts to get once the rain starts coming in heavier. So we'll see what that looks like. Of course, both the Williams teams, Razor and Chill Blast, have come into the pits now. A lot of other teams following suit, so like everyone's just opting in switching to those dry tyres now. The track has just hit damp through the last couple of corners too. Marco Jonkers behind the wheel of the West Competition racing car is still out in the lead at the moment. We'll I imagine, come into the pits at the end of this lap. I will admit, Ted, when the Team Razor, the Williams Team Razor car first came into the pits, I didn't realise that they'd just come out the first part of the pits, because you know there's a gap between the two sets of pit stops.
Yeah.
I thought they were coming out of the pits. I was like, there's no way they are still on dry tyres, right? Like that's not the call here.
Yeah, that caught me out as well. With Tico, I think it was. I thought, oh, he's already doing his pit stop. Oh no, he's pulling in because he's one of the first pit boxes to the exit. So yeah, it's a little bit confusing sometimes when we don't have the full camera angle and the camera angles change around and stuff. So, but just want to point out 2 penalties that we have got, which is lap 87, turn 12 involving the 52 and the 163, a drive-through for 163, takeout of the 52, position not returned, and then a lap 92, turn 3, involving both those cars again, the 52, oh no, the 52 and the 164, sorry, not the 163, the 164, drive-through for car 52, takeout on 164, position not returned. That's what that drive-through there you can see, and they've come back into the pit lane.
Absolutely, they're going to have to serve that one basically straight away. And you can see now West Competition Racing, one of the final cars into the pit lane, does finally come in. Malinowski for the Veloce Esports car, the UCOG crossover in P2 right now, will be coming to the end of this lap. And I think, if I remember, they should be just ahead of West Competition Racing. I believe there was a 2-second gap between those cars up at the front there. We'll see if that gap has remained the same now with Malinowski approaching the line. For those of you that have only just caught up with us today and would like to know what it is these teams are fighting for, there is an €11,000 prize pool which will be split across the top 20 teams in the end of this championship. Each race, the top 30 teams will score points to go towards the championship. There are no bonus points in this for qualifying or the fastest race lap, which we have had in some previous championships as well. So all cars right now, the aim is to get in the top 30, but the ones fighting for the top positions, they'll want to be a lot higher up the field. Right now, leading the championship, have the Williams Esports Razor Audi, a nice big gap of 53 points. Team 1FF, the number 52 car, and then the Veloce UCOG team with 118 points is in P3 at the moment. So Williams Esports Razor, the number 55 car, where they've been sitting so far in this race, currently in 7th place overall, looking like they're going to be taking home the biggest prize at the end of this championship. They've had a phenomenal season, Ted, and we saw them at the top. The first 2 races, winning the races, and then consistently on the podium all year round.
Yeah, and you say the 52 in the second place, they've just got their drive-through, so they've gone back even further. So 55 doesn't really need to worry too much. They just need to just drive the car, bring it home, basically. But it's easier said than done, as we're still on a damp track with all this rain. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. But just notice something as well: the 333 down in 30th place, virtual drivers by TX3 got a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. That was just a tiny bit over speeding, and yeah, they got that drive-through. Sometimes if you speed too much, you get a stop and go 30. So they were pretty lucky not to get that, but still, a penalty for speeding is not what you want.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not what we saw earlier with the number 5 car, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car there, that I believe got the stop and go 30 seconds for speeding into the pit lane? I want to correct me if I'm wrong there, Ted, but I believe that is what we saw a bit earlier on as well. So I'd agree with you. It's damage limitation at this point in the race. You've still got 2 hours and 42 minutes left. A lot can happen in that time. Every single team just wants to make sure that they bring that car home fairly safely. With rain pouring down like this, the cars become a little bit more unpredictable, but a lot harder to control. Like I said, you want to keep off the curbs of the track so you don't lose grip and spin the car out. But for the remainder of this race, a lot of damage limitation will be on the team's minds, but also some of the teams that maybe find themselves a bit further down the field than they want to, the number 52 for example, they're still going to be looking to try and push positions. They'll want to be overtaking other cars to get back up through the field, and with that does come a certain risk they have to just be a bit careful of. So I'm imagining now, with the rain to come for at least the next 30 minutes, probably longer, we're going to have some very exciting and nail-biting action on track.
Yeah, it's one of those things that the 52 just needs to. They want to try and gain as many positions as they are. Yeah, they're second in the championship right now, but they have the 992 breathing down their neck. See, the 992's in first, so it's one of those things of they need to try and balance out the points. And at the minute, they're quite far back, so they can gain another 5 positions or more. Maybe that will keep them ahead in staying in second place after this round is finished. But yeah, that drive-through hurt them. But that's what happens when you make contact with another car. Is you'll get a penalty. So just playing it safe, not going for silly moves, not making contact with any other cars. Easy said than done, but it's just one of those things.
Absolutely. On the screen right now, the two Jean Alesi cars battling out with each other for 22nd place. That was Darren King and Alan behind the wheels of the 29 and the 28. No team orders there by the looks of things. And now on your screen, you've got West Competition Racing driver Marco Jonkers still in the car after the pit stop. That gap still only 2.5 seconds. 992 Veloce car ahead. So Jonkers here will be wanting to close that gap, but I imagine will also be satisfied to keep up pace with Malinowski here. We know how fast both Malinowski and Boothby behind the wheel of that 992 have been so far in this season, Ted. Marco Jonkers, West Competition Racing, keep it within that 2.5 second distance. That opens up some potential for maybe later on in the race they can push things a little bit harder and try and strike back, but definitely not letting that gap get too big. I'm sure the West Competition Racing team will be really happy with how the race is going so far.
Yeah, we were looking earlier, Marco Jonkers was closing that gap to Boothby, and it got down to 2 seconds, but now it's back up to 2.8, so there is pace in that BMW to catch that Ferrari. It's just, can they keep going? They've still got 2 hours and 40 minutes left, so, there's plenty of time for each of them to make a mistake, or just gain, or, back markers get in the way, because that can always happen. You can't forget about the back markers getting in the way through some corners when they don't mean to, or just getting in the way in blue flags, which is not helpful anyway. But just looking at the Stewart's notes, is lap 94 turn 14 involving the 31. 5 seconds for that car for a pit entry white line crossed, and the same with the 404 on lap 95 turn 14. Obviously again 5 seconds for crossing that white line. So it's the first time I've seen that come out, Tim. Don't really see that often.
The pit entry white line cross penalties.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not something we often see in RCI championships. However, of course, these events are live stewarded, so they do deem some things necessary to penalise. And yeah, looking at it, a pit entry white line cross, 5 seconds cars. Yeah, I'd say it's fair. It is something you have to pay attention to, especially on this track as well. If you cross the white line when you're not supposed to, it can mess up other drivers. When the rain is pouring down like this too, you do have to be aware of that. Speaking of the last laps, got the last laps, the sort of times the cars are running at the moment. Most drivers just above the 2 minutes lap time mark. But look a bit further down the order, number 5, the Chill Blast car, a 1:59.982 for them, so they've broken past that 2 minute time per lap. However, lap times will only be getting slower if you cast your eyes back up towards the top right hand side of the screen where the weather forecast lies. 30-minute time, and the track is only going to get more and more rain, Ted. Looking like we may spend the majority of this race in torrential rain conditions.
Yeah, we might see that come into effect. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the rain is. I haven't driven in heavy rain in a long time, so just nice to see what the drivers see. As we saw earlier, can't see. You could be fighting like this, and you see that spray. That's nothing compared to what we saw earlier. But yeah, that white line crossing though is can be pretty dangerous if you're fighting like this, and that Aston Martin decides, oh, I want to pit now, and cuts across front of this Ferrari, and can cause a big accident. So you need to get all the way to the right hand side, indicator on. It was very useful as well, just to let the car behind know that you're going to the right hand side. And yeah, that's why they get the 5-second penalties, is just to say, like, you need to be more safe when you're coming into the pit lane.
Absolutely, just a bit of awareness, a bit of working with each other, just to let the other car know what you are going to do, because of course if you do cut across someone and you make contact, it's not only going to be bad for them, but it can end up being very bad for you as well. So awareness out on track for these drivers, making sure that in this wet weather everyone knows what is happening. The number 44 in P17, they have just taken fastest lap. They've not just taken the fastest lap, they have the fastest lap of the race. I don't know why I thought they'd just taken it there. But we were talking about the number 52 earlier, Nicholas Arndt behind the wheel of the Team 1 FF car, currently running in P15, was running up in the top 3 for quite a long time in this race, but unfortunately for them, made contact. The car saw them gain a penalty and then fall a bit further back through the field as well. But running in P15, it's not the worst situation to be in. They're going to still score quite a lot of points. What they need to do now, though, make sure that they climb up a bit more through the order, because if they finish this race down here, they are going to be under threat from the 992 Veloce team, who are just behind them in the championship as well. So I imagine for Nicholas Arndt, the game now is just climbing through the field. Usually we see when weather gets heavy rain like this, well, like it's soon to come, sorry, overtakes die down a little bit. Drivers may be a bit more safe with how they drive on track, don't risk too much out in the field. Aren't going for an overtake on Porco in the 163. Done and dusted. I don't think Porco wants to put up too much of a fight there against Arndt. And like I was saying, very risky to do overtakes in these conditions. You have to be that much more aware. You've got to leave that extra bit of space, be aware of where your braking marker is, and allow for that slight error that might come from the wet weather. However, for the number 52 team, Team 1FF, they're just going to have to really focus and still climb through the order, because for them, they can't just say, okay, we've got the whole position in the rain. They need to climb back up the field, especially with their competitors currently leading the race.
Yeah, I think we see on the start-finish, Porco just lifted off, and I think maybe that's tyre pressures. Its track is literally just gone to wet from damp, so now the tyres start cooling down. If they're a bit overpressured, which I would say they would be, because I would want to set pressures up ready for the heavy rain. Some teams might not have gone for that. I might be in the wrong strategy here in my mind, but if they are overpressured for the heavier rain, then they're going to be a bit more slippier, not got that much more grip, a bit overheated. So now that it's wet, they're going to cool down. I think just Porco just let off, maybe just had hotter tyres and didn't want to try and fight through T1, T2 and end up sliding or understeering and hitting the other car.
Absolutely. The other Veloce Esports team currently running in 6th place. Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of the 912 Porsche there. Something that a couple of fans mentioned earlier, they're impressed to see the Porsche so high up in the field at track like Hardwell. Obviously the Porsche has received an update recently, a brand new car which has tackled some of the problems the Porsche struggled with. It's not quite as bad in the straight line as it used to be, however it is still one of the weaker cars in the field, but a great job from the team at Veloce in the 912. That car up in the top 10. They've been huge competitors this season. Now we're riding on board with the Simware.Pro by VDS team, the number 14. They try and chase down number 46 just ahead of them, the rear of that Ferrari, a couple of tenths away from the car there. And again, Ted, drive these tracks quite a lot. Where would you say is the best place to overtake at Paul Ricard when the weather is as wet as this? What's the safest way you can do it where you're not just putting both you and the other team at risk?
I think it just depends on how the other driver places the car. Also, it depends what car you're driving and they're driving. Aston Martin versus Ferrari is difficult as it is. Porsche versus mainly any car here is difficult unless it's through the corners. That's where it works best. On the straights, for speed into a corner is not so strong as we've seen before. Porsche in the toe on this long straight. doesn't even go anywhere, it just follows, that's it. So it's one of those is, if the door's open and you can go for it safely, then that's when you try and jump for it and you get into that space so they can't close it. But you just got to play it so safe. You do not want any penalties. 2.5 hours left of this race. Final race that is as well. You know, you don't want to lose the points you have at the moment in time. You know, you don't want to drop back and get out of the points, whatever. So it's very difficult for me to say, oh, you can do it here, here, and here. It's in the race when you choose what you do. It's very difficult, but yeah, it's just what the driver in front does, and then if you can get into that gap, then go for that gap.
Speaking of not wanting penalties this late on in the race, the number 46 team picking up a drive-through penalty, I imagine, for track limits there. Not going to be ideal with, like you said, only 2.5 hours left to go. Well, Ricard, one of those tracks where we tend to say quite easy up drive-through penalties for track limits. I mean, a lot of places where it's very easy to go a bit wide coming out of the corners with no curb. The curb's very flat here. Of course, you're just, when you drive off the road, you're still driving on tarmac, so they don't punish you for slightly going off the track, which makes it very, very easy to just either cut them or go a little bit wide as well. And today, drive-through penalties, I imagine a lot of teams will be looking at keeping those to a minimum. They are going to want to try and keep all the track cuts and warnings to a minimum as well. For the number 46 picking up another drive-through penalty, finds himself returning to the pits, and move here from the Veloce Esports car. Never mind, that was a blue flag car that was going to the left hand there, getting out of the way of Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of the Veloce car as they continue to chase down 696 ahead. That gap now under a second. Veloce team continually going in the right direction.
See at the top right again, the rain is getting heavier. So is this, I wonder if this is just a slow increase of how heavy the rain is. You see, the track is really wet now compared to what it was 10-15 minutes ago. As you see, there's puddles on the inside of that corner there, so you can see that where the dry line is, where the cars are going. And if you need to cool your tyres off, you go onto the wet bit, but if you don't, you stay on the technically the racing line is what it is. The only line that you can see is worth staying on. But is this rain just is slowly turning up every 10 minutes, just getting heavier and heavier? I think that's what is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's getting heavier in 5 minutes time. Looks like it's just going to continue to get heavier and heavier as well. I was mentioning in a Friday champ when I was commentating over there that I believe you'll probably be able to confirm this because you'll probably know better than me. I believe there is a track condition past wet. I believe there's soaked or something like that.
I think it's called flood.
Flooded, that's the one.
We don't do that because it's just puddles. It's just dipping your feet in the sea. That's all it is.
I'd say puddles is a generously nice term for what it's like driving. I've driven on it once before in a championship. It was an April Day joke where they just completely made the track flooded, and let me tell you, it was not fun in the slightest to drive on. So luckily we will not be hitting that wet today. We won't be getting to the flooded stage, but still, with the rain getting heavier and heavier, the track also gets more water on it, and it becomes harder for the drivers to drive. You have to, of course, manage your tyre pressures as well to make sure your tyres aren't just getting freezing cold the more water there is out on track too. So it's looking like it's just going to be one of those races where the weather's been a bit unpredictable. Of course, we had rain at the beginning. It rained for 2 hours. Then there was all this great excitement as it suddenly became dry halfway through the race about an hour ago, and then again the rain just started back up again, changing back to wet very, very quickly. And you can already see a lot of these cars are rather unstable coming through the corners here. It is all going to be about managing the car, managing the tyres, just making sure that you're as safe as possible out on track. Again, for those cars that need to be climbing a little bit higher, like you said, Ted, they have to find a safe way to do it that isn't going to put them at risk.
Yeah, and also you saying about the cars looking unstable. these drivers have set the cars up for like 3 or 4 of them to drive, or how many ever there is in a team. So you gotta put that into a fact, and then you gotta say as well it's a mixed condition race. So you gotta have it so it's good in the dry, but also good in the wet. You don't want it too good in the wet and then really bad in the dry, or too good in the dry and then it's really slippy in the wet. So that's when it comes into play of how these drivers set the cars up, and we know these drivers are really good at setting the cars up, and it can be quite difficult to get the right balance. You know, I always go for have it a bit more safer in the wet and a little bit slower in the dry, because the wet can really screw you if you get one bit wrong. I think there's a place where you can get some sort of setups, is there too?
There absolutely is a place where you can pick up some setups. That is, of course, Go Setups, who were very briefly there at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. They are one of our sponsors for this series as well, and they're sponsoring Pole Position Award. It's worth €100 per race, and for today's race, of course, that award went over to the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. The number 5 Audi took pole position of this race. A misfortune for them across the past 3 hours has made them fall down into position 11. However, they did originally start in that pole position. We'll be collecting the €100 prize from Go Setups there as well. Of course, for those of you that don't know what Go Setups do, fairly explanatory in the name, but they provide setups for all skill levels in ACC. Whether you are just looking for a safer car to drive around the track, for the fastest setup for an esports series, those setups have a huge catalogue you can scroll through as well. Also sponsoring this series, we have Fanatec, who absolutely do not need an introduction. They are a provider of high-end sim racing gear. We've all seen the wheelbases and wheels that they provide, and the load cell pedals too. Go over and check them out. We've got a bit of time, and AKE Esports, they're sponsoring our Team of the Race Award, which you guys have been voting on every hour. €100 per race, and what we do is we show a QR code on the screen. We'll post a link in the chat for you to follow as well. We'll vote for the team that you think is been the team of the race, whether they've done an amazing comeback, they've gained the most positions, they've just done a phenomenal drive all round, or they even had a good quali. Vote for them to be your team of the race and help them to earn that extra €100. So far, it has been the 992 Veloce UCOG team for every race in the season. Will that be different today? I know some people in chat earlier were speculating that maybe the 912 Veloce team deserve that €100. Not for me to say, but there are a lot of teams here that do deserve that award for today. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jed, Luke Whitehead just now, almost alongside the 696 for a second there, had to back out of it before the corner. But Luke Whitehead really now looking for a place to overtake.
Yeah, and as you say that, there's the place to overtake very nicely, very safe as well. But yeah, the Audi was all over the place coming out. The double right-hander midway through the track, it's just so slippy on the rear by the looks of it. Unless they're just really pushing that much, that it's just, as you see here, it almost slipped again. The tyre wiggled, the rear end stepped out, but they kept control of it. They're just keeping the slipstream of Whitehead and see if they can get that place back.
Absolutely, the ITB Santalot Racing team, 96 now, like you said, looking to try and steal that place back off Luke Whitehead. In the olden days, it would be very, very easy to get straight past the 912 of the Porsche, because you can go straight through. It's terrible in a straight line. However, with the most recent upgrade to the car, the new version of it coming out, a lot harder to do so. And also just heard from our broadcaster Stewie that the 696 car was lifting there. We've got a race replay here. Marco Bischoff in the 977 was an overtake on the car behind. You can see now Marco just already creating a bit of distance to the 2 cars following through there as well. But Arnold in the 939, it's the Yas Heat car there, just losing a position, dropping down into that 13th place. We'll hopefully try and keep that gap a lot closer than it was as well. But interesting that the 696 would lift off on the straight there. wondering if their plan, Ted, is not to slow down the 912, just try and stick with them. They can close that 17-second gap to Carpenter and the guys behind the number 69 car, the Aston Martin. It's a good tactic in these endurance races sometimes, just to follow the car in front of you, not try and slow them down too much, and gain places together.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on before the rain came, when the rain was on the radar of 10 minutes to come. There was drivers just following each other. There's no point trying. We said this before. It's no point trying to fight each other if you're just going to let the guys behind catch up. We saw that with 2 cars, then a 3rd car joined, and then 2 more cars joined. So it was a 5 train. Oh my God! Look at that slide from Yaroslav Roth and Traditional's racing car. That Aston Martin was lovely and sideways, but wrong event. It's not drifting. This is the GT3 race, so that's a bit sketchy there. I've lost it there before in the wet, and yeah, it's not fun. You end up in a barrier.
Absolutely, and the rain only getting heavier. That is what you want to be avoiding at this point in time. Very easy to lose the car, especially up curb at the side of the track there. Speaking of curbs, Santos Racing Team taking a lot of curb on the corners. They're able to keep the car very, very steady though. You do have to be careful, Ted, because you can take the curb, you can take a fairly decent chunk of it as well, but depending on what angle your wheel is at, you could be going for a spin. If you try and make a slight adjustment at any point in time during a corner, send out the rear of your car and will be facing the wrong way on the track there. So ITP Santos Racing Team here, just a case of, again, trying to follow Luke Whitehead as closely as possible for the 912 car. But so far, we're about half an hour past halfway mark. Like with the rain getting heavier, most cars have been adjusting to it fairly well, which isn't too surprising, seeing as that's how the majority of this race has been in the wet. One thing I was going to mention, Ted, is championship in the previous races. Something that we have been talking about quite a lot is the fact that teams only get 4 sets of tyres per race. That does, of course, only apply to dry tyres, not the wet. So, for the guys out in the wet rain right now, very, very happy with the fact they don't have to do too much double stinting this race. In fact, they won't have to do any double stinting at all on an old pair of tyres if they don't want to.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at earlier with Southall in the 39 Beamer. It was, did they take the fresh tyres because they had them spare? They knew that rain was coming, and they thought, oh, we can get a good set of laps in with a low amount of fuel and just get so many fast laps out and see if we can catch up to the guys in front. But then it screwed them in the long run, because literally, like I said before, a lap later the rain was on 10 minutes on the radar, so didn't really work out for them. I see where they were coming with the strategy. You have spare tyres, which is something you don't have in this series when it's been dry and you've had to use, like you just said, you've only got 4, you've got a double stint 2, and they haven't really had that much. So three sets of tyres. It's like piece of candy basically. It's free and nice and easy, but in the long run it didn't work.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, a couple of teams adjusting to that in different ways. Your leaders of this race, Malnowski behind the wheel of the Veloce Yukon car, the 992. Only a gap of 2.3 seconds now to Jonkers behind for West Competition Racing in the number 1 BMW there. We've seen that gap. It's always been around 2 seconds, sort of fluctuating between the high end and the low end. Now they've just broken that 2-second barrier into the 1.9 second gap now. So maybe the West Competition Racing Team finding a bit of speed on the later end of this stint. You mentioned earlier that tyre pressures will come into play throughout as well. Malnowski went for some tyre pressures set for the lighter rain. It will be affected a little bit now that the rain is getting much heavier, and you can see, even looking at the forecast, it's continuing at all points in time. This track is going to increase the amount of rain that is falling from the sky. I was talking about our sponsors earlier and thanking them for helping us with this race. It's also worth mentioning one of our partners has given us the live time, and it's been brought to you by our friends over at Team 1FF. They're in partnership with ASAP.de, currently hiring people for various roles. So if you're looking for a job in that sector. Go and give them a little bit of a check out there. But a big thank you to the team over at Team 1FF for providing us with all live timings for this race. I know some of you at home would like to also follow along with that in the chat as well. Back towards the racetrack though, and the Gator Chain Balancey sports car, the 164, currently in P9, got up by the number 95, and it's not quite as bad as it was yet, Ted. You can see the water is starting to kick up off the track right now. However, I can confirm from looking back at earlier clips from this race, it was at the point where you wouldn't even be able to see the number 95, so at least vision is still somewhat okay at this point in time.
Yeah, you can see the difference between the wet and the dry line as these two Aston Martins come into the final corner on the straight. They're going side by side. One Aston on the left goes wide, obviously on the wet part of the track, and the other one goes in front. 164 stays behind. Was that the 95 goes in front? But yeah, there's a lot more rain than there was half an hour ago. But as you see, the spray isn't that bad, so it's better than what it was at the start of the race, and that's what the drivers need is visibility, especially in these conditions. You don't want to end up hitting someone if they have to brake earlier than you do. All cars have different braking points. If you set the car up differently, you can have a better braking than another car, but they'll be better in another part of the track. So it's difficult, but it's nice that they can see.
Absolutely. Well, like you said, it's nice to be able to see the track ahead of you, because you do like to see that track is clear, of course, of the track being clear ahead. Team 1FF, because aren't behind the wheel of that number 52, where we talking when they overtook the 163 team, and Porco not wanting to put up too much of a fight with them, and they come to the rear of the 939. Arnold behind the wheel of the car, currently sitting in P13, and Team 1FF clear them quickly. Of course, they were originally on the podium spot for most of this race, fell down the order after making contact with another car, and will be looking to fight back up into that top 10 at least. They ideally want to be fighting more towards the top 5, however, quite a large gap now that they will have to close to do it. But one car at a time. The only problem for them is whether this wet, they have to pick and choose the right moment. Luckily, visibility not too much of a problem right now. They can still see the car ahead of them. Again, we were talking about it earlier, Ted. You really do have to pick and choose your moment, and unfortunately for Arndt there, getting a little bit slippy off the curb out onto the straight, and the gap to the 939 bigger than perhaps they'd wanted to be. Not going to get the full benefit here of a slipstream overtake on the 939. Unfortunate for the 52, which again, they've got a very tall order on them. It's one thing to try and climb up the field in a race after you've fallen back. It's another thing to do it when the weather is very, very wet.
Yeah, and eagle-eye viewers just see the 31 got a drive through. That was for track limits. But yeah, just look, oh, here we go, 44 on the 45. Apparently the 45 lifted. That's team orders right there. Just playing it safe. Don't do anything silly. Use each other for the tow. Wet weather. Don't want to risk taking both cars out, damage, penalties and stuff. So, but yeah, just looking at these two Ferraris, they're both the same car. It's just how the driver drives the car and how the setup affects. They're going to have two different setups. They won't be identical. They can make the setup whatever they like. So it just depends on who's got the better setup for the wet weather and who's better driving in the wet than the other drivers. You might be good leading the other car, but you might be worse following because of the spray. You might get put off a little bit. You might feel a bit more pressure than you would do leading, just because you don't want to hit the guy in front. You don't want to mess up and stuff. So this is where these guys show us that they're esports compared to other drivers.
Absolutely, these drivers the best of the best, and the teams the best of the best as well, showing us today like they deserve to be one of the teams to split part of the €11,000 prize pool end of this race. Of course, we have had 5 rounds in this championship up until this point. Action-packed from start to finish. We started round 1 all the way back in Kailami, South Africa is here. Yes, Heat car under pressure from Team 1 FF. Nicholas aren't pulling towards the inside here, and they do. It looks like they're going to be slightly ahead before the corner, but they're not going to be able to have any room for error here. And like that, Team 1 FF up another position, take P13 off the Gas Heat team. They now turn their attention to Bischoff on the 977, just ahead of them as well. Another place gain for Team 1 FF there, but of course, going back to the championship, we started off round 1 at Kailami, way back at the beginning. Round 2 we went to Imola. Round 3 was obviously at Indianapolis, and then Barcelona was the penultimate round 3 weeks ago. Now we're here at Paul Ricard, final race of the season. I think a lot of teams came here today expected to be a fairly standard race. I mean, Paul Ricard is a track that gets raced on quite a lot. I feel like a lot of drivers know the track now probably as one of their best in ACC. We always get some great racing around here. With the rain coming in as heavy as it has today, I don't think we've had rain all championship, Ted, let alone rain like this. And it has been variable as well. We've gone from rain to dry. You talked about how setups is affected in that as well. This really has been a test of drivers for the final round.
Yeah, again, it shows you how good they are at adapting to the different conditions that are happening. You know, it's not easy to think of, right, what do I need tire wise next? Like, do I need dries? Do I need wets? What pressures do I need? You know, you don't have the pressures on a piece of paper for every single degree of ambient or track, every different type of weather condition. You don't have that. It's sometimes you might have your dry tires ready, your pressures, because you would have done a testing on them. Wets, you would have done testing, but the in-between part from wet to dry or dry to wet, that's where you're like, okay, well, if I'm doing a pit stop now, do I just put fuel in? Do I go without the tires, keep the tires I've got on now, see how it goes, and then pit later on for the pressures that I know I need? Or do you have to just go, right, I need to bump the top pressures up a little bit just for, you know, this part of the race, or do I need to lower them a bit? This is where strategy really like comes into effect, and just shows you which team is got the better strategy.
Absolutely, and of course all of these teams have a full team behind them as well. Quite often in endurance racing, if you're doing it with some friends, you and your friends sitting there coming up with the plans for a lot of these teams out in the field right now. They'll have people dedicated to working out a strategy for this race that will be doing all the calculations on what should the tire pressures be, what tires should we even be on, what does the car setup need to look like. We've all got someone who will be looking at working out stuff like that for them and coming up with the strategy of when and when not to push. Back towards the front of the field here, Marco Jonkers in the West Competition racing car. He looked like they were gaining a little bit on Malnowski, had dropped it to just under 2 seconds. That gap now back up to 2.6 as well. Of course, one factor that's playing a huge example in this race is the back marking traffic. It's something you get in every endurance race, is that when the leader comes up to the cars that are lap behind, they of course have to be let through. But that being said, it sometimes can be a bit difficult to navigate traffic, especially on a wet track like this. You have to find a way to get through them safely. Of course, cars that wave the blue flag do have to yield to you. They don't have to yield until they find a safe place to do so. So part of the next part of this race, the next 2 hours, Ted, for these teams at the top, the Veloce Yukon guys and the West Competition Racing, is managing the traffic and navigate through the blue flag cars quicker. And right now it looks like it's been a bit back and forth. You keep seeing that gap get very big, very small again within that 2 second range. I imagine if one of these cars gets held up by some traffic for a little longer than they want to be, it could blow the door wide open for the rest of this race.
Yeah, Marco was 1.8 to Milanowski just a lap ago, I think. But like you say, the back markers, that was close, but the back markers are, you know, through the corners is where they slow down. And the thing is, you can be the faster driver and be like, get out my way, like, why are you not moving? But then when you're the back marker, it's just like, I'm trying to move, but it's like, you know, you can move out of the way for the faster car, and they won't go for that gap because they don't think you're moving out of the way. It's one of those things where you've got to trust each other. You know, the back marker doesn't want to get in the way, doesn't want to ruin your race or their race. But then it is very frustrating when you're the faster car and you're like, well, why aren't you moving? I need to catch this car. I'm so close. Now look, Jonkers is 2 seconds from Ganowski, so it's difficult, but yeah, it's one of those things in racing where back markers can screw you if you're in a bad part of the track.
Absolutely, like you said, you have to work together because back markers don't want to ruin their race as well by getting out of the way too early. The gap to Malinowski now just 1.7 seconds for Marco Jonkers, and you can see back markers between them at the moment, which means that is the current gap between those two cars. There's no one that West Competition Racing Team has to pass. Might bring that gap back up, and that's great news for West Competition. But what's happened here? Race replay will show us why one of the cars here is off the track. You've got 501 currently driving what looks to be alone here, and they've just, it looks like they've lost the car, broke on the blue stuff, that they lost the rear and picked up a drive penalty as well for cutting the track, it seems, as well. So unfortunate situation for the Forza Italia team there. 501 just losing the rear of the car. They have to be really careful in these wet conditions. We've said it time and time again. Every driver now just going to have to play it very, very safe towards the end of this race. But Marco Jonkers has been closing that gap to Malinowski. That has got to be great for the West Competition Racing Team, who for so long was sitting in that gap about 2 seconds back from the Veloce guys. Couldn't seem to close the gap to either Boothby or Malinowski properly ahead. That at times it started getting a bit close, but always fell back away again. And now again, it looks like West Competition Racing and Marco Jonkers are going back in the right direction. But 6 seconds splitting up the cars right now. Very exciting in an hour or so to come. Further down the field, the Connection Lost Racing Team, Jaroslav Roth behind the wheel of the 404 car. Currently find themselves in P24. They've got a 5-second penalty. So does number 31, and Dom Healy just ahead of them as well. So they do manage to get an overtake here. It'll count as a position gain. Both teams will have to serve the same 5-second penalty once they come into the pits next time around. Of course, the John Lacey team as well, just a little bit up from them, are going in P21. We've watched them a couple of times. They're currently racing against their other team, the number 28, by Darren King, for that P20 slot. And I just noticed, Ted, 163 there, just picked up a drive-through penalty as well for track limits. So track limits causing huge problems now across the board. The drive-throughs you've seen in the last 30 minutes, like one of those races where, again, these drivers, they're just going to have to be careful. 2 hours left, that's enough time to pick up another drive-through penalty if they're not careful. So maybe these cars that are picking up the drive-through penalties now, and even the ones that haven't yet, just be really trying to avoid overextending some of these corners. They don't want to be picking up any penalties, because like you said earlier, it can be detrimental to the race at this point in time.
Yeah, sure can. I don't know if you noticed when we were watching Jaroslav Roth, Dom Healy went onto the wet line of this back straight here, went to the right side to cool the tyres down. I'm going to say he wouldn't move across like that normally, so they just overpressured their tyres a bit too much, even for this amount of water on the track. And here top right now as well, it's 10 minutes. In 10 minutes it's getting heavier rain, but in 30 minutes it's going to decrease. By how much we don't know. It might just do what it did a minute ago. It's gone up a tiny bit every now and then. You know, it's not got like heavier just real quickly. It's taken a while to get this heavy. Will it just like go down slowly, or will it just go to light rain in the next hour or so?
Well, we've been talking about the rain quite a lot, as it did strike up about an hour ago now, when those teams had to come back into the pits to put on the wet tyres again. It's only got heavier from there, but yeah, we don't know where it's going. I personally quite like the way Gaggs has put it in the YouTube chat. Hey up, my lovelies, looking moist out there. I mean, it sums up the track right now. It is looking rather moist out on the track, and quite a lot of drivers just struggling with the cars a little bit. The rain, of course, is quite heavy. It makes the track a lot more slippery. Touch a curb, you're likely to lose the rear of the car, like we saw the Forza Italia team a couple of minutes ago. of drivers having to drive on their best behaviour out there right now, and you can already see you have Rov connection racing and Dom Healy just head there, both getting very squiggly through the corners in sector 3 of this circuit. It looks like it's very hard to navigate out there, Ted, but these cars, if they were any closer, that would have been a calamity.
Yeah, and it was 2 different types of wobbles. Roth had the rear end slip, and Healy had the front end slip. So, as in, like, Ross was oversteer, and Healy's was understeer by the looks of it. And yeah, it was in the same corner. So it's just, is their tire pressures not great? Are they too high? Are they too low? Is it the lower fuel is messing with the setup in the wet? It's you just don't know. Obviously, we're not driving. We don't know how that car feels, but it doesn't look too great.
There's so many factors that can come into play there. I like the breakdown of the 2 different types of wobbles that those cars were going through there. But you're right. That's the thing is, of course, one of them lost the rear, another one lost the front slightly, and they were both wobbled in slightly different ways. And again, like I said, it can come down to a whole range of things, whether it's the track being wet and they were just not used to going through the corner like that. They might have picked up a bit of curve, maybe it was the tyre pressures, maybe it was a fuel load. But that they're getting so close to each other now that for the Connection Lost Racing team at least, it's maybe picking up a bit of slipstream towards the end of straights into the corners. It's just unsettling the car that little bit much. They're approaching corners with that extra bit of speed they maybe weren't expecting to. So much can come into play with losing your grip in this wet weather, and it's why these drivers right now, they've got to be so alert at all times, because like I said, as it happened, if those cars were any closer, there would have been a connection there. If one of them had been going for an overtake, both of them would have ended up off the side of the track after touching cars. So you have to be really careful. And you talked about it earlier as well, Ted. It's where you've got to pick and choose your overtakes wisely. So for the Connection Lost Racing team and many other cars on track at the moment, it might just be worth making sure you are totally stable behind the car, maybe even follow the car ahead of you very closely for a couple of laps, just to get used to that feeling of getting into the corners, that bit of extra speed, and how it's like following another car here before you actually go for an overtake. I think you always have to take at least a lap, size up the car ahead of you. You can't just catch up and go for the move. You need to know what the car is going to feel like going into the corner before you go for an overtake in these conditions.
Yeah, and you need to know how the car in front, how they are driving with you behind them. Like, are they driving more defensive? Where are they losing time? Where are they slipping? What are they doing? You just drive you and chill out while they try and struggle to try and keep. They think you're going for it. You just keep them behind you. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You can also play mind games with each other. You can try and you pretend to go for a move, make them go wide, and you can just slip in. But it's one of them. But we just saw a minute ago, first and second place, 1.8 seconds between them, and we saw them going onto the back straight. They had a load of back markers in front, but you know, it was pretty close together now. So we'll have to see what they can do in the next few hours.
Absolutely coming along the long straight here. Connection Lost Racing, you can see the water getting kicked up from the track now, a bit more dramatic than it was 10 minutes ago when we were last talking about it. Still not as bad as it was at the beginning of this race, but the visibility is starting to get a little bit lower. However, look up towards that weather forecast. Rain is going to stay like this now about 30 minutes, and then we'll get a little bit lighter towards the end of that. And oh no, what's happened there? It looks like Dom Healy has missed the corner, gone off the side there, losing a bit of grip, and with that, Roth for Connection Lost Racing will gain that position for free. They'll be up into P23 now for the 404. And I mean, that's the other way of doing it, isn't it, Ted? You can just follow a car, nice and relaxed, wait for them to make a mistake, and you can take that position off them without having to put up too much.
Yeah, you should see Dom Healy. I was pretty correct with the understeer, and we see here Roth with the oversteer again. So just goes to show, Roth just had to wait for Healy to understeer, and he did. He didn't lose it too bad. Hit the blue stuff, but kept that Ferrari on the track, but lost them a place in 7/10. So just one of those things.
Well, we are past the hour mark, which means it is time for one of our commentators' breaks, as we like to call them. Of course, Ted Edwards, you've been great for the last couple of hours, but stepping out of the booth shortly, and joined in the next stint by Kevin Boss, be alongside me for the next hour of this race. In the meantime, look towards the bottom right hand side of your screen. See the QR code appear. That is for the AK Esports Team of the Race Award. Help your team to earn that extra 100 euros by voting for them as Team of the Race. It can be for any reason you like, whether they are just your favourite team, you think they've done really well today on track, they've had an amazing comeback story, or that they've just had some great pace overall. Vote for them to be Team of the Race. Help them earn that extra 100 euros. But for now, goodbye from me and Ted. I'll be coming back in 5 minutes time. Now turn up for sound, listen along to the cars as they drive along, and we'll be riding on board with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car for the next 5 minutes. See you soon. Enjoy. Welcome back, everybody, to the final 2 hours of the 6-hour esports event we are running here today. Of course, it is the end of our esports championship. Got to pull Ricard for round 5, the final round of this series. I'm Tim Peck, and Kevin Boss will be taking you through the next hour of this race, and Stewie is still behind the broadcast with all of the action shots of these cars. They continue to battle it out in what can only be described as very, very wet weather conditions right now. It is going to be letting up across the next half an hour a bit. As you can see, it's still going to remain very heavy in the rain department there. Currently on your screen, you have the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, the number 5. Raced for a good period of time towards the beginning. Saw them a couple of hours ago pick up a stop and go for 30 seconds. Of course, took them down the field. That was for entering the pit lane with way too much speed. Because of that, they find themselves now fighting for P10, trying to get back up into the top part of the field. Also, keep your eye on Team 1 FF, the number 52 car. They're down in P13, but have been making moves in the right direction since. Of course, they were originally on the podium as well, and then after making collision with another car, fell all the way down into P16 there. So a lot of comeback drives happening across the board now, Kevin. And the final race in store, we speculated earlier maybe teams would be a little bit more careful out on track, especially with all this rain. However, most teams find themselves out of the position they want to be in. It's every man for himself at this point, and even with the conditions like this, we are seeing some pretty tight overtakes.
Yeah, it's definitely been tight. There've been thrills and spills and slides and DTs all around. I even get some PTSD from my own drive yesterday in these conditions in the 6-hour normal series yesterday. Yeah, it's so easy to get your track limit warnings here. Every corner might have that little bit of taking it a little bit too far. You get another track warning, another DT's just around the corner. So yeah, with all of these guys being fast drivers, like you say, a stop and go 30, a drive through for either track limits or speeding in the pit lane will send you back. And I will say, for these conditions to still be this close all around, it's actually quite nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some very tight fights across the field. Been really exciting, of course. Do another pit stop very, very shortly after the rain an hour ago started coming back down. It reset the pit timer for most of these teams. Of course, we were speculating that earlier it got a bit messed up as well with the dry weather coming in for a short hour-long patch, and then with wet weather coming in after. It's put all the teams more or less back on the same track. One thing we like to talk about quite a lot, Kevin, is the difference in pit strategies for these teams, and it has played a certain amount of a part in today's race. Of course, you still have when exactly do teams pit to put on that different set of tyres, when they pit to put on the wets, and you also have when they came in towards the dry stop, did they bother with the pit stop that was 10 minutes before, or did they just drive through the pit lane and go on the wet tyres for an extra 10 minutes and then go back into the pit lane again? There's still been a certain amount of pit strategies today, but it's just been made that little bit easier, I feel, with the rain being there, that most teams are most likely doing the same thing here. You can see the National Racing team moving towards the right-hand side of the track. That is to let through the team, I can't remember which one that was, it was the team in P8. Unfortunately, I can't even see the back of that car to tell you what number that is. And it's the number 95. I believe that that's just it's number 33. Never mind, it's the Team P7. It's number 33 that's just lapped them there. Exos Racing car coming over to the side to let them through. John Lacey Esports team, number 28 and 29, still battling it out for that 20th position slot. Of course, the number 27 car rounding out that final part of the podium. However, number 69 has been closing that gap after in the last stint. They are continuing to close it now as well. But Kevin, with pit stops looming on the horizon, I mean, it's a no-brainer to put on wet tyres here. But with only an hour and 46 minutes left into the race, now that the teams are no longer relying on the strategy to change things up a bit, where do you really gain an advantage on your competitors at this point in time?
Well, it's all about just staying on the most grippiest part of the track. Don't miss your braking points, just stay consistent because a mistake is just around the corner. I think 1 point of strategy is what they still could gamble upon, as we do see that the rain is going to reduce a bit in the next 30 minutes or so, is that you take a new set of tyres, you go the full hour, and then gamble on that the rest of the entire race will stay wet, and then maybe have the freshest set of wet tyres at the final 45 minutes. So those two things factored together could be very useful. And I've just heard that it seems like a quite early stop for the Williams Esports team racer with Charlie Crossan now in the pits.
I'm not sure how much earlier it was. It was a little bit earlier. I think from Stewie telling me now it's 1 or 2 laps earlier than the expected window for them. I'm wondering if maybe here what they are going to do is something similar to what you suggested, Kevin, which is on that fresh set of tyres and see if they can go to the end of the race now on them. Maybe they've got a plan there on what they are going to do exactly. Maybe they just wanted to get out of the way of traffic, but the Chill Blast team into the pits now. Team Razor in there too, both the Williams teams in the pits. And you can also see the number 52, Team 1FF, have also pulled into the pits as well. So a couple of cars coming in with an hour and 44 minutes left to go. When everyone else decides to follow suit. From the look of the rain at the moment, we'll most likely have a wet track until the end of this race. However, can't discount having dry patch towards the end here. Absolutely anything could happen in the last part of this race. The John Lacey Esports team still battling it out. Darren King has been leading Alan for the last hour or so. Basically, these teams we have seen constantly fighting, but they've not been given team orders to let anyone through, Kevin. But also it looks like number 29 hasn't been able to quite find a safe way through yet as well. And actually with that, both teams pulling into the pits at the same time, nose to tail with each other there. Now, imagine if they had the same pit box. That would be a very interesting pit strategy, of course, though they do have completely different pit boxes for this race. And this isn't like Formula 1 there, but out front, the Veloce Yukon team still leading this race. The 992 will have to pit this lap for a fresh set, not a fresh set of tyres, just for their pit stop, because their driver stint will be coming to an end. The West Competition Racing team does get to go a little bit longer, as they did pit a little bit later on as well. I know a lot of you at home have been watching the gap between the two teams. Still 2 seconds splitting the top 2 teams in this race. That hasn't changed, Kevin, for the last couple of hours.
No, they've been going back and forth, like basically from the start. Like West Competition Racing have finally found their mojo again, getting forward to the front of the grid. Like the last 2 rounds, they have been struggling that little bit. Where in Imola they were our winners. So, you know, it's nice to see them back up there, trying to, finding their groove back, and maybe it is also like these conditions have actually helped themselves get forward, because these conditions is where the great drivers come forward. The rain is always called the great equalizer. I've just been corrected. It was P2 at Imola for West Competition Racing number 1 with Marco Jonkers now in the car. But yeah, just seeing them drive this well shows that you know, their P2 at Imola wasn't just a fluke. They have potential and skill to be there at the front of the grid the whole time.
Absolutely. The West Competition Racing team, I mean, we've seen them all throughout the season, and we did wonder quite early on the season if they were struggling a little bit just to get their footing with some of the results not being towards the front that we were almost expecting them to be. Of course, at Imola, they did manage to score that P2 as well, like you just said, Kevin, but then scoring 14th twice for the next 2 races. For West Competition Racing, they're a team that I'd say you expect to see them around that top 10, maybe a bit below, maybe a bit above. They have so much potential, though. That across the last year, that West Competition Racing team, across several different championships, have been striking onto that podium in a couple of different races. I'd say they are a team to watch going into the future, because now being in that second place slot provisionally, they're showcasing what that team can do. Like you said, they're showing that Imola wasn't a fluke as well. Well, looking at the most recent pit stop times to get a gauge of whether teams have taken a fresh set of tyres or not, even from the teams that have pitted, it looks like most of them have taken that fresh set of tyres, all of them with a time of around a 1:06. So continue to see as the pit stops come in how long teams are spending in that pit lane and whether they differ too much. The look of it, Kevin, fresh set of tyres is the way to go.
Well, definitely in these conditions, because we have been giving all the teams unlimited amounts of wet tyres. So why would you try and double stint if you have an unlimited set of fresh ways to go? It's only 10-second difference, and in these conditions a fresh set could really be better to just take the fresh set, because if you were to double stint now, you'd lose, I think, a lot more time than what you'd lose in the pit stops. So for me, it's a no-brainer in these conditions to just take new tyres.
Well, we've heard it from Kevin Boss himself, the man that drove this exact race yesterday for the Community Series. Their strategy is to take fresh tyres every time, and Kevin, when you put it like that, there's no way of arguing with you. It is, like you said, a no-brainer. Take a fresh set. You mentioned there is no limit on the tyre sets that they can use. It's of course only because of the wet weather so far in this championship. The rules are that teams get 4 sets of dry tyres per race, and up until this point in every single race that has played a huge part in the racing, as every single race has basically been dry this season. Most teams having to double stint twice across the race in order to make those fresh tyres last, those dry tyres, sorry, last long enough. It meant that for at least 2 stints you had to do 2 hours on the same set of tyres, and as we all know, by the end of that 2-hour stint, tyres picking up a lot of graining, almost no rubber left on them. It's very hard to drive, but I think for a lot of drivers today, the wet weather, although it's probably not been a sigh of relief by any means, it's definitely helped, Kevin, in that, like you said, they can take that fresh set of tyres every time. They don't have to worry about that tyre limit. There is no double stint that needs to be done as well. It's a small refresher for these teams in what so far has just been pretty dismal wet weather conditions. West Racing, by the way, have pitted 2.8 seconds. They are behind the Veloce UCOG team. Now, Sebastian Apostle behind the wheel of the number 1, Malnowski still behind the wheel of the 992. This changed things up a bit. We know Apostle in the past has had a lot of speed in that BMW. They're the difference that the West Competition Racing team needs. Close that gap to the UCOG Veloce ahead.
Well, he had great speed at Imola, and we can now only wait and see who gets these wet tyres in the perfect optimum range soonest, in order to maybe attack or pull away from the car behind. So anything can happen in that case, because still the drivers need to get used to the track conditions again, because even if they were driving in the wets before, like the amount of waters on the track might differ. There might be more or less of a dry line. You might need to cool your tyres more or less. Everything changes every time you go into the wet conditions. And yeah, we will just have to wait and see. I thought we can now see it's now 3.4 seconds difference between Malinowski and Apostle. So yeah, let's keep an eye on the next couple of laps and see if he can actually gain and overtake Malinowski for the lead, or if Jonkers was the faster driver of the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we're just going to have to wait and see what turns out there. There's a bit of a debate going on right now at the back of our booth, Kevin, where they're having a conversation of what's the best situation for fuel here. Do you go half fuel for 2 short 45-minute stints, or fill up the cars to the max for this stint and then take as little fuel as possible for the last stint? And the question really being is, how long does this rain go on for? It's of course getting lighter again in 30 minutes time. Are we going to have a dry end of the race, or is it going to rain for the rest of the race as well? We'll see how it all comes into play later. But of course, if they need to be on these tyres for an entire hour and 5 minute stint here, that they, in order to get to the dry part of the race, you of course need a full fuel tank to do it. In the short term, if you have less fuel, your car's going to be going significantly faster than all of your competitors on the track. However, if it does turn out that in the last 30 minutes of the race, you're going to need the dry tyres on, that's an extra pit stop that you're going to have to end up taking. So you could end up unintentionally ruining your team's chances there. So personally, if it was me, I'd just go for the safe option of fill the car up with full fuel, go another hour and 5 minutes, just see what that weather does, because we have no idea what it's going to do in 30 minutes time.
Yeah, I do the same. It's not only just a safe option, it gives you multiple options to react, because like you said, if you pit early, you only do that like for 30 or 45 minutes, you put the fuel in, and it's like, oh, we actually need, like for another 10 minutes, we'd need the wet tires, because if you then switch out for dries in still wet conditions, you're going to struggle a lot. So at this point, with the changing conditions, I would just put in the full fuel, and like if it dries up, you can react, because if you under fuel and you need to come in for like need to do a pit stop for like 5 minutes in the wets before you switch over to dries, that loses you so much time. So in these conditions, I'll just go for the full fuel.
Yeah, I think we're both in agreement there about the full fuel. Of course, a lot of you will have had your eyes glued to this car for the last couple of hours of the race. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car, number 5, has been climbing its way back up through the field after getting a stop and go 30 seconds, feeding into the pit lane. They now find themselves in the top 10 there, in that P10 position, in on Kuhn in the 696, just ahead of them. So maybe a few laps time will be looking to make a difference on track there. Of course, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors who have helped to make this entire championship possible. We have AK Esports, who sponsored the Team of the Race award. You guys are all voted on in our 5-minute break half an hour ago. And AK Esports, of course, go to their website, akesports.it, to find out what services that they can provide for you. Team of the Race, what they're sponsoring, is worth €100 per race. The team that wins it so far, it has been the Veloce Yuko car every single round in this season. Will it be any different today? I know a couple of you in chat earlier were talking about the other Veloce car, the 912, as a possible contender. They have certainly done a great job today at Paul Ricard as well. Also on our sponsors for this event, Go Setup sponsored the Pole Position Award, again worth another €100 per race. For this race, it went over to the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. We are currently watching ride along in that 10th place position. Those setups, of course, provide expertly made ACC setups for all skill levels, whether you're an esports driver or you're just a driver looking to be a bit faster in some of the leagues that you're competing in. Go and visit Go Setups and browse their catalog today. Find out what they can do to help you go that little bit faster. And then, of course, we have Fanatec. Don't need any introduction. Of course, they are a high-end shop for all sim racing hardware. From load cell pedals, direct drive wheelbases, you can find absolutely everything in top quality over at Fanatec. Go and check them out as well, and what they could provide you. And of course, a big thank you to Team 1FF, who have provided the Pitbull Live timings for this race as well. They're in partnership with ASAP.de. Or looking for any job vacancies in that sector of work, go and check out ASAP.de. they're currently hiring as well, so don't give them a look too. But of course, a big thank you to Team 1FF for providing the live timings that we all do like to watch along with the race as well. Going back to the race though, Kevin, Kramer Racing Esports, not seen a lot of them recently. Marco Bischoff now having to hold off Ark behind in the Team 1FF car. He comes out on top for these top two teams here. Both have capabilities to win this battle. Marco Bischoff now is looking for a way to slow down the charge Team 1FF have been doing for the last hour.
It's probably going to be a little bit difficult here for Marco Bischoff, because they've been in every round, they've been in and around this position. Like sometimes they eke into the top 10, but then they slightly fall away again, and Arnke has already been at the front of the field this race, so you'd think that Arnke in the Team 1FF car would have enough to overtake, but yeah, these are still very treacherous conditions. We already saw him trying to overtake after the Mistral Straight last round, but then in these conditions you don't go for that dive on the inside and try and keep it as close to the curbs on the right hand side, because if you touch the curbs in these conditions, it's going to be a slide most likely. But this time it looks like he has the speed. He's pulled alongside. He's still got a bit longer to go down the Mistral Straight, and the move is already done before they reach the right hand corner of Senior, and that's a position for Team 1FF.
Yeah, Team 1FF, they've just been charging in the right direction. They had a bit of an they made connection with another car. This was a fight for P2 for Team 1FF, and they fell all the way down into P16, but they've already climbed back up into P12 and look to still be going in the right direction. Here on your screen now, Visceral Racing White Team looking for an overtake on the number 39 ahead and actually bumping the rear of Southall there just before they swung to the outside. Are still able to make it through though. I'm not going crazy yet. There was a bump on the rear of the BMW there, wasn't there?
They got very close indeed, yes. There was a little bit of a weird movement. Like, for me, couldn't properly see if there was a bump, but there was a little bit of a weird movement there from the BMW. Though on that side of the track, you do have some of those bumps, so if the BMW was a bit too far to the right, that might have done it as well. But yeah, something happened there to the BMW, but yeah. This is now an extra position for Dimitrov in the 45 Ferrari.
The Visceral Racing team gaining a position there. They're up into P16. Now be looking to close the gap to Walsingham ahead in the number 44. Of course, both teams are Visceral Racing cars. The white one is the number 45. Number 44, I can't remember the color of them. I'm going to have to just check that to serve my memory correctly here. I can't even find them on the sheet here, Kevin, but yeah, the number 44 is still one of the Visceral cars in play, so maybe team orders between them, or maybe it'll be like we saw with the Jean Lacey teams, so they'll just be let to fight it out alone as well. We'll see. It's the Visceral Racing Red. Thank you very much, Stewie, for changing to the number 44 there. The Visceral Racing Red car is the one Aidan Walsingham is behind the wheel of right now. Sitting there, top 16 they're in right now, 1 to 15, 1 to 16. And a fair amount of points in this last race, Kevin. Of course, top 30 teams will score points for this race. They're all fighting to be top 20 in the championship overall, which will share part of the €11,000 prize pool at the end of today's race. So, I was talking about with Ted earlier, Kevin. It's very much a case of we expect it to be that damage limitation for a lot of these teams today. Just get the best result possible, but maybe don't do anything that can see you fall out of that top 30, because they've all got their competitors that they are now racing with closely. Team 1FF, the reason you're seeing them now on this upward charge and they're trying to do it as quickly as possible, because they are not too far ahead of the Veloce Yukov team who are currently leading this race. Now, take you back 2 hours or so, Kevin, and they were fairly happy that they were going to Team 1FF were going to finish second place overall in this championship. You look at the scores now, and actually, if the Veloce Yukov team wins this race and they do not finish with enough points inside that top 10, they're going to lose that second place, which means they'll lose a portion of that prize pool they would have won. For them, their goal is to climb as high as they can now for the last hour and a half. And it's a fairly tall order, because with the rain coming down like this, you have to pick and choose those moments wisely. So the Team 1FF right now have done a phenomenal job of climbing their way back up through the field. P12 do need to go a little bit higher in the next hour.
Yeah, they do want to be pushing, but also, like you said, not too much, because it is still these rainy conditions. As I've already been saying for the last 20-odd minutes, you could slide away at any point. Even in the last hour, we saw the massive slide into turn 3. So, you know, it can happen at any point. You just miss your brake marker, slightly touch a curb the wrong way while on the braking, and it'll just spit your car out. I just had a quick look at the standings. Like, there's 18 points between the Veloce UCOC team and the team of Arnke in the Team 1FF. So with provisionally Team UCOC winning, that bagged them 55 points. Looking down 18 points, they would need to get to P4, so they still got a mountain to climb. So we might see Team 1FF take a lot of risk here to try and get to that P4 in order to get that position.
Taking Jesse Lee's job there, Kevin. You've done the math to work out where they need you to get to. So, yeah, like you said, P4. They're currently sitting down in P12. They have got 8 positions now that they need to climb in order to get back into the spot they need to be in order to hold on that second place overall. A very tall order, like you said there, but it's possible. We have seen do it. It's just going to be that extra bit risky in this wet weather at the moment. Marco Bischoff for the Kramer Racing Esports team, talking about them earlier and how you were saying a couple of times it dipped into that top 10, and maybe it was going to be a bit of a tall order for them to defend against the Ferrari. Well, another reason why it was going to be such a hard task for them to defend against Team 1FF there is because they're driving the Porsche, and we have since received an update on the cars. There is a brand new Porsche out that does tackle some of the problems old Porsche had, where in the straight line, especially on this track here, Paul Ricard just lost multiple positions because it couldn't stand up for itself in the straight line. It had no top speed, its acceleration was poor. That has been covered by the most recent update. The new Porsche is a lot better at that, but again, it's still not strong in those areas, so it's still one of the slightly weaker points of the car. It's why chat earlier talking about the Veloce, the 912 car there, Whitehead behind the wheel of at the moment up in P5. They've done a phenomenal job in this race at keeping that Porsche in the top 10 spots, because even though it's better, it still struggles in the straight line, Kevin. And Paul Ricard is always the track where we mentioned Porsche. You don't expect to see it anywhere up in the top half of the field.
Well, not really, but that was still more of a thing with the old Porsche. There was, I think it was a night hour race a couple of weeks ago, which I commentated on, where the Porsches were holding their own. Like after turn 1, that long full throttle bendy bit up the hill once you get to the bus stop chicane there, they were holding their own. It's just the fact that the straight here at Paul Ricard is that much longer, and then it still gets found out. But I will say the Porsche's gotten a lot better with the new 992 version in the recent update.
Cast your eyes up to the top right-hand corner of your screen and take a look at that weather forecast. 30 minutes time, Kevin. Experiencing dry weather yet again in this race. Now, you're not going to have a great idea of how long it's going to be dry for and how dry it's going to get very quickly. You do know that in about 30 minutes time that weather will be drying up. Of course, in 30 minutes time, you know what else is going to roll around, Kevin? Pit stops. So that has worked out perfectly for a lot of teams here. Those that have been pitting a lot later on in the cycle will find it easier to make it all the way up to the weather gets to the dry. The track starts to dry up a bit as well. However, a couple of cars may just be slightly outside of that as well. So we'll have a look to see what happens there when it rolls around. But this has been a roller coaster of emotions in terms of weather forecast for the race. We've gone wet, dry, wet, and now we're going to dry again at the end of the race. We speculated this may happen, Kevin, and it has.
Yeah, but even so, I also noticed yesterday in the race that once it gets dry, it still takes a while for the track to actually be dry optimum, and even then it could still be in damp conditions. So we might still see these guys try and hold on for as long as possible on these wets before they go onto the slick tyres. But as you said, we're going to have to wait to see whether it'll stay dry or whether the rain will come back, or if after this spell of rain it'll be dry running for the last hour and it will be a crazy sprint to the end for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you were saying, with dry weather, the overtaking opportunity blows itself wide open. We were talking earlier about Team 1 FF and how they have to pick and choose their fights carefully in this wet weather, because just to be safe, make sure that you don't end up taking your car and another car with you off track as well and having an unfortunate situation. Dry weather, it becomes a lot easier to race the other cars around you. Speaking of racing, we've got a race going on, I believe, just behind the Williams Esports Razor car. Never mind, actually, I think they might Fisher may have been lapping another car behind there. It looked like for a second there was a battle going on neck and neck. But yeah, the Williams Esports Razor, they have been leading this championship, Kevin, so far for... hang on, why is Southall in the pits? Southall having to come into the pits 30 minutes before dry. Seems like they are wildly off schedule for the SCR Esports team there, but maybe Stewie has some information on this. Kevin, do you know what's happened here?
I'm trying to have a look here. The last pit was on lap 127. So yeah, that's a good 10 laps ago. So I do wonder what's going on here. Did they pick up damage somewhere which they needed to repair that we haven't seen yet? So it is a strange reason why they've gone into the pits.
Yeah, I can't think why that is, because I've not got any reports here of contact that car and anyone else that would warrant pitting for damage. It's an odd place to pit in this race. Like you said, only 10 laps ago was their last pit stop, so they're definitely not out of sync with everyone else, and they are leaving now as well, so it's not like they've got an issue that's going to have to take them fully out of the race. They've had to swap the driver of that number. It's number 39, isn't it? Murdoch is now behind the wheel of that car. So yeah, we'll hopefully get you guys some information on home as to why they've had to pit there. Either way, not an ideal situation to have to take an extra pit stop in this race. It's going to take you way down the field from where you want to be, and them now, they'll be running. Where have they come out of the pits? It looks like they've come all the way out down in P24 as well, so not an ideal situation for the number 39 there. Though the Williams Esports Chill Blast car up into P10. Actually, no, they were in P10 originally anyway. They've closed the gap to the number 696 ahead of them. They'll be looking to climb back up through the field. Of course, they earned themselves a stop and go 30 seconds earlier on the race. They were leading, fed into the pit lane in the stop and go for 30 seconds, which is why you find them now down in P10. Junior Salvalainen for the Griffax Engineering team, 3.5 seconds off the rear of the number 27 Jean Lacey Lamborghini there. They've been slowly reeling in that podium position. Like Kevin, it's not long now and we may just see a battle for that final podium spot. Huge for the whole team at Griffax Engineering.
Well, definitely, since they haven't had the best of seasons here. They've been pulled into a lot of accidents in previous rounds. Not really been fighting for these positions. It's also going to be interesting to see whether they're able to catch Santoro before we get to the dry and before we have those pit stops, or whether they're already able to overtake them before, because it does seem like Junior Savalainen has some good pace here. So maybe that's another good candidate for the AK Esports Team of the Week.
Absolutely. There's so many cars there I think have done some rather phenomenal jobs. I don't want to say that every single time we come to a track in this championship, but like you said, Junior Salvalainen and the Griffax Engineering, they've done amazingly. The Veloce 912 have done really well as well. West Competition Racing find themselves up in P2, maybe a contender for that award as well. And Team 1 FF, I know they were up in the top 3 earlier on after a collision with another car, have fallen, but they've also been climbing in the right direction as well. And you know what, Kevin? That is a team that is going to be very happy. The dry weather is now on the horizon. they can really go for it in the last hour of this race to make sure that they are climbing back up into that P4 slot that they want to be in. It's still a long way to go. I mean, you can see if you take a look at the scoreboard on the side of the screens, you know, if they pass Romanenko ahead, 15-second gap then to the Williams Kill Blast car, which has got a lot of pace behind it. Further up the field, the Tinko van der Velde for the Williams Razor team is 13 seconds behind the Veloce car as well. So a lot of gaps that need to be closing, and though not wanting to waste any time whatsoever, Team 1 FF Bischoff goes towards the inside of the track, gets the overtake done and dusted before the end of the straight. With that, Team 1 FF goes up yet another position into the top 11 there for them as well. But Kevin, they need a miracle, I think, at this point. Whilst they've done such a phenomenal job of climbing up through the field, like, they've done some great overtakes as well. They've taken other teams out with ease here. I mean, if the Veloce Yuko team finishes in that first place slot, which is looking like they might do now with a 7-second gap to West Competition Racing, they need a miracle to happen here. They need somehow for the Veloce Yuko team to lose that first place, because P4 maybe just a little bit out of the realms of realistic.
Yeah, they've just been having great pace, and it does seem like the Mistral Strait is a great hunting ground for them. But yeah, the penalty they had before basically killed their chance to clinch P2 in this championship, most likely. But still, anything can happen. If someone messes up their pit stop, like they select wet tyres again when they need to change the drives, they have to come in again. Anything like small little things like that could still happen. So it's not done and over with for them, but yeah, it's going to be very tough for them as we now see the 939 get a drive-through for track limits. That's Valentin Barrier. So one more to the drive-through track limit tally.
That is the Yas Heat team as well behind the wheel of the 939. It is, so Barrier, like you said, having to go and serve that drive-through penalty. We had a lot of them about an hour ago now come through in quick succession. There have been a lot of drive-through penalties today, of course. Pick up 3 track warnings and you're in the risk zone. If you pick up another track cut after that, for yourself a drive-through penalty. The count then resets and you pick up 3 more track cut warnings before you get another drive-through penalty again. But still, when it's raining on a track like this as well, I mean, Paul Ricard, Kevin, I was talking to Ted about it, it's one of those tracks where it's very easy to pick up a track cut. You know, corners aren't as punishing as other tracks where if you go off, you get caught up in a gravel track. In this one, if you go off, you don't lose speed, you just continue to blast around the corner. So that's why it's very easy to pick up track cuts here at Paul Ricard. I said from your reaction, you may have experienced something like that yesterday as well, but
I got so many.
Yeah, we expect to see drive-throughs on this track. A couple of teams have scored themselves 2, even 3 across this race as well. The drive-throughs, we could be seeing a lot more in the next hour that will switch up the order of this race.
Yeah, like you said, and you heard from my reaction, yeah, I got so many yesterday. Some which I didn't even know were a thing, like what we see now with Igor going through the turns 3-4 in this right-hander. I went a little bit too far on the left-hand side. You hit the sausage curbs, you lose time, and you get a track warning, and it gave me a drive-through as well. So yeah, that's going to be tough for everyone. And yeah, you see the little white and red little bollards on the side of the road as well. Like if you just even clip them, you got a warning. So you're going to need to try and get as close to them as possible. But then still, yeah, even if you slightly clip them, warning.
Absolutely. I mean, even taking it back, I was commentating on a Friday champ a couple of weeks ago where we did Paul Ricard there as well, and Martin Lawrence behind the wheel in qualifying, 15 minutes of it, set a valid lap until the very end. It was literally their final lap in qualifying. They managed to set a valid lap because every time they just managed to invalidate it, going that little bit wide through the corners as well. So it's a very easy track, like we said, to pick up track cuts on, and they do just have to be that little bit more careful out here at the moment. Currently we're riding on board with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, really now closing the gap to the 696. but struggling to find a way through. You can see a lapped car just past the 696 on the horizon there, but now it's up to Kuhn behind the Santalog racing car to defend against Chill Blast. And I mean, there's several ways you can go about this, Kevin. You can either drive safely behind them for a couple of laps, gauge where maybe a good place to try and go for an overtake is and go for it, or you can just really try and be as much of a nuisance as possible, hope that they make a mistake, and then you can come soaring through. Again, for the Williams team here, they're going to want to clear them quickly because they want to score as many points as possible. This was a team, remember, that has been leading this race earlier on for a couple of hours. Like, they've got the potential to fight on that podium, but now they find themselves stuck in that P10 slot. I wonder how long it's going to be before we see them really trying to push a way through, because 10 minutes, we've still got rain until I think it's about 20 minutes now until it starts to dry up a little bit. They're going to want to get through before that.
Yeah, definitely. Though the problem they might have is like the car in front is also an Audi. Even now, I think they're a bit closer because they're now a 10th behind. This time it might seem like they have just enough to go to the inside for the next right-hand corner. Now side by side, going towards the end of the Michelin straight, and the move's already done before they reach the corner. And my point is now nil and void that I wanted to make because they've already done it. Though I can still say it's like, yeah, it's like, are you going to be annoying or a nuisance? Like, you can always be a nuisance, but if you're still not planning to overtake in that corner, you can still make it look like you're going to, and then try and get the other team off balance. But yeah, you still need to be smart with what you do there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a tactic we see a lot in this ACC racing style. Is like you said, you dip to the inside, you make it look like you're going for an overtake, when actually you have no intention of doing so. You're just trying to be a nuisance through the corners and make the team ahead of you panic, maybe even make a mistake. But again, going back to what Ted was saying earlier, in wet weather conditions like this, even that can be so risky to do. Just even if you're not going for an overtake, sticking your nose out, if you slightly miss your braking point, if you slightly snap the car a little bit too much, you can end up losing grip yourself and taking yourself out, maybe even taking the car near you. You have to be so careful with racing in these wet conditions to make sure that at all times you're being as safe as possible. Well, earlier this gap up here was 3.5 seconds for the fight for that final podium slot. Effect Engineering just 1.7 seconds now off the back of the Jean Alesi number 27 car. And again, don't discount Whitehead in the Veloce 912. That gap may be 7.2 seconds, but if these guys start batting it out for the podium like they're very much likely to, I can't see a reason why you wouldn't want to battle for the podium here, Kevin. That could close as well. We may see a three-way fight for that podium slot by the end of the race as well. So we'll see what Griffiths Engineering can do. They've had so much pace across the last couple of hours compared to the John Lacey team. How quickly, though, can they get that overtake done? Or are they just going to end up slowing both teams down and falling into the clutches of the Veloce?
But there's always still the difference of driving in clean air or driving a little bit of dirty air just behind another car. Because at this distance already, the aero of the Aston Martin will be influenced by the dirty air coming from that Lamborghini 27 up ahead. So it's going to be a bit more difficult the closer they get, but also that straight line speed of the Lamborghini, like the best overtaking spot now in the rain seems to be at the end of the Mistral straight, but with the speed the Lamborghini has, it's going to be difficult for the Aston Martin to actually make that final push, and maybe the Lamborghini has enough speed on the straight to just keep them behind, and then through the tight and twisty section of Sector 3 just be a nuisance in front and always be on the correct point. But then the more they squabble, indeed, the closer Luke Whitehead in the 912 Porsche will get, and they've already closed up to Jonas Savalainen. It's now only 7 seconds flat.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pace behind that Veloce car. They are lapping a couple of attempts quicker than Jonas Savalainen in the Griffiths Engineering car there. So, like I said, very high potential here for a three-way fight for that podium come the end of the race. Like you said, it all depends on how quickly Griffiths can find a way through the Jean Alesi team here. Now, Savalainen, of course, behind the wheel, has won multiple races across RCI championships in the past. No stranger to having to make an overtake on track, especially in wet conditions as well. An absolute beast behind the wheel of the car. And then Santoro as well for Jean Lacey, another notorious driver, be looking to defend too. Like I said, a whole bunch of factors come into the racing as well. Speaking of the Jean and Lacey teams, here is the number 29 racing for P18 here. They'll be looking to overtake the 163. Has finally found a way to split themselves up from the number 28, which they were basically riding toe to tail with earlier on in this race. It was only about an hour ago we watched them go into the pits, basically connected to each other. It looked like one car when they entered. Now that gap 6 seconds as Joshua Allen tries to find a way through the number 163 ahead. But yeah, Kevin, there's so many things to weigh up when you're going for an overtake, and the wet weather does just make it that little bit harder. The good news for a lot of these teams though, on the horizon, they've got that dry track that is likely to last until the end of this race. Track condition already damp, it's no longer wet. Very, very likely that as soon as that dry weather hits, it's no longer raining, the track will probably go to greasy almost instantly as well. So we'll see how that turns out. And a new drive-through penalty that I've just seen pop up for the number 28 Jean Lacey team, Kevin.
Yeah, exactly. That's another DT for track limits for the number 28 with Herbino now in the car. Of course, we don't know how many track limit warnings he racks up or how many his teammates did before him. But yeah, that's another drive-through, and that will certainly split the 29 and the 28 Jean Lacey cars from each other. We go back to Juna Savalainen now within a second of Danilo Santoro in the 27 Jean Lacey. So a lot of looking at the Jean Lacey cars at the moment because they're in the thick of it. But yeah, it seems like he's been able to close up little by little. But yeah, like I said before, is he going to be able to catch that Lamborghini on the Mistral Straight?
Absolutely. And you're looking at these two cars up at the front, and I know a lot of people that would say, "Oh, Jean Lacey, they're going to find this really easy on the defense here." I mean, the number 27, they're currently running 5th in the championship, have finished on the podium last round at Barcelona. Had some good results throughout the championship as well. Whereas if you look at Griffax Engineering team, the number 69 car, their best result was a P12, and that was all the way back at Kailami at the start of the season. Then, of course, finished 27th at Imola, 24th at Indianapolis, and then finishing P13 last round at Barcelona. I mean, you don't expect to see that number 69 fighting for a podium slot, but can I just tell you, it's brilliant that they are. Griffax Engineering shown that you should not forget that they are a team in this tournament. Absolutely phenomenal job in this race, and like you said earlier, could be on par for the €100 award. You
That's
spotted there, Kevin.
That's a drive-through for the number 55
Oh, it
Williams
is!
Team Racer track limits. So that is going to spice things up. That'll throw them closer to the cars behind, and there might even be another position for Team 1FF there.
I mean, the number 55 picking up another drive-through, like you said, that blows things open for so many teams at the moment. Team 1FF going to be one of the teams that benefits off that. Will probably gain a position if they when they serve that drive-through. Not if they do, they have to. They have no choice. When they serve that drive-through, may gain a position from that. Will definitely bring them closer in the fight as well. But it's something to look out for at the end of this 6-hour race. We're coming towards the final hour now. You have to pay attention to when those drive-throughs are going to be coming in, because it is going to make things very, very exciting, and it will just blow the whole race wide open yet again. I mean, let's just take you back 5 hours, Kevin, and number 55, the Williams Team Razor, they were on pole position for this race. Anyone expected to see them fighting for 6th, and now the drive-through they're fighting for just to get back up into the top 10 as well. So a lot can happen in this last hour. Keep your eyes peeled on the screen. You're not going to go anywhere, because everything can change, as we have just seen. Another fight you're going to want to keep your eyes on is this one right here. Griffax Engineering, Juna Salvalainen behind the wheel of the number 69 on the Jean Lacey number 27 car. Of course, the Lambo driven right now by Danilo Santoro. So we'll see how this fight turns out. barely anything split the two cars up right now. Just a couple of attempts between them already. Griphax Engineering just trying to size up the Jean Lacey team, see if they can find a way through here. And we'll see what they're able to do. The Aston Martin, of course, a car that's notoriously known to be quite good in wet weather. And McGee, though, is one of the cars that has received a recent upgrade as well. So definitely a car that can hold up its own in a fight onto the straight. You can see that Salvalainen, they're in the slipstream, Kevin. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough to do too much, although that Aston Martin is coming out of the rear of the Lambo very, very fast now.
Yeah, you just have to wait and see whether it's enough. They're now alongside, but the Lamborghini does have the inside of the right-hander. So it's going to be need to be a very good corner from the Aston Martin. And it seems like the 27 Lamborghini can just about hold on to this position for now. But yeah, this is basically what I meant, is that the Lamborghini just has tremendous straight line speed. And even though they're able to get alongside, yeah, it's just still a good defense from Santoro in the Lamborghini, taking the inside line and forcing Savalainen to take the long way round on the outside. And yeah, they couldn't make it just that lap. Though, with seeing how close they are now, they've got another chance this lap.
Absolutely. Your eyes peeled in this fight. Salvalainen and Toro have been battling it out. Now Salvalainen closed that gap very, very quickly to the number 27, but now it has to find their way through. Two drivers at the top of their level in sim racing, battling out for that final podium spot here at Paul Ricard today. Well, cast your attention back a little while ago now. You may remember that Southall had to go into the pits very, very early on. We 10 laps after their last pit stop, and we said why it was so we all speculated why it was so early. Out they had a puncture on that car, but Stewie noticed when he was doing his research into what happened to them as well was that early on in the race as well, they pitted on lap 68. 10 laps later, on lap 95, went back into the pits yet again. So this is the second puncture they have had in that number 39. Either way, not been an ideal race for them. They're still running in P23. I mean, if they've had 2 punctures in this race so far, having to pit twice after 10 laps, that's an amazing job from them. But Judas Salvalainen now bringing the race to the Jean Lacey team. Slight contact between the two cars. With that, the Griphax Engineering will go off the side of the track there, rejoins behind Santoro, and with that, we'll have to continue to look for a way through. But again, Kevin, very feisty at the end of that straight. John Lacey team, that's what they've got to be watching out for now, because you just know every time you come to the end of that long straight, Griphax Engineering, they're going to be coming at you from one way or another.
Yeah, and the way I see it, they always need to make sure they're on the inside defending against Savalainen, because with the straight line speed that they have in the slipstream, once they get side by side, if they once give Savalainen the inside line, he will take that position. We can now also have a little look at the weather in the top right. We can now see for both in 10 minutes and 30 minutes, it's just overcast. So it will stay dry for quite a longer time, and that was very close as well for Marco Bishop in the Kramer Racing Esports car to try and get past Romanenko. He didn't really do an overtake possibility there, but he might try it here up the inside. Does he have enough pace through the corner? They're now side by side now, coming towards the next left hand. There's going to be an outside line for the Porsche. Seems to be a little bit of contact there, and Romanenko is able to just stay ahead for now.
Well, with just under an hour to go left in the race, it is now time for us to take a quick 5-minute break before we join you for the final stint for most of these drivers. I leave you watching this battle between Griphax Engineering and the Jean Lacey team. Again, Judas Salvalainen ducks towards the outside here, going towards the end of the straight. Slight contact between the two cars, but both will go through the corner again, neck and neck with each other. But again, it just seems the Griphax Engineering falling short by the end of it as well. But now it's time for Kevin Boss to say his goodbyes, joining me for the final hour. The RCI's very own Jesse Lees. course, in our 5-minute break, take the opportunity to vote for your team of the race. The QR code will appear on the screen shortly. There it is right now in the bottom right-hand corner. You can help a team to earn the extra 100 euros courtesy of the AK Esports team of the race. Whether they're your favorite team, you think they've done the best performance out on track today, think that the fast car overall and they deserve to have that extra 100 euros funding, you can help them earn that now by voting for your team of the race. Someone there has just peeled into the pits as well, but with all the action happening out on track, we are going to have to cut to a 5-minute break. We will pick up for the pit stops have fully unfolded. See you for the final stint. Goodbye.
Last hour of the race, and indeed last hour of the championship. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the final hour of Paul Ricard, the 6-hour esports challenge here on RCI TV. I'm Jesse Lee here with my co-presenter Tim Peck. Stewie still bringing you the cameras, in fact has brought you every single hour, and as we were away, you can see cars going off left, right, and center. Several close battles indeed. Tim Peck, it's going to be an interesting race as this track continues to dry out.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a nail-biting finish. Those of you that eagle-eyed will already have noticed Una Salvalainen has made the overtake for Graphics Engineering, the Shonda Lacey, number 27, out on that final podium spot, fallen down into that P4 since we've taken the break as well. But already battles happening across the field. The Craven Racing Esports team, Marco Bischoff, promoting themselves up a position. They've overtaken now the 164 Romanenko behind the wheel of that car. They've got themselves up into P12. Here is the leader, Maciej Malinowski, for the Veloce UCOG team, trying to navigate their way through the blue flag traffic around them as well. So, Jesse, a lot is happening even in the beginning of this final hour. And again, we were looking at some of the speeds of the other cars across the track. A lot more is going to continue to happen. I mean, look at Luke Whitehead in the Veloce 912, 1.8 seconds off the John Lacey team. We're going to have a very heated final hour of this race.
You said it best, partner. It really is going to be like that. 51 minutes left, and some of these cars, if I'm not mistaken, they have a pit stop yet to give. They will have to come down pit lane, even if it's just to reset the stint timer. They're going to have to do some of that. There's some engineering as well, because this is very much still a damp racetrack, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen. But there's no rain falling from the sky. We're done with that, and we'll know in about 20 minutes time if we'll see any more rain for the day. I'm rather hoping we don't see any more rain and it gets to a completely dry end to the day. As you all will recall from the very start, it was incredible, and just the scene here, flying race cars right about here on the Mistral Straight on lap number 1, and the spray was super intense. A lot better conditions now. We've experienced our second rain shower of the day. The positions changing hands here. Romanenko going by Bischoff, taking the defensive line to the inside. Oh, no, that isn't Malinowski. That's Bischoff going through. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, that was Malinowski, the producer. I got confused there. I thought it was a different car. They were both blue, and it threw me. That was indeed Malinowski lapping the car there.
Well, you stood up to Stewie a little bit there, Jesse. You told him that he was wrong, and I don't think he liked it too much. But
I just started having a conversation with Stewie is what happened right there. But I was really confused because it was a blue car, and I was like, well, that's what Romanenko's car looks like, and I realized that wasn't the right manufacturer.
I love the way at home as well, like chat is just going to hear you having a one-sided conversation with yourself. It's not going to make sense, but either way, like you said, a lot happening on the field right now. John and Lacey teams next to each other here, of course, Islam Racing for position. The number 27 here is just looking to, I guess, let through their teammate counterpart. I believe this is the number 29 here that is coming up behind them. Lap them, or that's actually the case of number 29 currently going faster right now, but we'll see very shortly which one's the case. Either way, you can pass your attention to the background for a second. That black Porsche lurking there, Jesse. That'll be the 912 Veloce that is just about to navigate its way through the corners now. So whatever these Shona Lacey cars are going to do with each other, they need to sort it out soon, because in a minute there's going to be another car in the mix as well. And Luke Whitehead and the rest of that team behind the 912 done a phenomenal job so far in this race. Like the Porsche's disadvantages at Paul Ricard, it is done a great job of just being inside that top 10 at all times, now looking to be inside the top 4. Of course, they have had an upgrade recently, has nullified a lot of the problems that the Porsche had, Jesse, but it's not the best car around this track. But again, it's better than it was one update ago.
Yeah, it certainly is. I talked about with John Dalton earlier on in the day, just how much better this BOP is and how well these cars seem to race each other around this racetrack. Even in the wet, I think it was very obvious. They different strengths and weaknesses, of course, but also really nice raceability. And this update has been pretty fantastic. Well, the John Lacey car is going to either duck out of the way or slide out of the way, one way or another. That will allow Luke Whitehead through, as Matthias Kuhn in the 696 for into the Breed Sandalock Racing. They've come into the pit lane. That should be their final scheduled stop of the day, and it should be, at least according to my watch, a slightly shorter stop than usual. They might be risking putting on the slick tires here. In fact, would almost bet on them doing exactly that. If they time that right, that could be the perfect way to gain a few spots here late.
Oh, absolutely. I think anyone pitting now has to put on the slick tires. Okay, the track might not be 100% ready for it just yet, Jesse, but it's going to be ready for it very, very shortly. So anyone coming into the pits now needs to put on that slick pair of tyres. It'll take them to the end of the race, and of course take as little fuel as they need just to make sure that they get towards the end for that final part as well. But you see towards the front of the field, the 992 still leading. That's an apostle in the BMW from West Competition Racing. The gap now 13 seconds between them and the Veloce UCOG team. Of course, back an hour, that gap was only 2 seconds, splitting the two cars up. So West Competition Racing maybe starting to fall off a little bit, struggling to find the pace that Malinowski has managed to get behind the wheel of the Ferrari there. But now you can see Luke Whitehead with the Veloce sports car. They're coming to the back of number 27, Jesse Lee. That's the John Lacey car that's just ahead of them. Be another fight for P4, depending on how fast Luke Whitehead can get through the number 27 here. You're looking at a podium themselves if they can do this quickly.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. I was actually going to mention that it might be a double podium day for Veloce, and quite interestingly as well, depending on how this goes for the 912, this could propel them inside the top 5. They could have 2 cars inside the top 5 in the final championship standings if this continues to go their way. Whitehead a little bit loose, Santoro a little bit loose as well. They're fighting the traction, or they're looking for traction on that drying racetrack with the overheated wet weather Pirelli tires, and now it's a stalemate down the straight. The Porsche does not have the legs. Defensive line from Santoro in the Lamborghini. Whitehead pulls out to the left and will look to go around the outside. It's not going to happen. Not enough engine there. Comes back in line, maybe goes a little bit further to the inside of the next corner, and definitely wide here from the 27 of Santoro. Thinks about it for a moment, does Whitehead in the Veloce 912, but again, doesn't want to make an ill-fated move here, wants to make one that's definitive and that'll stick, and I think that's the right call.
Absolutely, a lot of cars now pinning into the pit lane. You saw the West Competition car in the number 1 riding in P2. They've come into the pits now as ready. Also noticed Sports Razor car has gone into the pits, same as the Team 1 FF, number 52, that we've been watching try and fight their way back up through the field as well. And speaking of cars going into the pit lane, it's going to be a double pit hit. Sean Lacey 27 going at the same time as Luke Whitehead in the Veloce. And Jesse, that was very close. A, was there contact there? And B, did the Veloce speed across the line?
Those are very good questions, and I can almost guarantee our broadcast producer, Stewie, will be able to tell us if that did indeed happen. If it didn't, that was incredibly close and could be borderline dangerous driving coming into the pit lane, though as close as they were, and that might have also been sort of orchestrated to get as close as humanly possible. By the by, Santoro, Whitehead, and Fisher all in the pit lane. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Respectively. Several other cars outside the top 10 in. 14 has come and gone. Allen has come and gone in. And Herbino also in the pit lane. Martin Lawrence in the connection lost 404 in as well. But this is it. The race off of the pit lane. Grantas Caracas installed into the 912 Veloce Esports Porsche. Several of those cars in together, in each other, I should say, and they're all going to have to disperse themselves. They do on pit out. Here's a car coming flashing by. I think that's Bischoff. They're going to cycle in between some of these other cars as they all get away cleanly. That was scary as they were inside of each other exiting pit lane.
Yeah, it's always a very dangerous position to be in. You don't want to be inside another car, because once you cross that pit line, Jesse, cars become whole again and will crash into each other automatically. But looks like Veloce getting the better end of the stick out the pit lane there. Grantas Caracas for the 912. I'll be running in P4. Of course, their job is to close the gap to the number 69 of Griphax Engineering, see if they can push themselves back up onto that podium. Griphax Engineering, they'll want to try and keep that podium because it will be their first one of the season and will definitely be their best result regardless. Salva Line did an amazing job behind the wheel of the number 69 in the last stint. But Jesse, it's always scary seeing teams come out of the pit lane that close to each other, but it just goes to show they went in basically neck and neck, they come out neck and neck again, and with that, it just seemed that the Veloce were tenth of a second faster than the John Lacey team in the pits there.
Yeah, it sure was. And you know, one thing that esports drivers do is they do a lot of laps, and they log a lot of different tracks that they do. One thing they don't typically do is they practice their pit stops quite like that. It's such a strange scenario where you're actually racing somebody head to head into the pit lane and off of the pit lane. But it is also nice to see how, I would say, that was very elegantly done by all parties involved to get on pit lane, get off of pit lane, not lose anything. Obviously, typically you want to gain something, but when that's not an option, you at least don't want to give up anything. Nothing given up there. Leader of the race, Malinowski, into the pit lane in the 992. And while we were talking about the 992 earlier, they stand a chance of taking P2 in the championship overall with the day that the 52 Team 1FF has had. Here is Negrini. Is there contact here between these two cars? Close quarters racing indeed for 20th place. A little bit of mild contact with Fidelibus, but nothing too untoward there as they both continue on.
Jesse Lee, I hate to break this to you because I know that you love to do the math. However, I believe Kevin Boss has already done the math for us on where Team 1FF needs to finish in order to hold on to P2 in the championship overall against the Veloce UCOG team. Well, Team 1FF, the team that you currently see sitting in P12 right now, the number 52, they need to make their way all the way back up into P4 in order to score enough points to hold off the Veloce UCOG. That is assuming, of course, the 992 manages to win this race. Jesse Lee, it's a very tall order. I mean, the number 52, the Team 1FF, they've been going in the right direction, starting P16 after the collision was made with another car and they fell all the way back to P15. However, they came to P12 fairly quickly. I believe they may be actually in P11. No, they're not in P11. They're close to P11 though. Now, no, they are in P11. I'm getting myself all confused. Now they're up in P11. That's 5 places gained. But that last 7, it might be too tall of an order for Team 1FF to get up there without some sort of miracle happening in this final 40 minutes.
No, I concur. That is the exact maths that I came to as well. Kevin Boss, good with maths, and I'm not good with English, but I concur 100%. That is the case. That's what I was saying. I think the 992 stands a really good chance of taking P2. Close racing off and exiting pit lane. Savalainen out of the lane for Griphax Engineering in the number 69. They came in P2 by virtue of other cars pitting, of course. They will cycle back out into P5 and right behind some of their nearest rivals. I think that's Santoro and Caracas directly in front of him, rejoining the fray immediately. He's going to have to get those tires back up to temperature. I didn't get a good look at the sidewalls of those tires, Tim Peck. I don't know if they're dries or slicks, but again, I would have to imagine that they are slick Pirelli tires. We'll get a better look at them, bring you that information. But well and truly, the race is on here.
I mean, that's such a shame for Salvalainen there. Of course, managed to fight up onto that final podium spot in the last stint, going that lap longer though than everyone else, and because of it, they lost out on
Look
the
at this.
to the 912 and the 27 as well. But John Lacey making a move back onto the Veloce team there, goes round the outside at the end of the straight, and with that, number 27 back up into that P3 slot they held onto earlier. Caracas fall down into P4, and Judas Salvalainen is going to be very close to the back of this battle as well. You can see just there, 1.3 seconds off the back. Jesse Lee, we're about to have a three-way fight for that podium.
Yeah, we sure are, and right back into the purgatory that was behind the 27 Lamborghini for Grancis Caracas, of course, installed into that car, and now inherits the problem that his teammates have had. Just no straight line speed, not enough anyway to make the pass. It was super easy for the 27, the John Lacey Esports team, to make that pass just because the Lamborghini has more top end. Gets him at the end of the straight, goes the long way to boot, and things are restored back to the way they were prior to the pit stop. But you're absolutely right. I feel out-and-out pace over the lap, especially sectors 1 and 3. I would have to argue Caracas in this Porsche probably has a little extra oomph in it, and that's going to keep this incredibly close. They're going to slow each other up, and that should bring Savalainen back in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Porsche, of course, not known to be a car that goes very quickly in a straight line. However, with the most recent upgrades, a lot better at it. And the rest of the team behind that Veloce car today
Look how
have
close it
managed.
is.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they've managed to get the most out of this Porsche all race, especially in sectors 1 and 2. And even now coming onto the long straight, usually where the Porsche starts to lose a bit of its track position, really. I mean, it's very easy to swallow up the Porsche straight line. See, still sticking to the back of this Lamborghini. The John Lacey 27 not able to get too far ahead, and gap it is closing. The slipstream's kicking in now, so Francis Crackers won't be able to overtake on the straight, but may be able to look for something after it in this next sector, Jesse, because they're just carrying so much speed through these twisty turny sections, and the whole team at Veloce have done a great job of that. Gina Salvaline, though, they need to pick up pace now, because this is going to be their only shot at getting back onto that podium, is if they manage to catch back up whilst these two are still fighting. The second the gap gets any bigger between the number 27 and 912, Salvaline is going to lose that opportunity to catch up whilst they're fighting.
One thing I wouldn't have called at all is Salvo actually lost a bit there through the second and, well, still has through the third sector just a little bit. They were able to eat into that time. It was 1.8 when they came out of the pit lane. Whenever it settled down, they had it to 1.3 at the end of sector 1 timing line before they hit the Mistral straight. And then it ballooned out to 1.8 as they entered sector 3, sort of that area of the racetrack, and it hasn't gotten any better. I wouldn't have called that. I would have thought, with just how close Caracas is following the back of Santoro, I would have just assumed by proxy Savalainen and that entire 69 Griphax engineering team, they would have got something out of that. They just haven't. But look at the pressure Grantis Caracas is putting on the back of the Jean Lacey driver.
Maybe that Aston Martin just set up a little bit more for the wet weather racing. I mean, we saw how much time they took out of Santoro in the number 27 for the last couple of stints. So maybe it is just a thing that they set up the number 69 car for Griphax Engineering for the wet weather. And now that it's dried up, everyone else is picking up pace a bit more, and they're just starting to lose out that little bit again, although a lot better round in sector 1 this time. The gap is back to 1.7 seconds. Like you said, they have to close it quicker, and they need to do it whilst this battle is happening out in the field again. But again, Salvaline losing another couple of attempts, 2 seconds splitting up them and the other two now. They need to find that pace somewhere, Jesse, and I am wondering if it is down to the setup of that car, because technically their tyres are going to be a couple of laps fresher than the Veloce and the Jean Lacey teams here, but Caracas has just been all over the rear of the Jean Lacey team here. Not quite found that window of opportunity yet, but you can be absolutely sure the second Taro even leaves a tiny window open, Caracas to force that Porsche right into it and try and squeeze their way through.
I will say this past lap was pretty much exactly how I described it for Juna Savalainen and Griphax Engineering. They did gain in sector 1 only a tenth that time through. Then they lost about 3 to 4 tenths in sectors 2 and through sector 3. In fact, actually Savalainen did gain back 2 tenths in the third sector alone. So that Mistral straight, which makes up the vast bulk of sector number 2, losing that Aston Martin an absolute ton of time. We're going to have to make it up in sectors 1 and 3 if that's the case. But partner, I think you have a good point. I think maybe that car is either set up a little bit more for the wet weather running, or maybe just the wet weather favors that car in general just a little bit versus some of the other cars. But have to see. The gap keeps expanding and closing, but we need just a little bit more to make this a three-way fight. Caracas nowhere near on the back of Santoro this side. The Jean Lacey car got a good launch going on the back straight.
I mean, speaking of chases that are happening out on the track, cast your eyes to the top of that scoreboard, and Marco Jonkers behind the wheel of the West Competition Racing car yet again is starting to close the gap on George Boothby. We know earlier Jonkers had much more pace than Boothby out on the field, and it looks like, again, Jonkers just slowly reeling in that 992. Now, at the moment, Jesse, it's not going to be enough, but if anything untoward happens to the Veloce Yukon car at the front of the field now, like maybe they have a bit of a loss of grip or just get held up a bit too much by some traffic, that gap can close very, very quickly between the 992 and the 1. So maybe just keep your eye on that fight towards the front there, as well as the fight, of course, that's happening literally just below it for that final podium spot with the Veloce car and the John Lacey team as well. And even down here, Santalok Racing coming to the rear of the Williams Chill Blast car. Battles happening up and down the field, Jesse.
Just thinking that they're absolutely everywhere in this battle right now. That is open up for 19th place. One of the cars shot out of the middle. That looks like the connection loss car of Jaroslav Roth. They're going to lose at least one spot there. They're going to give up 19th place. What happened to the 404? Just got past there. But something else happens. Is this arrow wash into the corner? You bet it is.
They went so wide there. They rejoined the track luckily, but unfortunately for them, that's not ideal at all. They're going to lose quite a bit of time to the battle that they were right in the middle of there as well. Well, you're looking again at the Veloce Esports and Grants Cracker still looking for a way through Santaro. Of course, the Lacey team, they made it look easy when they came back through for the first time, but of course they just have that extra bit of oomph in the straight line that means that overtaking is possible in a place where, let's be real, Jesse, when you think of overtaking places at Paul Ricard, the first place everybody pictures is that nice long straight of Sector 2 there. So whilst that's the most convenient place to get an overtake to happen, as we've seen today, the Porsche drivers, they have to be that little bit more creative, because the Porsche, it can keep up now on that straight. It's not going to keep falling off the back like it used to. However, it just doesn't have quite enough to pull you through the car ahead as well. I mean, I was reading the Twitch chat earlier. QB Lettis mentioned that it's nice to see a battle for the podium in the last 40 minutes of a 6-hour race. I've got to say, Jesse, we have been treated this season. Every single race so far, we have had battles throughout the entire thing. And I feel like more often than not, we have come to the end of the race and we have still had battles at the top of the field, even in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and folks, I'm going to tell you, I know this is going to sound like a plug, but I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't do that to you. It's just RCI. It's the RCI factor. Every single race, it seems like it comes down to it. Not always for the win, of course, but for podium positions. Races sort of, they expand and contract as well. You get the exciting entry bit, and they all sort of space out, work their strategy, and they all sort of come back together. Just the RCI factor. And we're so numb to it. We're so used to it. It happens all the time, and it's almost, you could take it to the bank. That's how dependable it is. Of course, just remember a few races ago at Indianapolis, how nail-biting that finish was in the closing 15 or 20 minutes. Could we get a similar thing today with Boothby and Yonkers here in the final 30 minutes of the race? Speaking of the final 30 minutes of the race, the audience, you have just joined us in the past hour or so. First of all, welcome. Glad that you are with us for the finale of the series and the race as well. We invite you to like, subscribe. Don't miss a single race that we do here at RCI. We'll be back with you for regular weekly racing this week, of course, just to get your racing fix. But more on top of all of that, just what an incredible season this has been, Tim, as we start to reflect on what has transpired here. And of course, it started out as Williams dominating in that 55 Williams team Razor car. Then it opened up. SMP won. I forget who won the previous race. I do apologize for that, but just it's been an. It was indeed the Veloce. It was the 912 indeed.
Yep.
They did win the penultimate round of this championship, but it's just been such a fantastic series.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, so much has happened across the series. There's so many unexpected podium sitters as well. I mean, a whole range of different teams up there. And even like today, you've got the Griffax engineering team. They're currently running in that 5th place. I mean, their best finish before it in the season, Jesse, was 12th as well. But you look at that team and you look at the drivers in the car, and they make a name for themselves, especially in races like this. Judas Alvalainen up there fighting for that podium today. They're currently running in P5, have dropped off a little bit now from both the John Lacey and the Veloce team, but I mean they can go home today, even finishing P5, and say you know what? At one point in this race, we overtook the Jean and Lacey team for that podium slot. We were able to hold off the Veloce team at points in time. You know, we've raced these names that you hear everywhere in sim racing, and you just know that they're going to be at the top of the field. And today, Grifax Engineering has achieved that as well. And we've had so many situations like that across the championship as a whole. West Competition Racing have already scored a podium this season, but again, it's another team that, you know, you expect to see them in the midfield, Jesse, and just on these occasions like this, they come out with an absolutely amazing race and really surprise you. And it's so great to see all of these teams showcasing what they can do. It really is a case of you can't discount them. I mean, you come into races and there are drivers that you expect to see towards the front of the field, but I think something we've always done really good at RCI is showing the unexpected. There's always that one team or driver where you think, you know what, they've done a really good job today.
All you got to do is look at P2 in the championship entering today's race. They've got 2 podiums to their name. They podiumed in South Africa and Indianapolis in the USA. They're sitting 2nd place in the championship. That's Team 1FF. And they've done such a good job at just being consistent and not having the horrible finishes. And that's the difference between them and the Veloce 992 team, which, by the way, if you're just tuning in to see the end of this race and you see George Boothby out in front, you may assume, well, yeah, this is what this championship has looked like throughout the duration. It hasn't been. They've had some podiums as the 992, but they've never put an entire race together and won one of these races. They're in the best possible position to get that done today. They've just got to manage that gap to the 1 car.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, you expect to see that 992 at the top. George Boothby and Malnowski are notorious drivers to be at the top of the field in whatever event they're competing in. However, it just so happens that this championship, maybe a bit of misfortune in the beginning, obviously take you back to Kailami, the very first race. The first corner, Jesse, they were taken out, sent to the back of the field, managed to climb all the way back up onto that podium. But I mean, they have been fighting against it in this championship as well. They're only P3 in the championship overall. It really has been, like you said, anyone's game as a whole. And even today, you know, that gap, 8.1 seconds at the moment, but Yonkers has had more pace than Boothby throughout this entire race, continues to read in that car. And just looking at the last lap, again, it's only a 10th quicker, but they are still reeling in the Veloce UCOG team there. So keep your eye up there at the top of the field, because like we've all alluded to already, anything can happen in the final 24 minutes. Remember, this is Paul Ricard. There may be drive-through penalties for track cuts yet to come as well. Anything can happen, and just because there's 24 minutes left, we have no idea how this race will turn out.
Oh dear, Tim, you said it. Drive-through penalties, we've seen a couple of them, and if you've not been with us for the last several hours, let's catch you up on some of the things that have happened. The 55 Williams Team Razor car running solidly inside the top 10 has not really had too hard of a threat from Team 1FF in the 52 Ferrari today. There was the early challenge. The 55 Williams Team Razor separated themselves, but somewhat recently got themselves a drive-through penalty for track limits, an ACC assigned penalty, and that has dropped them right in front of Fleischer and Team 1FF. And again, those are the 2 top teams in the championship right now. Of course, George Boothby's team, the 992 Veloce team, 3rd in that championship right now, in a position to take at the end of this series.
Absolutely. Like we said, the number 52 Team 1FF, they have to finish 4th if the 992 wins this race in order to hold on to that 2nd place in the championship. So right now, George Boothby and Malnowski, they are fighting for 2nd place in the championship. That's going to be their motivation to not make any more mistakes in this race. And maybe with just 23 minutes left to go, Jesse, they might reel things in a little bit. Don't do anything too daring. You don't have to push your laps to the fastest potential. No, just keep it at a steady pace where you know you're not going to pick up any track cuts. But then in turn of that, if you do that and relax a little bit too much, door open for West Competition Racing again to close the gap. So it's all a big mental game right now of who has to manage what in order to get the best result that they can in this race. Of course, worth noting as well, the track, it's only in a fast condition now. That's great for a lot of these drivers. Obviously, dry tyres are now the most choices. Oh,
man!
Veloce there, almost making contact with the rear of the Jean Lacey team. A little bit late on the brakes for them. Maybe a slight send behind their head as well. And almost making contact. Could have spelt the end of that battle there, Jesse, but Cracker's still looking for a way through. The Porsche just not quite able to do anything in the straight line, so they've got to find something in the corner. Cracker's still going at it. Desperate to find a way through this Jean Lacey car. And again, all these factors playing a part in what can happen in the final 20 minutes. The track might not even get to optimum before the end of the race. We don't know. But if it does, these times, they're going to keep picking up, Jesse. This is not the fastest we're going to see cars today.
No, speaking of which, a couple of things. Do you like high drama in the dying moments of a championship in a race? Well, you've got it. George Boothby, not this time, but the time prior coming through, reset the quickest lap of the race. That's what the number 1 magenta looks like. Or what it does, they have reset it, and that has been with the 44 team for the majority of this race. The track's picking up rubber, it's picking up speed, and the Veloce 992 have the quickest lap of the race. Also, I promised you the drama, didn't I? It has come at a cost. They are on 3 track cut warnings as your leader of the race. If they get one more track cut warning, they will be forced down pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. They cannot, folks, in these final 20 minutes, make a single mistake.
And a drive-through penalty would be so bad for the 992 now. It means they won't win this race. They will fall back a couple of positions. It will be amazing for all the drivers around them that want to gain those positions back. But
Imagine how West Competition would feel about that.
West Competition would be so thrilled to win a race in this championship. I mean, I'd be thrilled for them as well, to be perfectly honest. It would be amazing. That being said, the 992 also not won a race yet in this championship, which feels so weird to say.
That is very odd, yes.
It's just, this is the sort of thing, 20 minutes left in the race, and to have that pressure of knowing that you cannot make a mistake in that last 20 minutes is so much. You heard from Kevin Boss in the last hour about how easy it is to get a track cut here at Ricard. Well, that pressure now, I'd almost say it's harder to not get a track cut when you're trying not to. Like, when there's 20 minutes left and you know you can't, Jesse, for me, that's when I'm most likely to pick up another one, because I'd be so afraid of getting it that I'll lose focus and I'll end up doing something I regret later. For George Boothby, this has got to be a flawless drive, and we know he's capable of it, but he just has to do it now.
Well, I tell you what makes it worse, the fact that he can't drop pace. He's only 9.3 seconds in front of West Competition and Yonkers in that BMW, so he cannot back off, really. And a lot of times you back off, you get sloppy to begin with. I never tell my driver to back off. Just be a little extra careful, stay within the lines. George Boothby's not really doing that. He's not changing anything about his driving style, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, except that you do have to be cognizant and aware of just how close to the edge you are getting. I don't see him driving beyond himself at this point in the race, which is good. He's also gapping West Competition BMW just a little bit, so that's also a little bit of a safety net for Veloce 992, but still, it's going to be a very close 18 and a half minutes. There's going to be a lot of Veloce people in the pit lane just hoping and praying George Boothby gets this thing home clean.
There's going to be so many fans of that Veloce team hoping that there isn't a mess up. Jesse, to add even more drama to this race yet again, first of all though, the STR Esports 39 car making a move here. Their way up into that 21st place, the 163 falling down into 22nd. But Jesse, to add more fuel as promised, take a look at that delta to Griphax Engineering and Judas Alvalainen. Yes, that is 1.4 seconds. He's found that pace.
Oh,
He's reeling them back in. Are we going to see that three-way podium fight we thought we were? There's another shot of Lacey car in the mix. The number 29 is just sort of hovering around as well. But for now, the number 27, John Lacey, sitting in that final podium spot. Now, who else would like to be in that final podium spot, Jesse? The Veloce team. They want a double podium today. Now, who else would like to be on that podium, Jesse? Griphax Engineering. They won their first podium of the season. It is going to be so exciting at the end of this race. I can't wait. I'm always jumping out my seat in excitement here, and I've got to keep it cool here, Jesse.
Late in the season, and we're almost out of trophies. We handed out a lot of trophies this season, and this is your last opportunity to get one for bragging rights. And now everybody's at that pay window looking for the money. And keep in mind, 11,000 euro prize pool on hand, distributed amongst the top 20 championship finishers here today. So everybody trying to get every bit they can, because some of the championship points incredibly close. Just looking at chat for the final time today, some very kind words about me on my behalf. I do appreciate that. And on top of that, Vincent Lindner in chat saying this whole championship has been incredible. No, your team has been incredible. A big thank you to Team 1FF one more time for providing the live timing for the events this season. We appreciate that, in conjunction with their team sponsor, ASAP.de, a fantastic company to work for mechanical engineering. They're hiring. Go to asap.de for more information on how to apply, and just take a look at what they do over there. Fantastic and interesting mechanical stuff. Tripolsky saying, I keep forgetting it's a virtual race. You know, to be fair, me too, most of the time. A lot of good camera work by our broadcaster, Stewie, and just a beautiful sim to begin with. I see Jordan Daly in the chat as well, hanging out for the final 15 minutes. Meanwhile, battles for the podium, it is still on. Another defensive line from Danilo Santoro. Oh, and he sells him a dummy. He takes a look up the inside. There's no way through for Caracas, and he's going to get more and more desperate as the laps go on. Eventually, he's not going to back out of that, Tim.
Yeah, eventually there's going to come a time where Caracas just goes, you know what, I've got to fully send it at this point in time. 15 minutes left in this race, Jesse, and that time may be very, very soon for the 912 here. Look how close they are to the rear of that Jean Alesi 27, almost touching, coming through the final couple of corners here. Caracas going to do something different here. You can see the pressure they're adding, and now ducking towards the inside for the final corner. They put the Veloce car right on the inside, and now onto the straight. It's going to be a drag race down to the first corner yesterday. The Porsche and the Lamborghini making contact, bumping each other up the straight. Now, as long as the John Alesi team hangs it there, coming towards the first corner, they will come out on top here, and now you can see them going through together. The Veloce car slingshotting itself around the inside, but bit of momentum is slowing them down a little bit, and that means again the number 27 coming back through here. Caracas and Santoro still neck and neck with each other, but Caracas not giving up. Again goes to the inside of the John Alesi car, and with that we'll have the inside of the next corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your next podium sitter, Gratis Caracas for the 912 Veloce car, after a lot of corners battling neck and neck, has made it into P3.
This ain't over yet. This is the long straight. He's probably going to snake down the straight. I would do that at least. There it is. That's exactly what I would have done to try and break that toe just a little bit. He's not snaking. What's he doing? He's defensively driving. Got to be careful. There's a bump on this side of the racetrack. That will be well avoided there. And here comes the Lamborghini. Santoro from Jean Alesi Academy, or Jean Alesi Esports rather, coming through, and he's just about got it done. And it is. Slotting back inside is Caracas. He had that P3 for a moment, but had to give it back up. Luckily, Savalainen just far enough back that he's able to slot in, as it's all very close here at the end of this race. A three-way fight now for the podium as advertised.
And I mean, Junior Savalainen, I thought they might have had Caracas as well for a second there. Coming towards the end of the long straight, you just saw the Aston Martin coming towards the Porsche. They were about in line with the back wheel, Jesse, of the Porsche as well, but Caracas just able to close that door before they made a big loss there and lost 2 positions. It's going to be hard. Honestly, the Veloce car, we've seen how much it takes to overtake the Jean Alesi team here. It was literally neck and neck fighting from the last corner on the track all the way through until the end of Sector 1. Not only have they got to do that again, they've somehow, Jesse, got to then hold on the long straight, because the Porsche, again, they've had an upgrade. It's better in the straight line than it was before. But, I mean, I don't need to tell you after you've all watched that. that it still loses out to so many cars in the straight line. The Lambo being one of them. I mean, Cintaro just made that overtake look easy. It was like everything Caracas had fought for was undone within a second. So Caracas here, they need to find an overtake somewhere where they're not going to be vulnerable straight away after. Jesse Lee, I don't know how they're going to do it, but at the same time, they've also now got to worry about Salvalainen, who is lurking just behind, ready to take that position if Caracas makes a mistake.
Yeah, if you're Grunus Caracas, what you were hoping there is that you had just enough overlap at the end of the Mistral Straight that wasn't possible, or maybe you could strand the Lamborghini side by side and get ups on them in Sector 3 with maybe superior turn-in. I'm not sure what the balance is like on these cars, especially after the race we've had today. But I can say the cornering language of that Porsche seems to tell me that the tires are gripping incredibly well and that they're getting really good drive in and drive off of the corner. And yeah, I mean, you could just see it, the gap absolutely erased. But again, you're hoping for that again. You're going to need a mistake. You're going to need something, a dive. And with every passing corner, not even lap at this point, every passing corner as the sand in the hourglass draws very, very low, you're going to get a little bit more desperate if you're Caracas. You don't want to wreck him. You don't want to have to do anything that's going to get you into trouble to do it. But at some point, you're going to have to try and make it happen here. A double podium maybe. And what about this driver, Juna Savalainen for Griphax Engineering in the 69? They've got a nice view of what's happening in front, and they're just hoping to pick up the pieces.
Juna Savalainen here has so much, Jesse, to fight for. They want to get Griphax Engineering the best result possible in this. And here they have right in front of them two drivers absolutely battling it out for that third place slot. One small mistake could see them get back up onto that podium position as well. There's so much at play here for all of these teams, and it is going to come down to the line. I reckon we have 10 minutes left to go in this race. You can see now Salvalainen just joining the straight. Taro just trying to weave, maybe crack up some of the slipstream here so the crackers can't benefit off it as much as they want to. And of course, with that, we've got the Aston Martin of Griphax Engineering. They're closing the gap again to that Porsche when it comes to the straight. Already 4 temps splitting them up. Now it was 7 temps at the beginning of the straight too. So much to fight for here, and all three of these cars taking very similar routes. It's going to be nail-biting this race until the finish line. Just under 10 minutes to go, Jesse Lee, and I can't even tell you who's going to come out on top here. It could be any of them.
Meanwhile, battles going on all around the field. This is Jeffrey Ritchie for Visceral Esports Red. They are right behind Romanenko in the 164. This is a battle for 13th place. Again, these are good points here. The top 30 get points in each race. The top 20 in the championship get a piece of the prize pool at the end of today's race. So these are positions that could very well mean something genuine for these teams in the late running. It could be the difference between getting 100 euro or 150 euro. Who doesn't want 50 more euro? Everybody would want that. Jeffrey Ritchie, though, in the driver's seat, proverbially and literally, trying to outfox Romanenko in the 164 in front. Look about even as we get further down the straight, a little bit extra from the Visceral Racing red team. Pulls out, it's going to have to go wide. Defensive from Romanenko. He goes wide and he gets covered off. Romanenko holds on. Ritchie looking down to the inside again. Nothing doing, not close enough.
Battles happening up and down the field. Well, Jesse, you took a look to the YouTube chat for one final time earlier on. Also, for those of you at home, we are also streaming on Twitch at the moment. A couple of things have come up recently as well. Hello to Josh Singh, who has just joined us in the Twitch chat as well. We hope your day is going well, and keeping lettuce earlier, Jesse, I think felt a little bit left out when you were mentioning some people. They said insert some kind words here towards us here at RCI, and they've been supporting the Veloce 912 in these final minutes of the race. They're hoping they can get into that podium.
You picked a good race, I tell you that.
As well. You did pick a great race to support them. They've just come off of a win from Barcelona at the last round, so we know what this 912 Porsche can do. Luke Whitehead and Grantis Caracas behind the wheel today have done a phenomenal job. Team now P4. Jesse, I feel like we're going to be watching this battle for a while, basically for the next 7 minutes. You can't call it, but the Jean Alesi team, the amount of pressure they have right now, you know that you have two very fast drivers behind you, two notorious teams as well, and you're being told by your race engineer, Jesse, you cannot give them anything that can help them get past. You've already once seen the lengths Caracas will go to try and get through here. He will fight you through several corners, neck and neck, to ensure that he gets that Porsche past you.
They're
You
getting
can't even
real
give that
close to that hole. There's a divot in the racetrack there, Tim Peck. And it's going to come to blows. Jeffrey Ritchie's going to get involved with Romanenko. Romanenko goes spinning off. Who's to blame? I don't think I'm qualified to say, but it was a huge accident here in the late going over 13th place.
Was it
what
the hole?
happens here? One car moving, and they all come together, and it all ends in tears. Konstantin Romanenko, I think, the bigger loser in all of that, gets tipped into the wall. But my goodness, not how you want it to end.
Jesse, you are literally just commenting on the slight divot at that part of the track. Is it that Romanenko hit that slightly, which flicked their car inwards there, and then they got spun around? I don't know, it's hard to tell. Either way, the stewards will get to decide on that one. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. But either way, 5 minutes left in this race, and to go flying into the wall like that, heartbreaking. Romanenko and the rest of the team at the 164.
I was pointing that out. We've seen that happen in RCI competition before, folks, where the F1 chicane and the prototype chicanes are on the Mistral Straight, designed to keep the speeds at a lower and safer rate. There is some camber in the roads. There's some divots, if you will, and if you drive off the racing surface onto the painted lines and onto the curbs and all that, you will hit those divots, and we have seen that send cars careening before. It's calling motorsports games last fall and saw somebody do that in motorsports games competition. That was absolutely incredible and frightening to watch. I don't think that's what caused that incident. I think they were trying to outfox each other and just got together.
There's so much here that we see, Jesse, in the commentary booth that we almost wish we could have an opinion on, but we just straight up don't even know what to say. We get one angle. The thing I find amazing is that the stewards then, they have to watch that over and over again, work out exactly what happened there, whether there was someone to blame, if so, who was to blame, what the penalties were. There is a lot for these stewards going right now, so a big thank you to all of them today for sitting through the 6-hour race, monitoring every single penalty that has happened as well. They always do a great job here at RCI of keeping those penalties fair and consistent coming in as well. Well, Jesse, we've not talked about them for 10 seconds, so we're going to have to talk about them again. John Alesi on defence of Grandes Caracas once more. Coming to the straight, same old story. The Porsche doesn't quite have enough oomph in it to get alongside. However, here is where the Porsche starts to get a lot more feisty. Can Caracas do anything in this Sector 3? Can they get alongside? I'm not gonna lie, I think it's just a case of, at some point, like you said, Caracas is just gonna have to get their elbows out and accept they either have to go in 100% or there's just not gonna be a window there anymore.
Well, I love how that incident, that woke up chat, everybody now weighing in on the incident. Quite interesting, and do bear in mind, in the Esports Series, the teams have to report incidents for them to be reviewed. They are not automatic like they are in the weekly series. So teams will have to report that, and well, we may or may not have that by the end of the race today. Folks, while we have a moment here in the final moments, I just want to say, on behalf of everyone here at RCI, from the broadcast team to the stewards, to the admins, to the event managers, to the community moderators, everyone here at RCI thanks you for not only being in chat, not only watching the stream, but for taking part, voting on the teams of the race, letting us know that you appreciate the streams. And on top of that, a big thank you to all of the teams and drivers that took part in this series. We could do this for an empty house and it wouldn't nearly be the same. It is truly you as the spectators and the drivers that make this worthwhile. And we just pause for a moment to thank every single one of you no matter if you're on Twitch or YouTube, for being with us for the series. It has been our pleasure and honor to bring you this racing action. And by the way, with that out of the way, we are not done yet.
2 more laps left in this race, Jesse. 2 minutes on the clock as well. Someone in chat spotted that one of the drivers down in P24. Of course, the 832 ends up picking up a drive-through penalty. Another thing teams have to look out for is those pesky track limits here at Paul Ricard. So anything can happen in this final couple of minutes here. All teams will now be both as careful as possible and as aggressive as possible to get those final positions that they can. The John Lacey Esports team sit in that final podium spot. Grantis Caracas behind the wheel of the Veloce 912 has been fighting to try and get back into it. Has had it once for all of 10 seconds before the top speed of the Lamborghini was able to muscle their way back through. Grantis Caracas needs to do something creative here in order to hold on to that lead now. Gonna Salvalainen, the car lurking in the background. The Aston Martin there, Grifax Engineering, just behind the Porsche of Veloce, also wanting to wedge their way onto the podium. Well, we have 1 minute left, Jesse. It could go to any of these drivers, and I tell you what, I'm predicting it now. We're going to get to the end of this lap. All elbows are going to be out, and there will be a huge battle from these three. Of course, the leader of this race, George Boothby, behind the wheel of the Veloce Yukon car, the 992, has just crossed the line for the final time. This race, one more lap done by them, means these guys here, they get to the end of this lap, Jesse, and then it's one lap to determine who finishes that final podium position.
Yeah, I was just going to say, keep in mind, these cars, the leader is on the last lap of the race. George Boothby down into turn 4 and 5 for the final time. These cars, though, they have a full lap left to do. So they are going to continue racing. They're going to come through here one more time, trying to duel it out. They'll have one more shot, Will Caracas, down the Mistral Straight to try and get something done. Needs to keep this as close as possible through the third sector and down the pit straight, and of course through sector number 1. Needs a good exit from turns 5 and 6 and 7, and needs to be right on the back of that Lamborghini to have a shot. Last lap for these guys. The race is almost over for George Boothby and the Veloce 992. Malinowski and Boothby have driven a fantastic race. They've not made any dire mistakes today, and our season that has been quite good on its own, looking like it's going to end on a marvelous win.
Absolutely, of course, they are fighting for P2 in the championship overall. Unfortunately for them, had a bit of misfortune at the beginning of the season, but like you said, Jesse, have just been phenomenal throughout, so are still fighting for that P2 slot. Coming round the corner now for the final time in this championship, Jesse Lee, George Boothby and Malinowski, they're bringing home their first win today.
They've tried all season to get a win. They've finally done it in the final race of the RCI 6-hour challenge. George Boothby and Malinowski win it for Veloce 992. Marco Yonkers for West Competition records a P2 and a brilliant podium at that. But while they come across the line, it's still another third of a lap for these three drivers, all fighting for the final podium spot.
John Lacey, number 27, leading these final three. Of course, you've got Caracas for the Veloce team, lurking in the back there, trying to find a way through. You can see them ducking towards the inside now, almost connecting to the rear of the John Lacey car. They desperately need to find something, and
he
it
might
may
try
just
something
be
here.
A dive in the final corner. We saw them do it
He's
once.
gonna do something.
We might see them do it again. They're going for the outside maneuver this time, Jesse Lee, looking towards the outside, but no, it is not quite enough. The John Lacey team, number 27, will be bringing home that final podium spot today. Grantis Caracas for the 912 Veloce in 4th place. And Juna Salva-Leinen, the best finish that Griphax Engineering has had all season, will be there in P5. Yeah, Fisher for West Competition, the number 33 car, crossing the line now in P6. Jesse, a photo finish for the podium.
That was absolutely fantastic driving, and can I just say that's what an esports pro driver lineup is supposed to do in that finish. But for Charlie Crossland and the entire Williams Esport Team Razor car, they are going to come across the line and win the championship.
Amazing job from the Williams Team Razor. They won the first 2 races, Jesse, of the season and looked completely unbeatable. Finished 4th, at Indianapolis halfway through the season. Got back on the podium last race at Barcelona and now able to cross the line in the top 10. But will be your winners of the championship, taking home the majority of the €11,000 prize pool. They have been phenomenal all season. So many of these teams have stood out and surprised us, Jesse, but I tell you what, I don't think we could have wished for a better race, nay, a better season here at RCI.
Without a doubt, partner, just what a race, what a way to end it. The results scrolling past your screen right now. The teams have taken the final checkered flag, and what a race it was, fighting for the final podium positions to the line, and they kept it incredibly respectful. A move from Caracas, you would have had to assume it was going to come. It did. It was covered off by Jean Alesi, and that's how it ends. Everybody remains respectful and gives each other room. That's, again, what makes them pros.
Absolutely. It's just the level of professionalism, Jesse, from this championship. These are the top teams for a reason in ACC. We said earlier, you see so many of these team names in so many different championships, and you expect to see them fighting at the top. You've also had some of the newer teams that are still out there making a name for themselves, fighting in the top spots in the championship as well. Drivers that you say their name and everyone instantly knows who you're talking about across the season. So many great results as a whole. I tell you what, it's been a pleasure to be a part of this, and I'm sure you will say the same. Also, a big thank you to everyone who has watched along for this season as well. Jesse mentioned it earlier, but obviously none of this can be done without any of you. So a big thank you for following on every single race, chatting with us here, keeping us company as we watch 6 hours of each race unfold. But Jesse, I'm lost for words. What a season we have just witnessed.
Well, we started this, so what was it, some 12, 16 weeks ago, and it was one of the projects that RCI always wanted to do. When we were founded in the year 2020 amid the COVID pandemic, one of the first things, one of our major goals, our end goals, was to get a esports series of our own. We always wanted to host big racing. We always knew we could do it. We just had to have the right timing. 2023 was the year that it would all come together. We had all the right pieces in all the right places. The teams and the drivers showed up in force and put on a fantastic 5-race championship that was absolutely incredible to watch. And on top of that, unpredictable to boot. The 1.9 update came in the middle of the championship, threw a proverbial monkey wrench into the works, and then all of a sudden anybody could win these races with the right strategy, and that was exactly what happened. It was an incredibly ran championship by all the teams, and it was exactly what you would expect to have out of top level talent.
I couldn't put it better myself. In chat, Vincent Linder mentioned that 1FF had an overall P3 in the championship. They absolutely did. And a great race today for them as well, despite the collision with another car earlier on. Fell down to P16, able to claw it all back and bring it up into a P11 finish at the end of the race. A phenomenal drive from Team 1FF. For a team that came into the championship not as an already established pro team, it was a brilliant result for them as well. Now, pass you back over to Jesse, because I believe, Jesse, we have our race winners for today here in the booth with us, ready for an interview.
Yeah, indeed. Down here with George Boothby and Maciej Malinowski, winners of the final race of the season. Guys, took you long enough.
Yeah,
it did.
took a while,
Yeah.
but we're finally here. Like that's all that matters. It's a shame because when you look at the championship and the points, I don't know. It would be close. I would have to see, but when I was absent at Barcelona, Sean and George had another incredible performance there, but unfortunately we disconnected. So if only that last race would come through, we would be very close on points.
I think it would have been it. Like it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
So
It is what it
almost.
is. Yeah, it happens.
But with performance today, we proved that we had what it takes to be the championship and to be the champions. But a bit of luck maybe wasn't on our side that time around. It happens. It's racing. There's all sorts of things that are happening. But yeah, what a race!
Well, 3 podiums and a resounding win in the final week of the champ. It's got to feel almost like vindication in a way. You had the other Veloce team. They had success. You had success as well. It's just an all-around fantastic effort.
Yeah, we're just happy to, we were sort of fighting for the championship a lot of the season, but just couldn't get the top spots. So, yeah, to finally get a win is good. Like I say, it's a little bit bittersweet because of the disconnect, but you just can't help those things. It happens. It's like in real life, if your engine dies or some malfunction, you can't help it. So it is what it is. No hard feelings to Sean as well with the disconnect, because I think it's happened to everyone at some point. So we just move on to the next one, and hopefully next time we don't get a disconnect. maybe we can grab the title next time, but. Williams was so strong in the first few rounds, and they've been so consistent. Even though they haven't won these last few, they've always been up there, So they're definitely worthy champions. They crushed it.
I've got to ask, the Ferrari, the 296. You guys have driven it for a little while now. Now that you've won in it, what's your thoughts?
I really like it. Around this track for some reason, I usually hate Paul Ricard, but I actually really like driving it here. But I don't know. It feels nice when you get into the rhythm of it, but it does. It's kind of like a little bit like a BMW in a way. So I know a lot of people get bored by the BMW. So I can imagine.
Yeah, it's a mid-engine BMW.
Yeah. So it's grown on me. Initially, I didn't like it, but now it's grown on me. It's got good pace, and we're finding ways of extracting it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, you say that we have no experience with the car, but for me it was the first ever driving that thing. but unfortunately it was raining today, so I was like, oh yeah, put me in the car. That's my time to shine. And yeah, I was really surprised with the car in the rain because it was so drivable. And I think second or third to last stint, we completely missed the pressures. So we had the pressure from behind from BMW because our pace dropped a lot because we underestimated how much rain there's gonna be, so our pressures were nowhere. And then in that final wet stint, I finally got the pressures right, and the car just came alive, and it was an absolute beast. So yeah, for me, for the first race with that car, I'm really happy with how it performed and how it drove.
Well, I will say Veloce has a fantastic group of fans that are loud, and they let you know who they're cheering for. But there's another fan in this chat right now, Tim Peck, huge George Boothby fan. Tim Peck, take it away.
Oh, I knew you were going to mention it. Well, hi, George, and hi, Malinowski as well. A great race from both you gentlemen today. I mean, to take us through the race, how did it feel? Because obviously you didn't start in that pole position. You did start, though, in P3 overall. How would you say today's race went for you, and how did you feel the experience was in the rain?
I think we sort of maximized the car for the most part, because quali, we knew that the Audi had the better pace, so we were sort of predicting they were going to get pole. We just wanted to be within a few tenths, and thankfully that was, I think it was like a tenth and a half behind them, and it put us in P3. So we just knew that in the race, the Ferrari always gains a little bit because it's good on fuel. So we thought we'd be right there, and as long as we just keep our noses clean, see what happens. And we had just pretty damn good pace all around. I think it was really close amongst a lot of the people at the top, especially the BMW.
Throughout the entire race, like we saw at the top of the field, multiple different manufacturers. There was Audi, there was Aston Ferrari, there was BMW, there were a couple of Astons, and even other cars that are not in the championship this season. We know from other races recently with doing SRO that there are other cars as well that are extremely competitive. So there are multiple of cars right now that you can choose and make fast in multiple scenarios. So yeah, exciting times for the game, I think, because the BOP is looking really, really good.
Well, obviously,
I couldn't agree more. Go ahead, Tim.
Sorry, I just want to say, obviously you won here today, and my final question for you, the one that I've been dying to ask is, you've had a great championship as a whole, but is there any moments in the season that really stand out to you? Has there been a moment where you've been driving behind the wheel of the car and thought, you know what, I'm going to remember this in a couple of years?
What do you think, Matcha? You go first.
For me, it was not when I was in the car, because for me it was every single time I was spectating George, especially throughout the first part of the season, because some of the comeback drives we had to do, and saying we, I mean George, because he was in the car usually doing that. Yeah, that was amazing watching him at Kailami, the recovery drive there, a couple of last stints he did. His drive at Indy was amazing, his last stint at Imola as well. That was amazing performance from George. That's definitely the one I will remember, because the entire championship we were at the back foot, and every single race there was something that was not right, and today it finally clicked.
I think just as a whole, that's what I remember, because like the 488, there was a lot of tracks where they didn't suit it at the start, like say Imola. So it was, I don't know, I really just like getting the most out of a car where it's not the best, you know, a car and track combo where it doesn't work well. If I can get a good result, it always feels good. So that'll probably be what I remember, just actually, you know, getting a good result at Imola in a 488. Yeah, I enjoyed that one a lot.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations. You won race number 5 here at Paul Ricard in the rain in the brand new Ferrari. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the race, George Boothby and Maciej Malinowski, winners here at Paul Ricard. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, boys.
Well, you love to hear that, the enthusiasm, and also, too, a little bit of relief there, Tim.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is great to hear from them and how they think the season went. Like they said, it was bittersweet with their DNF last round as well, but it sounds like as a whole, they've just really enjoyed the season. Hearing them at the end, obviously, you know, Maciej Malinowski, that they said that they just loved watching Boothby in the car as well, and some of the racing that happened. George said he felt the same way. So I think it's just been a great season for both of them, and it's definitely one that they will remember.
Well, here it is, the results of the championship, pending post-race penalties as always, but we don't expect anything like that to upset this. Obviously, Williams Esport Razor, 211 points. Veloce UCOG, that 992, we just spoke to them. Winner today is going to take P2. Team 1FF, Vincent Lindner is in chat saying it's an overall P3 with a non-pro team. An insane result for them. Congratulations to Team 1FF. But let's talk to our championship winners. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Crossland and Tinko Vandervelde. Hello, guys.
Oh.
Hello.
Wow, what a championship. Started out white hot. 2 wins out of the 2 races ran, but then you really didn't go anywhere. You kept the pressure on despite being beat out by maybe one other car. It didn't really matter. You were always up there fighting.
Yeah, it's been very good performance all the season. So very proud of my teammates that helped me and the replacements I got when Charlie's internet didn't really want to help out. So yeah, very satisfied overall and proud of the team.
I've got to ask, what was the Audi like? Of course, we went through the 1.9 transition. Some people were talking about the Audi maybe not being a top performer like it was in some aspects, but you soldiered on. You didn't really adhere to that so much, continuing to get podiums. Talk us through that.
Yeah, ever since 1.9 dropped for some reason, the Audi went to shit and it was terrible to drive. So we had to really make some good setups and just try our best to maximize the results we can. And yeah, it's weird why the Audi suddenly got so bad to drive, but yeah, it is what it is. Kept their head down. We had a good lead in the championship, so we knew if we just stayed consistent and didn't make big errors, then we should be fine. Happened, so very happy.
What's it take to stay as consistent as you were as a team all season long? A lot of moving parts, more than just the two of you as drivers as well throughout the season, but different tracks, weather changing situations. They're all 6 hours, but yeah, the update. But what can you speak about the consistency that you had throughout?
Master docs. Great. Our setups are unreal, and it just honestly makes it easy for us to drive. And because we're driving all the time, consistency just comes with it. We don't really focus too hard on it. It just comes naturally. But with all the changing in conditions, it's hard. But because we've been playing for so long, it's very predictable what's going to happen with the weather.
Well, I just have one question for you guys. Really about the season as a whole. I mean, obviously an amazing start to the season. Even after your first 2 wins, you continue to perform at the top level. Are there any highlights of the season for you? Any moments that you look back on and you're really proud of that moment?
For me, it's podium on Barcelona because the car felt really better, and double stinting there was so hard. So yeah, I'm just proud we managed to get the car on the podium there.
I don't really know. I only did the first round and the last round, so it's obviously the first round with the win is probably the only highlight. This round was kind of just survival. We kind of knew that we won the championship. We just needed to finish 29th. But yeah, it was first round where we was clean, didn't really make any mistakes, and just kept our nose out of trouble. It was basically a flawless race from us in that aspect.
Well, I will say you are our champions. That means you have the lion's share of the purse for this series. What are you going to do with it?
I don't know. How much is it? I don't even know how much is it.
It's a lot of money. I don't know exactly a euro amount, but it's a lot of money.
I don't know. Just put in a little box.
Yep, save it up. Gonna buy some ice cream later.
That's a good. I like that. I like that, folks. Good financial advice from Williams Team Razor, Williams Esports Razor, out here, ladies and gentlemen. Your champions of the 2023 6-hour Esports Challenge here at RCI, Williams Esports Team Razor. Charlie Crossland and Tinko Vandervelde with us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like to shout anybody out, your teammates, anything,
Hi,
your
myself.
sponsors?
Hi, myself.
Go ahead. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
I'm a setups, create the master docs, and we use these to win the championship. That's it.
And to our team, Williams Esports, and
yeah, of
all the
course.
sponsors, supplying the rigs and giving us these awesome performances. I'm happy with that.
Yep. Engineers, shout out to our engineers.
Here's everyone.
Well said indeed. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the championship. Enjoy the purse on top of that. Folks, Williams Esports Team Razor in the 55 Audi, your champions.
Bam.
Oh.
Well, I don't know how to follow that up. Very enthusiastic there at the end, certainly. And I mean, certainly winning combination, that team this season, they had to battle through adversity. And on paper, folks, it may have looked easy, but as a racing driver, we all know it isn't nearly as easy as it looks. to be that consistent week in and week out to get those results. But they make it look easy. All the pros do, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Williams Razor team have just had such a phenomenal season. I mean, let's take you all the way back to the post-race interviews at Kailami, and everyone was saying, Williams Razor, how are we going to beat them? And then, slowly through the season, they did end up on some of the other spots in the podium. But overall, I mean, there's not a team that has had a better average in the season than they have, constantly fighting on that podium. And like you heard Tinko say as well, like even in the races where they didn't feel too good about it, like Barcelona, still finishing on that podium was a huge achievement for them. And to be honest, I think the real reason they're the winners here is they're going to go get ice cream with them, money, Jesse. I mean, there's not much better than that. A great team, and they really deserved to win the championship. They've just had a great season all round.
Absolutely agree. We showed you the championship standings as we were doing driver interviews, but just to reiterate, the top 20 positions that will eventually or did make out with some of the 11,000 euro prize pool provided by our sponsors. Of course, we know Williams Esports Team Razor at the top of the board, Veloce UCOG 992 in second place, and Team 1FF in third. Behind them, Jean Lacey Esports number 1, West Competition Racing in 5th place, rounding out your top 5. And then the 912 Veloce team in 6th, Team Racing Point in 7th, Williams Esports Chill Blast in 8th, Asetec Sinsport Visceral Esports in 9th, SMP Racing 878 in the 10th place position, and then the SMP Racing Esports 888 team in 11th, and remember Racing Esports into the breach, Santa Lock Racing, Ripex Engineering 69, the John Lacey Esports number 3, the John Lacey Esports number 2, Simware.pro by VDez, Yaz Heat, STR Esports, and Gato Chain Ballas Esports, the top 20 in this championship. Folks, just wrapping up, just one more time, a big thank you to the teams, the drivers, and you at home for watching this broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. A lot of memories made here. Tim, do you have a moment from this championship that you will remember for many years to come?
See, I knew that was going to be turned back on me, so I already had my answer prepared for it. There are so many moments of this championship where I'm going to look back and remember. I mean, let's go back to Kailami, and we saw, like we've just heard, Gotcha UCOG team, the 992. They got caught out in the first corner, fell to the back of the field, and then did an amazing comeback drive. That will be forever something I remember as well. SMP Racing Esports, the 888 car, their win at Indianapolis, absolutely amazing as well. And even today, Team 1FF climbing back through the field. They had a podium a couple of times earlier in the season as well. Has just done an absolutely phenomenal job as well. West Competition Racing finishing second today. Jesse, you asked me what my favourite thing to look back on the championship. There are so many moments I can look back on and say, I'm going to remember that. I just think it's been a brilliant season.
I couldn't agree more. If I had to pick one moment, it would be the end of the Indianapolis race. High drama, some very interesting situations unfolding there. And of course, never quite knowing who was going to end up with the right strategy at Indy to get that win. On top of that, just that race in particular, just sort of special to me. Today, though, absolutely insane. The low-hanging fruit, if I was going to pick a race, because it was just wall-to-wall, flag-to-flag, drivers racing each other as hard as they possibly could today. I'm going to go ahead and pick Indianapolis because I spent the majority of that race as lost as everyone else with the strategy going on, and I love that. Whenever you confuse me, you've done a fantastic job. Folks, the stats on this season are this. Thanks to you, we've gained 150 to 200 YouTube subscriptions, 100 plus followers over on Twitch. We'll be streaming on Twitch more regularly as the summer progresses. Of course, as you leave tonight, follow, subscribe, hit the bell, do all the things. We're racing here every single week here on RCI TV, and all that's left to do tonight is to turn out the lights one final time. Thank you to everyone here at RCI that helps put on this broadcast and every broadcast and the stewards, the admins, the event managers, everybody who does their part. We hope that you've enjoyed this series broadcast. We feel it's been a rousing success. We hope that you'll join us next time. I've been Jesse Lee, joined by Tim Peck and Stewie behind the cameras. On behalf of everybody, till next time, have a good night.